Thank you, Lawa. I appreciate you. Okay, and look, I'm gonna have a new rule. Don't fucking piss me off again, chat. You keep talking about the fucking views, and I'm perma-banning you forever. You're never getting an appeal. So shut the fuck up, and don't make this start on a bad fucking start. Matter of fact, everyone who did that, you're not watching the stream today. So, or you're not typing in chat today. Let me see all the people who did that shit. So this guy, yeah, come back tomorrow. This guy, come back tomorrow. This guy, come back tomorrow. Next one's a permaban. Stupid fuck. I get pissed and end the stream early yesterday, and the first thing you fucking do is decide to do the same shit. Focus on your own fucking shit. I focus on my shit. Stupid fucking chat. You have one job in this chat. Your one job, stop bitching and don't fucking do my job for me. That's the only two fucking things you have to do. Don't bitch in my chat. If you feel like bitching, click another fucking stream, watch someone else. Second thing, try to do my fucking job and start your own fucking channel. See how it fucking works for you. Otherwise, shut the fuck up. I think we do need to have another purge, honestly. It's I don't know what's going on, the cold winds, it's winter time, or we're entering December. I think we need another fucking purge though, to thin the fucking herd. All little bitch weaklings in my fucking chat. Bunch of fucking little weaklings, little bitches in my chat. Bunch of doubting little bitches. Thank you, Maribel, appreciate you. Thank you, Maribel.
Come off mine and stand.
Oh, don't worry. We're gonna talk about fucking Peter Wiley. We're gonna be talking about Peter Wiley today too. Don't worry about that. Yeah, that's on the itinerary too. We are gonna be talking about the Peter Wiley.
auf meinen Stern.
Alright, I'm just gonna talk about Peter Wiley right now. I'm gonna talk about it right now. And I'm gonna probably talk about it later too, when other people get here. We're gonna talk about it now as well. Okay? Thank you, Dark. Appreciate it. Thank you, Dark. Thank you, Benghazi. So this is the thing that I'm not gonna tolerate anymore, right? I used to be really lenient and lax about this shit, but now you have to understand I'm in a state of war against a lot of people and against a lot of crowds on the fucking internet, and I'm still fighting an uphill battle, right? I'm still fighting an uphill fucking battle to correctly define. Thank you, Jawazan. Guys, shut the fuck up for a second though. I'm fighting an uphill battle, and I'm still struggling to correctly define my own image on the fucking internet. Because I'm being defined in incorrect ways, outright false ways, and a big person who's contributed to that is none other than Peter Bitch Wiley. Peter Wiley, if you actually catalog the history of my fucking drama and my problems on the fucking internet, it's been Peter Wiley uploading fucking bad optic videos about me, out of context shit to me, and Wiley and a lot of you, I get it. Oh, it's all light, good humor, whatever, it's all fun. Yeah, for us it's all good, lighthearted humor and fun, but my enemies take it seriously, and they use it as ammunition against me in serious ways, like it's a serious thing. I'll give you an example of that. When I went on Kiana's show, we all thought that was lighthearted and wasn't serious at all, right? Well, guess what? My enemies took it seriously, as you saw this month on Twitter. So you see, when you give them bad ammunition, they take it seriously, and they use it as an excuse, and this is where it actually starts to piss me off, and I'm gonna start getting serious about it. They use it as an excuse to discredit our ideas, right? Because I'm a silly guy, Wiley exclusively uploads things that make me look bad. He uploads things that make me look silly and bad and whatever. He never uploads any of the things that make me look good, right? He don't upload the things that make me look good. He only uploads the things that make me look bad. I get it because it's a joke, and communities like making fun of their streamers. Well, you better do that internally, because when you're uploading these fucking YouTube videos, our enemies take it seriously, and they use it as an excuse to discredit us and to discredit me. Yeah, the new people that have a monopoly now, Black Lenin, Talon, and others, those are my people. I don't fuck this fucking Wiley guy. He has only ever fucked me over. He only uploads shit that makes me look bad. And worst, I didn't even want to mention this part. Remember my Destiny debate while I was on fucking vacation in Austin? He uploaded it immediately. You little bitch, Peter Wiley. You a little bitch. You a little bitch for that. Our YouTube only has 12K subs right now. We expected 50K by now on the YouTube. Twitch has been growing as we expected, but YouTube has not. So for him to fucking steal our YouTube shit, fuck you, Wiley. Yeah, fuck you, Wiley. He only ever uploads shit to make me look bad in front of enemies. And they take it seriously. It's not like our community who don't take it seriously. They actually take it seriously. They take this shit out of context. It's not just that I look bad. Infrared as a whole does. Our ideas do. And we just become discredited, right? Is that what you guys want? Is that what you guys want? You want Wiley to fucking win? So our goal to take over CPUSA and our goal to represent a new alternative, a new type of left in the West, you want all that shit to be discredited? Well, that's what they're fucking using it for. And I already claimed his latest video. He released a VOD of me. I have a bad mood and shit. You think I need all these fucking people coming and doing their armchair psychology and giving... I already looked at the comments. Han, you should be grateful you were doing nothing for 40 minutes. Hey, shut the fuck up, bitch! This is my fucking stream! You're a fucking pissant! You're a fucking pissant on a fucking YouTube comment section, you little bitch! And you know what, you little fucking bitch? I'm gonna fucking remember that. Listen, every single one of you little pussies who say, Han, you're so entitled. Han, why do you expect to have a lot of viewers in the video? I'll tell you why, you little stupid fuck. Because Hassan will start his 5-minute intro and have 10,000 viewers. So that's what we're up against right now. So yeah, I gotta be fucking competitive. Don't fucking hold me to the standard of you piss ant. You hold me to the standard of the big streamers that I'm competing with. Dumbass. You gonna hold me to your fucking bum-ass standard? Dumbass, you don't know what I'm fucking up against? I'm not here to be your friends. I'm not. I've already told you that I'm not. I'm here to overtake all of my political enemies on Twitch and on YouTube. That's what I'm fucking here for. Has there been a miscommunication or a misunderstanding? Because I've never lied to you about that. I'm not here to be in your cozy little friend circle and be your fucking friend. I don't fucking know you. You don't know me either. You know, this is gonna sound arrogant, but it's the truth. And you need to start fucking understanding this. 99% of my problems on the internet come from dipshit dumb fucks who hold me to their own standard and they think I'm equal with them. No, we're not equals. If you're watching this, we're not equals. All of my haters seethe and hate on me because they think that they could be me. They go, who's this hot guy? Why is he more popular than me? Why does he get more attention than me? Because you're an ugly, stupid bitch. That's why. We are not equals. We are not equals. Not in look, not in brains, not in entertainment value, and not in talent. We are not equals. The minute you fucking accept that, the minute you're gonna save a lot of your fucking time, you little seething, hating bitch. Little seething, hating, little fucking pussy, you little bitch. Here on out, everything Wiley uploads, I'm claiming and I'm striking. Peter Wiley has no permission, no permission. Infrared, you're a moron. Why don't you get in my fucking VC? And if you can't, you're a pussy. For all my fucking haters on the internet, every one of you haters, every single one of you haters, whatever website you're on, whatever you're doing, every single one of my full-time haters, I want you to know, you are a bitch. You've always been a bitch. Because you've never mustered the courage to face me like a man in any capacity. You are always a bitch. Never forget you're a bitch. Every feeling of insecurity, self-doubt you will ever have in your life is directly because of me. I own your manhood. Your manhood is owned by me. I have it locked in a box, and I threw away the fucking key. You're never getting it back. Never. Never in your whole life, you're never getting it back.
Christophel_symbols donated.
Thanks, Christophel. I don't know who the fuck you are or why you got banned. You can issue an appeal. But you know what? In my chat, it's a lot more than $5 to get unbanned in my chat. I'm gonna be honest. Don't fucking give me your... I'll refund you. Don't give me your fucking money for me to unban you. It's gonna be a lot more than $5 to do that. You got banned in my chat. You must have done something really fucking bad. Wasted my fucking time. What happened to Peter? What didn't happen to Peter? What didn't happen to Peter? I am issuing a cease and desist to Peter Wiley. He only uploads negative shit of me. He only uploads ammunition for my enemies to make me look bad. He never uploads anything that makes me look good, only bad. You have people sucking Bosch, Destiny, Hassan. They suck their cock. And the clip channels, making them look like fucking demigods. At least be neutral toward me. At least upload both the bad and the good. He only uploads the bad. Fucking asshole. He thinks it's a cute little joke only for our community. It's not. My enemies see that and they use it as ammunition to bother me. Oh my god, Hodge is in a bad mood. That's what I need in my life, right? Peter Wiley, you fucking goddamn piece of shit. You goddamn fucking asshole, low-life, fat ass sitting in your mom's basement. We all know Wiley's a fat fuck sitting in his mom's fucking basement, uploading fucking shit out of context on his dumbass fucking default profile picture fucking channel. Fucking content leech stealing my fucking shit. Stealing my fucking YouTube Destiny fucking debate. I pay people to edit my shit. Wiley just steals it from me. And I delete a VOD specifically because I don't want to be fucking bothered by it. And he uploads it anyway. The disrespect. The disrespect. I'm gonna make sure the only infrared VOD and clip channels are my people. He's going on forward here and now. Black Lennon, Talon, that other guy I forgot. Y'all, Chulo to an extent. Y'all are the ones who are gonna have the monopoly. Wiley's done. Wiley's fucking done. And especially he's done because he saw the word out that I put. Take that fucking video down, Wiley. And he still refused. Wiley's done. Wiley's done. Wiley's done. Wiley's done. He has no permission to upload anything. Anything I post on fucking Twitch, Peter Wiley has no permission. Permission denied. Wiley tests my patience because he thinks he can joke around with me. Ha ha ha, I'm not gonna listen to you, Haz. I'm gonna keep it up, Haz. Ha ha ha, it's a joke. No, Wiley, little bitch. I'm gonna take your fucking channel down. How about that? Wiley, I already gave you one strike. I filed to remove that one video. If I do, I can pick any other 2 videos I want to remove, and your channel will be terminated. Don't make me go there, Wiley. I'll terminate your fucking channel. So all it takes is 2 more strikes. And I get to pick any video of my choosing to strike. Yeah, there's a reactionary YouTube channel that posts my shit in a positive light. Believe that. Get a load of that. Get a load of them apples. There's reactionaries who are fucking sympathetic to me. But Wiley's gotta be a little bitch and go against me. If you're watching this right now, unsubscribe from Peter Wiley's channel. Unsubscribe from his channel. This dude has been given so many fucking chances to learn his fucking lesson. Unsubscribe from Peter Wiley right the fuck now. And go subscribe to Black Lennon. Unsubscribe to Wiley, go subscribe to Black Lennon. Sick of fucking Peter Wiley is the home to all my fucking haters and bitchers and whiners to congregate. Don't need that shit. Yeah, and Talent Insight too. We're gonna be interviewing a Polish communist in 30 minutes. We're gonna be interviewing him. Or he's gonna be interviewing me. Am I wearing eyeliner? No, I'm not. This is my spiritual state of mind. You don't fucking understand it. My eyes darken when I'm in a certain state of mind.
Satellit.
What the fuck is Mech Warrior? I don't know what the fuck that is. shut the fuck up. God. Just shut the fuck up.
Come day, go day, wishing me heart it was Sunday. Drinking buttermilk all the week, whiskey on a Sunday. He sits on the corner of Beggar's Bush, astride of an
I used to think I'm gonna tolerate Peter Wiley because I need a neutral place that's not biased. But now I realize it's gonna be biased either way. That motherfucker Wiley, he gaslights me into thinking this is how I look. He only uploads shit that makes me look bad. He never uploads our glory. What glory has he ever uploaded? What things that have made me look good has he ever uploaded? Nothing. He's negative energy. There's two directions you go in public with infrared. You're boosting me or you're against me. I don't give a fuck what the context is. You're not a free-thinking, independent individual. You are a member of this fucking army or you're a fucking enemy. You're not some fucking free-thinking individual, you dumb bitch. Now when we're up against Hassan, now when we're up against Bausch, now when we're up against Destiny, you stay in line, you act as a fucking army, or you get the fuck out. You want to be a free individual? Then get the fuck out. Because you're not going to have a bunch of free individuals taking on these fucking Twitch superpowers. Dumbass. You stay in formation, you stay in line, and you keep your criticism to yourself. You little critical bitch. You're gonna be critical when we're up against these fucking enemies? How do you fucking think I got here? Huh? By being open to everyone? No, we're not open to everyone. This is a fucking army. This is a place of discipline. You better fucking follow the rules and stay in line or you're getting the fuck out. I don't care if I thin the herd back to 100 viewers at this point. I don't care. 100 reliable, strong gorillas is better to me than a bunch of meandering fucking cowards who don't understand that we're facing an uphill battle. For fuck's sake, I only have 14,000 followers right now. Look at the impact I've created, the ripple effect. And I'm only at 14,000 followers. What does that tell you? What does that tell you, huh? It tells you we have to remain in compact formation. And we still have a lot of fucking work to do before we start creating those feedback loops that are going to lead to organic growth. We don't have organic growth right now. We don't have an automated feedback loop that's just growing me from nothing. We are growing because we're an army. That's the only reason we have ever grown, ever. Because we're an army. Organic, runaway feedback loops have not taken in effect yet.
Signal token, whistle up the marching tune. With your pike upon your shoulder,
any dissent is going to be purged. You fucking coward, you critical little bitch. You're being critical when we're already fucking surrounded from all sides? So fucking independent of you, you fucking coward. Thank you, JC. Appreciate you.
Many's the manly heart was throbbing for the coming morning light. Murmurs passed along the valley like the banshee's lonely croon, and the thousand blades were flashing at the rising of the moon, at the rising of the moon, at the rising of the moon, and the thousand blades were flashing at the rising of the moon. There beside the singing river, that dark mass of men was seen. High above the shining
No, Amirio, that's fine. Peter Wiley alone has no permission to upload. Everyone else can upload. Peter Wiley has no permission. Thank you, Lado. Appreciate you. I do not give Peter permission. Black Lennon got that permission. Others got that permission. Wiley don't got that permission. Wiley don't got my permission. Simple as that. It's as simple as that. It's not rocket science. It's not crazy math. It's not a crazy formula. It's literally as simple as that.
Destroy dissenters who virtue signal their independence.
We don't have time or tolerance for dissent. The latest Durham video has. Can someone go through the Durham and find all the TOS so you could timestamp it?
It breaks my heart from you to part. There is sorrow in me heart, oh me old old gun, since we lately had a part, oh me old gun. In Ireland's day of need, I have proved a friend indeed. When you made the bullets speed, oh me old gun. I was glad when you were near, oh me old gun. For the foeman did I fear, oh me old gun. When your bark and bitter bite put the Saxon curse to flight, and he didn't stop to fight, oh me old gun. Glorious was your feel, oh me old gun, when you made a Saxon reel, oh me old gun, when the lancers trim and neat came charging.
This is our fucking symbol now, you understand? This is our symbol. I want to show you something, because apparently this is being disputed. Look at this fucking guy.
Shall I ne'er see you no more, oh me old gun? There's glorious hopes that we could have set old Ireland free.
You're not in our party and are in an organization that is opposed to our party. Don't use our symbol for fantasy militarism. Your symbol? You mean the symbol that I alone repopularized? You mean the symbol that has been associated with infrared for as long as infrared has been here? Your symbol, which I repopularized single-handedly. No, bitch, that's our symbol. That's our symbol. Matter of fact, everybody put that symbol in their banner picture on Twitter. Or put it in your profile picture. That's our symbol. You rep that symbol, you rep it infrared. That's our symbol. You rep that symbol, you rep an infrared. And I looked it up, and thank God. You know that symbol's Creative Commons? It's a Creative Commons symbol, which means they don't got no copyright. Bitch, that's our symbol now. You don't got that copyright. You have copyright, I think, on the ugly version, the ugly dog shit version. Let me show you the ugly one. Let me show you the ugly version. Look at this ugly fucking tampon. This is the one you have. You have this one. We don't want that one. We don't want this fucking tampon. We don't want this shit. Whatever the fuck that is. That's not our symbol.
On England's shores,
this is ugly. Look how disgusting. Who? It's not even sharp. This is the most tame sickle I've ever seen. This sickle literally looks like a fucking dildo. It looks like a curved dildo. It's not even sharp. There's nothing fearsome about it. There's nothing fierce. And this literally looks like a fucking Fruit Loop. What the fuck is this? It looks like a cookie or some shit. You can eat it. Like these are bites that they ate. What an ugly symbol. It's not our symbol. I'll show you ours. Now this is our symbol. This is our symbol. This is our symbol. You understand?
In this God-forsaken
Christopher_symbols donated $10. The gear is weak too.
Thank you, Christopher. Now this is our symbol. We used to have it as an emote, but someone reported the emote, even though Dylan Burns has a fucking Biden emote. Yeah. So apparently that's fine, but we can't have this. Whatever. But this is our symbol. From the dawn to fading light. 220 to 228, 544. Okay, let me actually get that notepad. 220, 228, 544. What do you mean, give or take? Can you actually get the exact one? Because we ain't. What do you mean, give or take? I don't like that give or take, dude. Give or take, my channel get banned. So I don't know what you're talking about, give or take. You gotta get something more exact. A sweet one from Mayo. Crooked Lane, crooked.
Young men of 20 said goodbye on that long day, from break of dawn until the sun was high. Many young men of 20 said goodbye. We left the factories and the farms and rallied at the call to arms. All the lasses turned their heads to cry. Many young men of 20 said goodbye. Last night I held my darling in my arms. Farewell, my love, it breaks my heart to see you cry. Farewell, my love, for maybe I will die. I wish that I was back again beside my darling in the glen. No more will watch the small birds as they fly.
They're trying so hard. They're trying so hard. They're trying so hard.
Last night we sang and kissed the girls goodbye.
You know how hard these people try to make me look bad? You know how fucking, you know how hard they're trying to make me look bad? It's so crazy. They're trying. They're even trying to say I'm ugly. That's how much they're coping. That's how much they're trying to drag down my success. And you know what I am? I'm an optical illusion. And there's two paths I can take. There's the path of glory and the path of ugly. And if you let them win, then all you have to do is change your perspective. And what do you know? I become ugly. You understand? I came from the shadows. I came from the shadow. This is what you guys don't fucking understand, right? Because you're fucking stupid. Because you're sheep. Yes, you are sheep. Remember, I want you to wake up and look in the mirror and say, I am a sheep. I am a sheep, because you are one. You have a sheep brain. And I'm going to explain to you your disgusting sheep brain to you right now. I'm going to explain to you your pathetic, weak-minded sheep brain to you right now. You make judgments that you think are objective that are actually based on arbitrary social convention. So let's say, for example, let's say Haas gets to 20k average views, super huge, super viral, right? Then there is no dispute. You will just be like, oh my god, I can't believe Haas has been flawlessly jacked this whole time, flawlessly beautiful this whole time. But let's say I fail and get smothered into irrelevance. You're gonna be like, oh, Haas is ugly. But you think it was objective and it's not. You understand? Because you have sheep brain. It's like a fight, right? Khabib versus McGregor. You think McGregor's a lion until he loses. Then you're like, oh, he was always a little bitch. No, he was a little bitch the minute he lost. Before then, you didn't know. Before then, you thought maybe he's the GOAT. You understand? You are a sheep. You think you know the truth all along when what you think is defined by arbitrary shit. So that's why we are waging an info war. And in public, every single one of you has to suck my cock in public. That's why. It's not because I need it. I don't give a fuck. I don't need it. My fucking brand needs it. Dumbass. Don't fucking be neutral. Be biased for me. We are fighting an uphill battle. You don't have any room for, I'm a critical nuance. No, you must be my brainwashed soldiers. That's why. Because it's an uphill battle. Objectivity does not exist. There's no neutral perspective. There's no objective reality. It is all an information war. You fight for infrared or you surrender and metaphorically die in a ditch like a little bitch. You understand? There's no objective neutral ground. You fight for infrared or you surrender. Simple as that. There's no objective anything. Even when it comes to my looks, there's no objective anything. If people say Haas is short, you have to go and say, no, Haas is 7 feet tall. If people say Haas looking small, you have to say, no, Haas is bigger than the fucking Arnold. You have to fucking go out of here, be as biased as fucking possible, because this is an information war. And they're not being unbiased either. They're trying to drag me down, all the dishonesty and dirty tricks you can fucking imagine. So you have to push me up using the same level of dishonesty. Because there's no truth, there's no objectivity here. It's all a fucking info war. If you are behind infrared, then in public, you have to rain praise upon me. You have to praise me and speak me. You have to speak me up so fucking high that people will think I'm a fucking demigod. You understand? Because remember, you dumb fucking sheep idiot, And that is what you've been. You fucking sheep dumbass. I fucking represent you. If you let them tear my image down, you are fucking letting your own piece of your own soul being torn down.
To kind relations, I am bound for the man.
I am your fucking juggernaut to rain fire and brimstone on our ideological enemies. Don't fucking tap out like a bitch and start getting cold feet. I don't know about Haas anymore. No, you do know about Haas. You defend me and venerate and praise me no matter the context. Even if you feel that I'm being cringe and I'm in the wrong, you defend me. You understand?
What happened to Peter?
Thank you, Azazel, because this is not a level playing field. My enemies are not being fair. Why are you being fair? Why are you being fair? When my enemies aren't fair, you're gonna be fair? Why? My enemies aren't fair, and you're being fair. You're a cuck. What a fucking cuck. You're literally a cuck.
Till the day I die, I'll ne'er deny my merry.
If someone's being dirty and you're being fair, you're basically giving it to them.
Oh, then marry o'er my heart.
Okay, we're gonna enter this StreamYard. We're gonna talk to the Polish guy right now. But guys, remember, this is not a fair game. This is not a fair level playing field. You gotta be an infrared super soldier. You gotta be an infrared propaganda super soldier. Everywhere you fucking go, you praise me. Because this is some ride or die shit. You understand? You don't casually hitch along infrared. This is a fucking cult. This is a fucking army. And you're either here and against everybody, or you're nowhere. You stand with me in my war against the world. Okay, I'm gonna keep doing this StreamYard shit. Ugh.
Hello.
Hey, what's up? Give me one moment.
Okay.
Okay. All right. Sorry about this. All right, how are you?
Good. It's good to see you.
You too.
Uh, do you can can I make live or do you want to ask me something before?
No, it's good. You can go live. I also want to let you know that I'm also live right now on Twitch.
Ah, it's good. So hello to comrades from your. So, hello. Today we will speak with Kamrat from USA, Kamrat Has, who make a YouTube channel Infrared. Hello, Kamrat. And maybe I will. I watched some of your videos, and I saw that sometimes or often you speak about the socialist bloc, especially about the Soviet Union and East Germany. But do you know the history of Polish communist movement?
Um, I don't. I'm not very familiar with the history of the movement. I just have a brief familiarity with some details of the Polish communist state history throughout the Cold War, leading to the 80s and so on.
Uh, yes, because I wanted to start a discussion from this subject because I think that for you and for the conversation which is now in American YouTube, the question of the communism and the patriotism, and also your discussion with Jason Unruh, I think that the history of the communist movement in Poland is very interesting. So maybe briefly I will say some words about this. So before Second World War, we had one party which was a section of the Third International. It was Communist Party of Poland. It was combative party, but relatively small party. It was delegalized party, and there was a lot of persecution. But this party was small because of the sectarian position in the many question. For example, the members of this party wanted to make Poland the Republic of the Soviet Union. And it was after Poland gained independence, and it's not worked in Poland because most of the Polish workers wanted to independent Polish state, and they preferred the Polish way to socialism, not to be part of the Soviet Union. And Comrade Stalin, he dissolved this party because of many reasons. It is another conversation why the Communist Party was dissolved. But in the time of the Second World War, there was constructed new party which was built by the members of the ancient Communist Party. But this party is the name Polish Workers' Party, and this party was fighting against the occupation. And this party very quickly became mass party, and it was party which after the Second World War built socialism in Poland. We in this question we have two kind of parties. One party is sectarian. Second party use this patriotic question and very quickly became a mass party and changed the society. From this perspective, I think that the discussion which you have, for example, with Jason Unruh, the strategy of Polish Workers' Party is better than sectarian strategy of this communist party which existed before. But after the history of Poland, it was history that the counter-revolution in the socialist bloc started in Poland, and it started in Poland because this strategy of Polish Workers' Party to organize mass movement and take a power was good to take a power. But after, when there was a question building socialism, they didn't use Marxist theory well. For example, they didn't fight with Catholic Church. They stopped the collectivization, and also there was this patriotic question. It was good when it was against German, but in 1970s and 1980s, this patriotism started to be something reactionary because it was anti-Soviet. So it is something which I wanted to start. I don't know. What do you think about this?
So the Polish communist patriotism was anti-Soviet.
No, no, no. In the time of in the time of the Second World War, it was against Germans,
Yeah,
against Nazi. But the problem is that the Polish Workers' Party attacked. When you take newspapers of the Polish Workers' Party, they attacked German like a nation, not Nazi like
yeah.
ideology of the. And you know, it was the time when Poland. In the time of war, there are the 6 million of Poles who died in the occupation, and every Pole have somebody in the family who was killed by the Germans. So for building the mass movement, this easy propaganda that we are against Germans, we want to independent state, and also we want the social reform. They didn't talk about the communism. It's Stalin who decided that communism in Poland don't work well because uh, because for example, in the time of the existing of Communist Party of Poland, there was all this anti-communist propaganda. They accused the member of the Communist Party of Poland that they are the agent of Moscow, agent of Soviet Union. And they didn't want to discuss with this, and they said yes, for us, our homeland is Soviet Union, and we want to make Poland the Republic of the Soviet Union. For me, for the politic politically it was good, but it was not something which worked to be by mass movement. So for building mass movement, it's better to try to uh, listen what is the what workers want. And there was something that the party wanted something, and the workers, they are not connection. And it is something that I think that it is problem of many Marxists from internet, also maybe me, and also in the YouTube, in American YouTube, that one thing that is what is the real feelings that workers want today, and the second, what is the offer of the people who, for example, say we need to fight for the giving all the American land to the Native Americans. So maybe from the moral perspective, it is something which is just, but it will be never something which you organize the workers in the USA. So I think that in this discussion which you may have with Jason Unruh, you are realist, and you are bigger chance, bigger chance to build movement, because from this other perspective, third world Maoism, it's it's not working.
So this basic distinction, right, between the real situation and what's considered ideologically correct or moral, you can actually find beginning with Marx and Engels, even before this mass movement. This distinction is basically the point of materialist dialectic, right? Uh, if one's morality is at odds with the real material reality, then one must rethink what the real implications of one morality is. I'll give you an example in the context of Marxism Leninism. So with Stalin's his distrust toward other communist parties, independent communist parties in general, taking place in other nations, it stems from the distinction created by by the Bolsheviks, right, between the democratic revolution and the communist revolution, right? Now, the democratic revolution for Lenin, right, was something actually objective. It's part of material reality. It's something that happens in the material. It's a realist view of the reality, right? Like the small peasants have a problem with the landowners, have a problem with aristocracy, with feudalism, whatever. And this is the basis for objective democratic revolution. So communists, they can be hands off even, and it will still happen somehow, right? Lenin's theory is that communists are the best equipped to lead this revolution, this democratic revolution. So this is why he combined the workers and the peasants, the dictatorship of the workers and peasants, because for Lenin, uh, the bourgeoisie cannot lead democratic revolution in the Russian Empire. So up to Stalin, when Stalin was fighting against his own party bureaucracy when he was in the 30s and when he assumed power, and even later through the 40s, Stalin's whole goal was basically to reduce the power of the Communist Party and the communist ideologists and so on, and strengthen the more objective and realist structures of the Soviet state. Because for Stalin, state was not just a subjective reality of ideology and morality and so on. It had an objective. It followed objective laws of history and objective reality. So Stalin wanted to reduce the power of the Communist Party to a more spiritual guide of the state. He didn't want the state to be synonymous with the Communist Party. So I think this is where the Marxist view contrasts with idealism and liberalism and even fascism, which is its recognition that statehood and revolution, social revolution, has an objective reality, right? Communists must submit themselves to the laws of social revolution and cannot dictate the terms of this revolution. Like, we may arrive at the idea that this is more moral or more ideologically correct, but if it comes at the expense of the material reality, it's not correct. Now, with regard to Stalin's distrust of the Polish communism, I read this in the context of Stalin's distrust of, most importantly, of the Chinese Communist Party, of Mao, and so on and so on. And the reason is because for Stalin, the Communist Party was the kind of ultimate spiritual guide of. It's the highest form of state power, more or less, right? And to possess, it's almost like a church, sacred kind of church, right? If this is being reproduced in Poland and China, he was suspicious of this because he did not trust that they would be able to reconcile the Communist Party with this objective national social reality. So it, in a sense, Stalin did not trust other national communist parties or civilizational communist parties because he himself did not fully arrive at a theory about the relationship between the Communist Party and the People's Democracy or the Popular Front. He just took it for granted, right? It was almost like how should I put it? It's almost like a prohibited reality. Like, we have, yes, the Soviet Communist Party, but its origins are too sacred and mysterious to be directly reproduced in other countries. So we will guide the world revolution in Moscow, and you will, in other countries, you, instead of arriving at your own independent communist party, you will just obey the objective social laws of history of the democratic revolution, more or less.
Yes, but I think that there wasn't one Stalin. You have one Stalin in 1930s who are in the charge of the Soviet Union, and this problem which existed in Communist Party of Poland existed in other section of the Third International. And in the time of the Second World War, the Soviet Union and the communists from the Third International, they decided that this strategy that failed because in every European countries the fascism take power, and these communist parties were very very weak. So we have one strategy in 1930s where the communist parties have to obey the Communist Party of the Soviet Union and make exactly the same thing like in the Soviet Union, but the strategy in the 1944 1945 is different. This strategy for the Polish Workers' Party was different. That there are in the leadership of this Polish Workers' Party, there are the communists who wanted in every article make citation of Stalin, and Stalin said no. Don't do this. Don't do this, because if you all the time you will say you are Stalinist, you support Soviet Union, you want collectivization, and you need to be party which is based in your culture, in your country, because it will be better to build a mass movement and popularity for this. So there is one strategy before the Second World War, and the creation of the countries like Poland, Czechoslovakia, etc. Is different, and it's my remark.
Uh, so what was different after the Second World War?
The in the because all the Europe was occupied by the Nazis, and because there was a collaboration of the elites in the occupied zone, the Polish bourgeoisie, Polish aristocracy, they collaborated with the Nazis. And the reality of the occupation was anti-workers. So all the trade unions were delegalized. If you are fighting against your bourgeoisie, the Germans can kill you. So it was very easy to make a movement which was in one side, it was the liberation of the nation, and in the other side it was the movement who wanted to expropriate the bourgeoisie and the aristocracy. And because it was something common to all these Eastern Europe countries, it was very easy to build mass movement or the working people and say all these people who are in the charge, Nazis and the collaborators from the Polish bourgeoisie, we have to kick them out and build socialism. The difference, the biggest difference is that in the time of the war, they didn't make citation from Hegel or Marx or something like this. The agitation was very, very easy. They are the traitors, they are the capitalist Nazis, we have to fight with them. That's all. And before the strategy of the Communist Party of Poland, it was the normal strategy of communists who tried to make all this Marxist propaganda, education, teach about what is the Marxist economy and stuff like this.
So just to simplify, it's basically that the revolution had an objective basis, not subjective ideological basis, objective basis in the situation. But my theory, my interpretation of Marxism Leninism is that, in a sense, all social revolution, whether in a period of wartime occupation by a foreign power or not, must be patriotic, because uh, the objective social revolution, which is the contradiction and antagonism between establishments, aristocrats, landowners, and basically social parasites, right? And the small proprietor peasantry, small petite bourgeoisie, democratic petite bourgeoisie, as Lenin put it, that is an objective revolution. That's not
that does not need to be initiated through proletarian consciousness. You don't need proletarian consciousness to have populism, so to speak, right? Populism will be there. So if the communists are not the ones leading, making sense of the populism, then someone else will. Fascist will, far right will, and so on and so on. But the populism, so to speak, right, which is a contradiction between the countryside, the national basis, if you will, and this aristocrats and establishment, that's a contradiction that will be there regardless of ideology. It's an objective contradiction. So that's why during war, it's the reason you can interpret it was easy for communists to seize power after the war because it was very clear that the interests of the ruling class were anti-patriotic. Right? They could clearly show how to be a true patriot, one must be a communist. Right? But my view is simply that this is holding true even outside of a situation of wartime occupation. It's a patriotic thing to fight your establishment. You can say they are removed from the real basis and roots of the country, and they're urbanized and they're too liberalized and artificial and so on and so on, and that there is an authentic countryside of the people of the soil and so on and so on. That communists must make sense of. And to me, this is what Lenin precisely did in the Russian Empire, right? Russia at the time was not occupied by a foreign power. But whether the Bolsheviks didn't admit this, and one of the reasons they did not admit this was because the European bourgeois nation state did not apply to the conditions of Russia, Russian people, and Russian Empire. But the Bolsheviks, for example, in contrast to the Mensheviks, were seen as more patriotic, just in the sense of more earthly, more related to the Russian peasant, more Russian, more down to earth, down to the soil, right? Because they represented the interests, the populist interests of the. This was also coming from the socialist revolutionaries and their tradition as well. But the left socialist revolutionaries were the ones who joined the Bolsheviks in the first place after the seizure of power. But it's always important that communists must be the leading force of their own civilization's inner objective striving. There's an objective striving, objective law of social revolution in each and every civilization. To me, the job of communists is to lead this, but not dictate the terms of the revolution, but lead this revolution, clarify it. Because here's where communism becomes important to me, is for example, dialectics, right? If one falls into the error of one-sidedness, you will not be able to successfully lead a social revolution in your country. Trump in the United States failed to lead this social revolution the popular movement against the establishment because, well, he was in bed with the ruling class anyway, but he completely failed. He couldn't understand the necessary contradictions. For example, that yes, while the establishment must be overthrown, there must be some kind of alternative, and so on and so on. So, to me, communists should make the case that the right-wing populists and fascists and so on, they're fake patriots because they will fail. They will, just like how in the aftermath of World War II, if you were a kind of fascist or right-winger, you're not a patriot, right? You're going against the interests of your own people. Just like that, communists should always be the ones to say others will fail to lead this revolution.
I think that in this question of Russian Revolution, you can be right, but you are not right when you spoke about Lenin. I will explain. You could be right because the the February Revolution, we could consider like a revolution which was a little bit inspired by the patriotism, but because there was all this question that the monarchy in Russia, it was the German monarchy, that the all these Nikolai Romanov, his wife when in the time of the war, she became one of the leader of the Russia, and because of her romance with Rasputin, and the dynasty, German dynasty in the Russia, was something very unpopular. And the February Revolution, it was spontaneous movement, not organized by Lenin, not organized by Menshevik, but it was spontaneous movement starting by the strike of the women, which in a few days became a revolution, and the Tsarism was destroyed. So in this perspective, where when we have Russian people which are ruled by the German dynasty, and there was a lot of hatred against this dynasty, it could be right. But the position of Lenin was different. Lenin, in the first days of the war, he said that the position of the Russian communists should be that our enemy is our government. We need to fight that the Russia in this war will fail. And also this split in the government of the Soviets in the time of the Treaty of Brest-Litovsk, because it was the
Yeah,
coalition
it's
of
it's
Bolshevik.
it's okay because I'm familiar with the history, right? I know this history, okay, but you have misunderstood me. So
Yes.
you're talking about the European-inspired nationalism within Russia, specifically in the context of the First World War. Of course, Lenin is opposed to this. As I said, the European nation state does not satisfy the real depth and basis of the Russian civilization. The February Revolution was not was more of an urban bourgeois revolution, right? It wasn't the revolution of peace, land, and bread. Now we talk about peace, which was a context of opposing World War One. But what about land and bread? Well, land and bread is precisely an appeal to the Russian peasant majority within the Russian Empire. And this is what the February Revolution was unable to deliver upon. The February Revolution was not authentically patriotic in the sense of the Russian patriotism of World War II because it did not have its basis in the Russian people, the real peasants, right? It was trying to adopt the foreign model of the European nation state and nationalism. Now, Lenin did not talk about the deep roots of Russian civilization and so on because the language with which to articulate this did not yet exist. But if we believe that Stalin was the most faithful student of Lenin, then it's very clear that the Bolsheviks' grounding in the authentically Russian civilization, like even before Peter the Great, as Stalin put it. Stalin viewed Peter the Great as a westernizer, a Germanizer. He wanted to, in a sense, return to Ivan the Terrible. So Stalin did view that there was a unique grounding in a deeper Russian civilization that's not reducible to European nation state. I need to make it very clear because on the internet and on Twitter, there has been this huge slander of our position on the question of patriotism. It has nothing to do with the context of World War One. During World War One, the nationalisms of World War One and this so-called patriotism was, as Lenin pointed out, a war of the imperialist bourgeoisie. He's not just an ideological talking point. It was objectively the fact. It wasn't a reflection of some authentic reality of the country in these countries. It was a war that was started from the top down, right? By the oligarchies and establishments and so on and so on. So it wasn't like a populist war in a sense, right? So I need to make very clear yes, Lenin was against what he called the social patriots and the chauvinists and so on and so on. But during that time, that was the context of World War One, right? Uh, in terms of the unique realities of the Russian civilization, to be against that war was to be a true patriot in the Stalinist sense of the word, right? Because this war was initiated, started, and fought on the terms of the Europeanized Russian elites at the expense of the broad Russian majority. So I think that's why I need to intervene and say there's a misunderstanding. Of course, Lenin was not explicitly some kind of particularly some kind of patriot. But as we see from the consequences of his unique discovery, specifically through the Stalin years leading to the Great Patriotic War, he was authentically a Russian Marxist, in contrast to the Mensheviks and the rest who were just Europeanized.
I think that in the question, national question, it was the Lenin who learned from Stalin that the Stalin was the specialist of the national question, and from the Russian perspective, it is very important to understand the difference between the patriotism of the oppressed nation, like Poles, like Georgians, like Jews, and another nations, which was a part of the Russian Empire, and the patriotism of the Russian, which was and it was contradictory. That I think that Lenin thought that in the same time the patriotism of the oppressed nation, it is something which is good, and the patriotism of Russian, it is bad, it is reactionary.
But that's only because, and again, during the context of that time, patriotism would mean war with other countries, right? Now, Lenin was trying to say that when an oppressed nation is fighting a war of liberation, that's different from an inter-imperialist war between oppressor imperialist nations. So that's the point he was trying to make. When I say that every civilization or nation, communists must be patriotic, I'm not saying they must advocate for wars. I'm saying Lenin's position was authentically patriotic. He was against the war. He was fighting for a civil war. All I insist upon is the fact that the civil war Lenin was insisting to be fought against the bourgeoisie, the landowners, and effectively the establishment was an authentically patriotic struggle. It was a patriotic struggle waged on behalf of the authentic representatives of the Russian civilization, the Russian peasantry, the Russian people, against an establishment that ceased to authentically represent it. Now, this much is made very overtly clear with Mao by the time we arrive at Mao Zedong, right? But it's not yet explicit in Lenin. It's more or less explicit in Stalin when he said that the task of communists worldwide is to be patriots for their country and seize the majority, win the favor of the majority within their respective countries. But in Lenin's time, patriotism, as he used it, was referring to the national fervor of waging war. It wasn't referring to like a populistic uprising against establishment that's formulated on patriotic terms. It's really as simple as that. It's like to me, it's about what is the meaning of patriotism. Patriotism doesn't mean patriotism even within oppressor nations is how you accentuate the contradiction within the oppressor nation itself. To me, the alternative to this is a very vain, condescending, hypocritical, and bourgeois, moralistic position, according to which, people in the oppressor nation must have guilt and must cease to have pride and they must kind of you will never win a significant minority of people within oppressor nations if you operate under those terms. You have to formulate that it is in the authentic interests of the country, which it is already. In the United States, for example, anti-war sentiment is populist even before communists have to say anything, right? Why are we going and fighting? Why do we have military bases around the world? Why do we? It's not in the interests of our country. To be a patriot means to oppose war, right? In this country. So that's really my view. The Marxist dialectical position comes with the view, and this is my position, that if you believe your morality is correct, imperialist war is wrong, oppression is wrong, subjugation of others is wrong, you not only must believe it is wrong, you also must believe that in objective material reality, the forces of laws of history affirm this. There must be a unity between the subjective and the objective. If you cannot have the faith that the law of history is behind you and it is in the objective material interest of a given country, that's harmonious with your morality, this leads to subjectivism, idealism, and ultimately liberalism.
I think that this position works when there are the guys like Caleb Maupin, who, in the same time, when he wants to build the communist patriotic movement, he collaborated with countries which are attacked by the United States. He collaborated with Russia Today, with Iran, and countries like this. So I can understand, because you know the leftist movement which we try to build in Poland. In the last months, we printed one leaflet against that occupation Poland by the U.S. Army. Second leaflet was against the television TVN, which is proprietor of Discovery, also American. Also, we were against the buying U.S. tanks Abrams. So our fight for socialism is connected with also anti-imperialism, and in the Poland specific, it is anti-imperialism, it is anti-American imperialism, because we are very, very dependent. So all one day when for example there will be international meeting and there will be communists from every country and there will be communists from country which are occupied by the USA, they will be not happy when the communists from USA came with the flag which they hate, because the flag, maybe not in Poland, because in Poland the US soldiers didn't kill anybody, but in Iran, or I don't know, other countries, there are a lot of people who died because of American imperialism, because of sanction. And
Well, you see, I specifically know about Iranian sentiment on this question. The victims of U.S. imperialism don't care about the flag; they care about what it means. And if American patriots are fighting in anti-imperialist solidarity with them, and actually, I mean, what helps them better, right? We winning our country and putting an end to the policies and the military aggression, or us abandoning the war and not being able to make us abandoning the flag and not being able to make any difference about the sanctions and so. I mean, there was many anti-imperialists who were ecstatic about Donald Trump being elected because they thought that Trump would be a new clean slate to start new relations with the U.S. and lift aggressive sanctions. They were wrong, but that's what the impression of some countries was. Of course, who does North Korea prefer in power? Is it Trump or is it Biden? The American flag is a symbol of genocide, in a sense, in North Korea. But that doesn't stop them from being able to prefer Trump to Biden, because Trump did not want a military solution to the conflict on the Korean Peninsula. So now, I don't know which communist parties directly use the flag of their country. I don't think American Communist Party would have to use the flag of United States in an international meeting of communist parties. I think it would just use the flag of its communist party. But the point is to give new meaning to the flag, not simply take. It's like what matters more, the material reality or the ideal symbol, right? For as long as the symbol of American flag represents American imperialism, okay. But if people are struggling to give it a different meaning, I don't see what the issue would be. Now, to clarify my position, I fervently, just so there's no confusion, I think Polish communists must be more anti-American. They're not anti-American enough. They need to be extreme and more like Iranian anti-Americans, burn the flag, and so on and so on. Anti-Americanism in Europe is good. I want to see more anti-Americanism in Europe personally. I am happy when I see anti-Americanism in Europe and throughout the world at large, because when they're burning the American flag, when they're speaking against America, I view them as speaking against my own ruling class here in the United States. Because it's the ruling class of the United States which has its power secured and consolidated by having its tentacles across the world. Its influence in Poland is the same as its influence here, right? To the extent that it's powerful in Poland, our ruling class is powerful here. So if Polish patriots are anti-American, I salute them, right? I consider them, that's to me true international solidarity. So I understand there can be confusion when it comes to the use of symbols, but we have to focus on the material reality of the symbol. What does it mean, right? American patriots they may use the American flag, but when they use the American flag, they're sending a different message. Their message is basically that we are the authentic representatives of American people, or we want to be the authentic representatives of this country, its history.
Voidborn donated $20.
Its history and its civilization and reality and so on and so on. And this has been the position of the Popular Front since the 1930s. Whether your country's anti-imperialist or not, it's a given that communists must be... Sorry, whether your country's fighting a war of anti-imperialism or not, the only chance communists have to seize power in respective countries is to be the best patriots. But remember, patriotism does not mean doing whatever is in the interest of your ruling class or your establishment or your government, or even doing what's going to, in the short term, increase the standard of living of your population. It means to, in the long term, represent the authentic interests of your country. My view is humanist. I think as a humanist, as human beings, our interests are for humanity as a whole, right? And human beings have different nations and countries and civilizations. And each one of those civilizations is based on our common humanity. It's my view.
So I would like to ask you, I watched your video about the Communist Party of the USA, and I can say that the Communist Party of Poland, there are very similar guys for this from the USA, and it is not compliment. So the question is why the Communist Party, which before Second World War was something very strong in USA and something combative, today is something ridicule, and why?
Well, it has to do, to me, with a misinterpretation of the theory of the Popular Front. So our Communist Party in the United States thinks that the lesson from the Popular Front is that it must tail the Democrats, because the Democrats represent the authentic people, nation, and so on and so on. And that Popular Front means all of this identity politics and this intersectionality. This is an anti-Marxist theory that came out of our universities. That this represents Popular Front. But they don't understand, and maybe this has to do with the rejection of Mao Zedong thought or something else. But the Communist Party in USA doesn't understand. There's a difference between authentic popular forces and the apparent representative of the popular forces, the establishment. They don't have a good theory of the conflict between masses and establishments. Is the main issue of so to me, for example, I agree with theory of the Popular Front, but in the United States, to me, this must be the context of the Communist Party should align itself with anti-establishment populist forces like the People's Party or other kind of third-party initiatives, something like that, right? It shouldn't be the so-called representative, because the so-called representative can enter into contradiction with the real masses, of course, right? To me, it really is boiled down to this: our Communist Party is part of American establishment. It's tied to the corporate liberal Democrat establishment, and it confuses this with some kind of authentic historical progress, right? It's too afraid to go down to the soil of American people and define itself on this basis, because it views, well, if we go down to the people without our political correctness and our universities and our cities and establishments, oh, the people are reactionary, the people are ignorant, the people are backward. But this stems from a lack of it stems from an idealistic bourgeois kind of view that they don't have to learn from the people. The people must only learn from them. And also, if, for example, the people are wrong, they have bad views on abortion and other gay marriage, whatever, other kinds of issues. If you are ultimately correct, you must have the internal confidence that you can persuade them or put it into terms that make sense to them. The minute you give up on the people is the minute you create a completely bankrupt position of bourgeois elitism, right? When you say, there's nothing we can do, the people are backward and we are correct. One cannot be a communist if they have this view. You must do self-criticism and ask, why do I fail to persuade the masses? Keep having self-criticism until one is correct. Don't ever say just the people are irredeemable and stupid and we must strengthen corporate establishment America in its anti-democratic struggle against the people because they know better. You know, it's really disgusting. Here in the United States, we have Silicon Valley, Amazon, the Democrats, this new vaccine mandate bullshit. We have a crackdown, new kind of tyranny against the majority, the popular majority. And the so-called communists are in favor of it because they think, the people are too stupid and too backward, so we have to trust the elites to do the correct thing. What then is left of the legacy of this is a new kind of fascism. It's a new kind of return of feudalism, right? The whole point of democratic revolutions, the bourgeois democratic revolutions, was a fundamental faith, trust in the people. If this is gone, communists in the United States will be accessories to the rise of some new politically correct fascism.
And what is your strategy for the next 5 years? Do you want to build the party, or do you want to present to election, or what, or make revolution?
To me, there's only one communist party in the United States, and I still want to struggle using my media platform to seize hegemony over the Communist Party. If we fail to make inroads into that party, then my theory is the party form itself of a communist party is obsolete. There can be no communist party, and we should simply be in a populist party like the People's Party and go from there. But I don't believe that. I still believe in party form, but it's almost a theological question at this point, right? It's like with Catholicism, there is one church, right? There can be multiple churches. Protestantism, they say no, there can be multiple churches, or the church is inside the heart, so on and so on. But I still believe in one communist party. I believe in a communist party. I don't believe I can make a new party because we have millions and millions of parties. Sorry, not millions, it's exaggeration, but we have several parties in the United States. They're all sects, right? So to me, there's one communist party, and for as long as there's one communist party, unless the communists see theoretically, we can influence the party, we can make inroads, right? Because according to its own program and rules and protocols internally, we won't violate the rules by doing this. But if they suddenly just drastically change, they will be destroying their own party. And I actually think Communist Party USA is going to, at this road, the people joining it are going to destroy the party because, the new idea is that United States should not be recognized as a country. United States, according to these new people joining the party, is a force of occupation against the indigenous tribes, and there's no such thing as United States. Well, the name of the party is the Communist Party of USA. So what will become of a party when it adopts this line that all land in USA must be returned to indigenous minority? It's the party will have no future, right? Because the Communist Party USA can't be the leader of the indigenous. It's the Communist Party USA. Why should indigenous accept this party as their leader? They won't, right? So they're leading it down a road of destruction, is what I see. But I want to do my best to stop that. If the party is destroyed, then the goal will then be reconstitute the Communist Party in some kind of way.
And what is your analysis of China, DPRK, Cuba, and Vietnam?
Specifically, I view China as the Hegelian idea of world spirit. The world spirit shifts to different countries, right? Hegel in his time thought Germany was the place of the world spirit, right? You can maybe say in 20th century, America was the world spirit, right? It was the number one driving force of modernization in the world. It was the leader of the global market and the global economy and so on and so on. And it was the land of the future, right? But today, this has shifted to China. China is today the site of the world spirit. China is the future. It's not the Chinese geopolitical strategy to replace America as an imperialist power, but to be a guiding force, not using force like military, but just being an objective example to follow and influence and so on and so on. So to me, I don't just see China as a victim of US imperialism. I see China as the future, as a growing power of the future of humankind and probably the most advanced civilization of the world today, right? So that's important. On the DPRK, I think DPRK has obviously had many economic problems because of US sanctions in the past 2 decades, but to me, the DPRK is the sole legitimate bearer of the authentic and independent Korean civilization. So South Korea is a colony of the United States. So to me, North Korea contains the history, the tradition, the how should I say, the dormant powers of Korean people and Korean civilization. So to me, there is a big future ahead for North Korea. I have a positive, optimistic view. Vietnam, I'm not too familiar with Vietnam. I heard recent news that Vietnam is working toward getting closer to solving its diplomatic issues with China diplomatically and not. I hope they don't collaborate with the United States against China in any of the disputes going forward. I hope they resolve it in a manner befitting of fraternal socialist states. Beyond this, I'm not really that familiar with Vietnam. Finally, on the question of Cuba, I think Cuba is an interesting example because Cuba seems like it's undergoing a lot of changes, but the conservatives, by conservative I mean conservative communists, they are getting the upper hand in Cuba now. Cuba is not liberalizing. It's not becoming, how should I say? It's not going to make concession to the liberal democracy and liberalism and so on. So it's following Xi example in China of doubling down on its communist basis and so on and so on. So I'm glad to see this going on for Cuba. I think we have a very paradoxical time today, right? For many decades, it was believed that this communist states will just open up, and that this is the tide of history, and then they will become more liberal, more democratic. But now we see with the era of Xi Jinping thought, the contrary is true. The tide of history is on the side of those who have moved past liberalism, moved past this. And there's a rich wealth of development and culture and future for these countries that are cultivating their post-liberal identity. Cuba, communist, China, the communist, North Korea, same thing, and so on and so on. Russia, I'm not a fan of Putin, but to me, Putin is somewhat resisting the West. And also the Communist Party in Russia, I heard, is gaining ground, and Putin's scared, scared of them. So that's good news as well. But this post-liberal, post-American, specifically see, to me, Americanism is globalism. Americanism is universal culture, universal values, human rights, so on and so on. We are moving into a post-American era. And to me, American socialist patriotism is geopolitically post-American. We must, as American communists, focus inward, internally. Yes, we must examine and embrace the indigenous Native American. They have a big part to play to shape the identity of America, always have. Also, the black population, Hispanic, and so on and so on. But we must focus inward and arrive at our own unique, particular civilization or identity or something, right? America can no longer be the universal state. We must be just another state, right? You have Poland, you have France, you have Germany, Britain, Greece, whatever. And we must also have America, just as another country, no longer as the universal America.
Yes, but don't you think that this question about these countries was the analysis of the future, and the reform of Deng was very similar to reform which taken place in Poland few years earlier, in the time of Gierek. And in 1970s, he started to make the Polish economy, socialist economy, was collaborating with the Western banks and Western technologies. And in the first years, it provoked a big growth of the economy. So 1971, 72, 73, 74, the Polish economy was growing very, very fast. But in the time of the crisis in 1979, it's finished, and it was the first crisis in the socialist state, because normally in socialist state the difference between the socialism and capitalism is that because of the central plan economy in the socialism, there are no something like crisis. In Poland we have crisis in 1979, and a few years later it provoked the counter-revolution in Poland. And do you think that this class of the millionaires or billionaires which are now in China, that they also will try to make counter-revolution or China, or maybe Xi Jinping, he will make something like Stalin in 1929?
It's interesting. So I don't know too much about the Polish history, but to me, was not the economic reform also correspond to a political liberalization? Liberalization?
Oh, in Poland, there was also very active the Catholic Church movement.
Yeah.
So we have the Catholic Church movement. We have the working strike people who are demands in 1980s when they starting to strike in Poland. They wanted the better socialism. They wanted that socialism is socialism, not the economy was in crisis,
Yeah, yeah.
and there was and some things was reserved only for the people from the directors of the parties. So
Yeah.
workers were angry, and these workers were manipulated by the anti-communists, by the church. It was the time when the Polish Pope became the Pope, the Pole became a Pope. So a lot of people. It was the time of the big reaction in the time of the ideology. The
Yeah.
socialism in 1950s was something popular in the young Poles, because there was a lot of enthusiasm to rebuilding Poland. The Poland was destroyed, and the young workers became a member of the Workers' Party, and they they wanted to build something new which didn't exist before. But from the ideological perspective, in 1980s already socialism is falling. The party is still in the power, but nobody said about socialism. The legitimization of the party, it is patriotism. The legitimization of the opposition, it is anti-communism, Catholicism, will of USA, and stuff like this. But nobody defends socialist system in 1980s.
To me, the central issue, as far as I can see, was Poland did have a liberalization of economy, but it didn't have its own indigenous building up of productive forces and capital. So in China, China had an indigenous basis of capital accumulation after the Great Leap Forward. It separated the peasants from their means of production, and from this, it was able to build up its own national industrial system. Poland, when it liberalized its economy, was still relying on foreign loans to build up its economy, but it didn't have its independent engine of the economy. Its independent national industrial base that can survive crisis, right? So I think there's a lot of differences between Poland and China. But granted, there is a kind of class struggle being waged in China now. Now, it's not a class struggle of people clashing on the streets and direct political conflict, but it's an internal structural reform. And we have seen Xi and the Communist Party, they've been very successful, so it's been one sided. But if there will be a form of resistance by a faction of the Chinese ruling class, ruling class, the people who have benefited, the new class, right? Uh, if they are going to resist this structural reform or not, to me is up, and we don't know. We don't know. They so far have not shown, as far as I can see, any major signs, but it's always a possibility. Um, Xi has tremendous popular support within China, so I think the future is open. But I have an optimistic view and want to have the confidence that Chinese dynasties have lasted hundreds and hundreds of years, right? I hope we are out of the 20th century and into an era in which it's possible for the first time the Communist Party may rule for uh, thousands of years. It may rule for many, many centuries to come. Many people speculate China has finally arrived at its breaking point. But what if China has gotten to a point of the party has become harmonious with the Chinese civilization? The period of troubles and turmoil is over, right? The age of civil wars and revolutions and so on and so on. So I hope that's my optimistic view. The Communist Party will be here to stay for many, many centuries to come.
And what do you think about the populist movement in Latin America, the election in Peru, in Bolivia, in Venezuela, last election in in uh, in Nicaragua, election in Honduras, which was few days ago. In every of this country, the leftist forces take power. And do you think that this is something like the social democracy from Europe? So it will be normal capitalist system, but a little leftist, or you think that it is chance for changing, that they will try to, I don't know, to make something other than capitalism?
To me, the most important thing is not the economic system per se. One has to have both the geopolitical, sociological, and should I put it, kind of civilizational analysis, right? So to me, geopolitically speaking, a difference with a social democracy is an umbrella of U.S. imperialism. It doesn't have a sovereign basis in its own countries, right? Uh, to me, this populism within Latin America represents authentic striving to create sovereign power of Latin American power, right? Sovereign from United States, sovereign from foreign capital, sovereign from this. So to me, the most important thing is to build independent industrial and economic base to no longer be reliant on the United States. Now, experimenting with different social system is then possible, right? First, you must win the sovereignty. You must win this self-determination and win being able to build a state of your own people. Then you have the freedom to experiment with different social systems, right? Some countries in Latin America want to experiment with Bitcoin and so on. We see Venezuela has done socialistic experiments of socialistic forms of ownership and so on and so on. But these are only made possible because they are representing an broader indigenous movement to create the sovereignty of the people in those countries and the civilization. To me, the Latin American movements we should not just see the world ideologically, right? The world is not an ideological conflict between different ideologies. It's also a geopolitical and civilizational conflict. So we should also view Latin American communism within the context of the unique Latin American civilization. What is Latin America? What does it represent? What kind of countries are Latin America? What form of state would they have? What culture? What people? And so on and so on. These are very, very important questions. The communists have been successful in Latin America because they have been the most successful, as in China, as in Soviet Union, so on and so on, in representing this, right? This unique reality. So, to me, Latin America is a kind of mystery to me, right? Because uh, we don't know what we don't know. There's a word multipolarity, right? There's different polarities. We haven't seen what the Latin American polarity looks like, how to think about the national question in Latin America. So it's a very open future. But what I will say is that a big personal inspiration to me and my view of things like populism and so on was Chavismo, Hugo Chavez, his movement. To me, that was the first major inspiration from the real world in defining my own sense of what socialism or communism is or what it means.
And what is your analysis of this question of identity politics, which is very important now to the left in the Western countries?
To me, it's a complete false. It's a complete sham. Not specifically because it doesn't represent anything real. There is a national question in the United States, obviously, with the black population. And yes, there is a lot of derangement and perversion of the so called conservatives who have a pathology against the sexual minorities, right? And we should be opposed to this. But to me, the identity politics, the number one problem is the ideology and practice of intersectionalism, which uses establishments and academia and politically correct bubbles, right, to filter reality in a politically correct way and basically gatekeep movements. Like, to me, intersectionality, this idea that all identity struggles are equal with the class struggle and they have to be mediated, and this doesn't allow any breathing room for an acknowledgement of organic spontaneity of the authentic people and authentic masses. They're trying to create their own fake people in place of the real ones, right? The Communist Party here is the same way. They say, there's this populism is bad. Our populism is better because we are intersectional. But where's your people? It's just you. So we need to recognize material reality of the people and the working class comes first. If you believe that your LGBT and so on is progressive in the authentic materialist historical sense, then you must have the faith that any anti-LGBT sentiments among the working class are inauthentic and that they can be shown or persuaded or guided to a contrary view than the reactionary view they may have. But you can't dismiss people for having the reactionary view in the first place. It's up to you to show them why the reactionary view is wrong. If you can't do that, maybe your view is the reactionary one and they're correct. It's a matter of what do you really believe here, right? So to me, I like to look at identity politics as opposed to viewing it as a matter of like, we need to, here's the LGBT, here's the women, here's the minorities, I don't like looking at it this way. I like looking at it in terms of problems, right? Why is there such a big fuss over LGBT? Because in a sense, a conventional way that we culturally relate to sexuality has been changed, right? Sexuality is going through a crisis in general. Communists should just be at peace with that fact. We should be at peace with the fact that with the internet and with mass media, and there's no longer a direct sense of familiarity in terms of sexuality and so on. So we should just be reconciled with that fact instead of focusing so much on the symptom. We should get to the root cause, right? And why it is many people have anti-LGBT views is because they're experiencing a turmoil of their own traditional sexual norms and so on and so on. We shouldn't become extreme here and like embrace this turmoil and say this turmoil is a good thing. We should try to find a way to show people they can be at peace with their traditional gender and sexual norms while at the same time not being threatened by the sexual minorities. So that's my view.
Okay. Maybe do you want to ask something about Poland or France? Because I am living in France. I am not living in Poland. I am in Poland. Me, like thousands of Poles in my generation, we emigrated in the time when the Poland became a member of the European Union. So the many people emigrated because it is easy way to change your salary to a little bigger.
Uh, I guess I would ask among the Polish left. Sometimes in some ex-communist states, you see a divide. You see a more pro-American left and a more pro-Russian left. Is this the same in Poland or?
It's difficult to say that it is divide. I can say that this divide is the 98% is pro-American. So
Ah, okay.
so you in my channel you can find an interview which I made with Mateusz Piskorski. He was a leader of the party Zmiana. It is change in English, and he tried to build the party which wanted to fight that Polish will not be member of NATO, that the American will go from Poland, and he was arrested. He was imprisoned 3 years. He was accused that he is a Russian spy, and still he can't leave Poland because all the time the process is that is trial that 3-4 times a year they are there are something, but so it is very long procedure. It was in from 19 so from 2016 to 2019. He was in jail. Now he is in his house, but he can't leave Poland. The most of the Polish left is very pro-American. So if you looked the history of the Poland, it was the time of the rule of the social democracy in 2001 2005, when Poland sent Polish troops to Afghanistan, Polish sent troops to Iraq, Poles decided to build in Poland the prison for CIA, and Poland was active in the colored revolution in Ukraine in 2004. And so the Polish social democracy is very active in the supporting imperialism. All the time they are very active. All the time they organize something against Belarus, against Lukashenko. So we have licitation. Which party is the most pro-American? One party which is now in power, PIS, Law and Justice, and the Social Democracy. They try to fight who will be the guy who ruling Poland in the name of the America. And because social democracy have money because they have structure. So all the medias leftist medias, which of course are very very weak. My YouTube channel in Polish language is the same popularity like the social democracy, which is now in parliament. And I don't have money, I don't have sponsor, I don't have money from the state. But it's a problem because we have corruption. This corruption which existed in Democratic Party, when you have some lefties who wanted to make a career, and if you want to be published like intelligentsia, you have to be in good relation with the social democracy. And social democracy all the time they support this imperialist politic of the USA. And when Piskorski was in prison, everybody were silent about this. Today, when Assange is in prison, everybody is silent. But when the Navalny or the somebody like Protasiewicz in Belarus, they speak about this all the time.
You, so, as a foreign observer, right, I see parallels with American situation, some in some kind of way. My view, my impression is that a Polish communism, revived communist movement, has no future among the existing Polish left at all. To me, even Polish left may even be a more dangerous enemy than the populist right, to an extent. Populist right is obviously very reactionary, vile, dangerous, and so on. But uh, to me, the probably most important and successful position the Polish communists can adopt is precisely the one that had gotten I imagine he may be your comrade in prison, which is probably why he was put in prison in the first place, because it has so much explosive potential to start something, is a populist Polish patriotism against the EU. And that's an important one too, because when economic crisis comes, it's important to blame the EU. EU is important to blame because uh, EU represents Polish being part of the polarity of the Western European countries and Germany specifically. So against the EU, against NATO, and against the presence of US troops. It may be an unpopular position now, but I think it's a firm position that will be able to build some kind of basis. It would probably have to be underground and so on and so on. But to me, this kind of pro-imperialist left within Poland, it's, I imagine, more urbanized, more liberal, more elitist, and so on. They they are there's a kind of, I detect, class struggle going on in Poland between the popular masses, countryside, the backward countryside, and so on and so on, who may also represent the legacy of the communist Poland. They probably anti-communist, but life was probably a little bit better under the communism. Some respects, maybe, right?
Life in the socialist Poland was much more better than today.
Yeah.
That we had all this question of the housing, of the hospitals, of the schools, and we have work in Poland now. The problem, I am agree with the question of NATO, with the military bases of USA, with the all this Western geopolitics. But EU is something different. EU, it is for the Polish working class. It is for me, for example. But people like me in my age, there are thousands. The truck drivers in European Union, if you go to Germany to the parking in the autoroute, you will see that the half of the trucks, this is the Polish trucks. You will go to the construction, you will see that there are a lot of workers from Poland or from Romania, from other countries. So in the same time, when the Polish government and have a lot of wars with the Brussels, with the European Commission, the popularity of staying in EU in the Polish population is very, it is 70 or 80%. So today I am against, when I am speaking with comrades. Of course, we are against the European Union, but it is not something when we said publicly
Yeah,
we
yeah,
need to fight
yeah.
for Polexit, because the workers, the neighbor of Poland is Ukraine, and Ukraine is not a member of European Union. And you see that, of course, our salaries is the smallest one in Europe, in European Union, but in Ukraine is worse than in Poland. So
I don't think advocacy for leaving EU would be wise, but maybe uh, Poland has disputes with the EU, like Greece did on briefly with Syriza and so on. If maybe the position should be, we deserve a more fair deal with the EU. We deserve, as Poland, more from the EU. We deserve a better deal. And if it gets to the point of the EU threatens to kick Poland out, by that time, the patriotic sentiment will have become so high, similar to in Greece, that in a referendum, the Poles will probably vote to leave. If you can accelerate this tension to that point, it's not there yet, but in Greece, for example, uh, when they voted in the referendum, it was a matter of patriotic feeling, left or right, didn't matter, right? They voted to leave, to reject the terms created by the European Union for the restructuring of Greek debt, and they said, "Fuck it, we reject this." And even if it means leaving the EU, yes, you know. So I think
yes,
yes,
but
you're
what was after the referendum?
the betrayal by the Syriza,
Yes, but
Tsipras.
after, in the time of the referendum, the Central European Bank will cut money to Greece. So
Yeah, yes, but
1 week without money, and the economy of Greece was totally collapsed. In Poland, so it was the lesson for every country who wants to fight with Brussels. In 1 week we can destroy your economy. So you know that they are bad guys, but how to deal with them, it is in the our strategy, because we have the Polish Workers' Party. We are recreated this party which existed in the time of war, and our strategy is take power in Poland to in the program of building socialism. And building socialism in Poland, it is something which is impossible in the European Union, because we need to nationalize Polish industry and stuff like this, and it is against the laws of the Maastricht Treaty. So we want to firstly take power, try to build socialism, and in the time with the conflict of EU, say to Polish people, watch, Brussels is against our election, is against socialism. It is why now we can leave, but we have to firstly take power and after leave the EU. If not, there will be, the situation in Poland will be worse than today. For example, I don't know if you know that now we have the theocratical government which ban abortion,
yeah,
make a Catholic priest in every schools, Catholic propaganda, and it is something that now if we leave you and the countries, bourgeois countries like Czech Republic or Netherlands, they allowed Polish women free make abortion. So for the Polish women which are pregnant, the fact that Poland is the member of the European Union, it is something which help to fight with
yeah.
these theocratic idiots.
I understand this. There's a similar view here in the United States. Like it's better for Joe Biden than Trump. right? It is materially, but communists should be thinking in long term. Of course, it would be worse in the short term, but to me, this is the only. I mean, one should not tail behind the right wing forces in Poland, but one should be able to risk creating a hegemonic popular force that is willing to risk leaving the EU even before seizure of power. Like, for example, in the case of Greece, uh, all it would have taken was Varoufakis's parallel payment system, which was going to use the cryptocurrency. There, we are experiencing a currency revolution anyway, right? Which I don't think the EU is going to be able to survive. But all it takes is someone like Varoufakis to be able to implement a risky parallel payment system, and the EU would be totally powerless. The problem is that Tsipras and the other people in Syriza were scared of Varoufakis' plan because they decided that it would be better to just play it safe than to take risks. But revolutionaries must be willing to take risks, right? And do things that have not been done before. Take things to territory that's uncharted. When Lenin in the October Revolution, when they pulled out of the war, when they experienced civil war, I mean, the situation of the former Russian Empire was a disaster. It was horrible, famine. It would years later, it was a complete catastrophe, right? Because they took that risk. But we see in the long term that it was all worth it, right? Uh, with the Soviet Union and so on and so on. So I'm not Polish, so it's not really my business anyway. But just from my foreign limited perspective, I think an attitude of skepticism, or at least willingness to confront the EU, can be combined with a popular communist position, even before seizing power. Because this is also something that, to think about, is that if you're a communist in Poland who wants to build socialism in Poland, the question of what about the EU is always going to loom over you. People will ask you, what about the EU? How are you going to do this under the EU, right? When you get in power, by that time, you will have to have given people some kind of message about your stance toward the EU, and like, uh, how are you going to deal with the EU making it not possible, right? So either way, one is going to have to risk fostering anti-EU sentiment, even when we have a reactionary, or you have a reactionary government in power.
Yes, but EU exists not so long. The western neighbor of Poland, Germany, it is we are the neighbors from 1,000 years, and one third of the Polish territory before Second World War, it was Germany. And after the finish of the war, in this place, in the western part of Poland, there was Soviet troops. So Soviet troops are defending the Poland from Germany, who wanted to take back this land. Now we don't have Soviet army in Poland. Now we have the situation that we have we have not army at all. In socialist Poland, we have 3,000, 300,000 army. We had a lot of tanks, a lot of and every Pole was the military service was obligatory for everybody. Now we are totally the army is not existed. We are totally dependent the NATO, and without European Union, there is the danger that the German will take back this land, which and nobody stop them because there are not Soviet army. So we will leave the European Union, but in the same time the Germans say, okay, you leave the European Union, so we will take half of your territory. And
Well, if it ever came to that point, you will have already accomplished so much. Like, it's good to get to that point. That point, you're on the road to making things more interesting. This is like a scenario from like a strategy game, you know, like. But to be serious, I know it's a serious issue, but the struggle for communism is a tumultuous, dangerous, and risky struggle. I mean, we saw World War II and the invasion by the Nazis of the Soviet Union, and so on and so on. It's a life. It's a world historical struggle whose stakes are even greater than death. It's my view. So one must be able to risk it all, right? And I don't think one should worry about this scenario because if it ever got to that point, Poland will not. Germany has invaded Poland before, and Poland was not alone in fighting Germany for this reason. And I doubt Poland would be alone fighting Germany again. Such a circumstance of territorial annexation. Certainly, others would get involved. Almost certainly. And even beyond then, you would have a patriotic struggle that would undoubtedly be led by communist forces. They would be immortalized as the leaders of the Polish people for centuries to come, you know. So one must risk everything, it's my view. But that's just my personal view, you know.
You know, today from the I can say what could be your work to the Polish population because Poland now is colonized country, colonized in the mental way. So we the Polish population are learning English in school. It is obligatory for everybody. We are in Polish television. You have only the American films, videos, series. When they are election in USA, all the time they speak about this in the Polish media. So if one day the communism will be popular in United States, if one day you will take power, your party, your comrades will take power in the USA, we can show the Polish population, you see, we have to make like America is communist, so now we have to fight for communism because we love America. uh, so so this is the way how you can help us taking power in your country.
I agree. I think that's a good place to. It's a good note to leave things off on. But it was a great discussion. I think my audience learned a lot from you, and hopefully not the last.
I invite you to the because today I interviewed you. I asked question. Next time, if you have time, we can organize debate. I will invite some comrades, maybe Professor Drwensky, because I collaborate with here where I am living in France. I have some contact with the academic circles. So is the Professor Drwesky, Professor Anila Croaris, and it's a little. I am not only one here. Okay, comrades, thank you for your time. Very good conversation, and take care.
Thank you so much, and take care. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Oof. That was a really that was really long. All right.
My pride and only care.
I gotta piss.
Come day, go day, wishing me heart it was Sunday. Drinking buttermilk all the week, whiskey on a Sunday. He sits on the corner of Beggar's Bush, astride of an old packing case. And the dolls on the end of the blind were dancing as he crooned with a smile on his face. Come day, go day, wishing me heart it was Sunday. Drinking buttermilk all the week, whiskey on a Sunday. His tired old hands drove the wooden beam, and the puppets they danced up and down. A far better show than you ever will see in the fanciest theatre in town. Come day, go day, wishing me heart it was Sunday. Drinking buttermilk all the week, whiskey on a Sunday. But in 1902, old Seth Davy died. His song, it was heard no more. The three dancing dolls in the dustbin were thrown, and the plank went to mend the back door. Come day, go day, wishing me heart it was Sunday. Drinking buttermilk all the week, whiskey on a Sunday. But on some stormy nights, we're away, with the wind blowing up on the sea. You can still hear the songs of lonely day as he goes to his dancing baby. Come take away, wishing me heart it was Sunday. Drinking buttermilk all the week, whiskey on a Sunday. Come take all day, wishing me heart it was Sunday. Drinking buttermilk all the week. Oh, come tell me, Sean O'Farrell, where the gathering meant to be. When it's a bush and listen, and his steer was all aglow. I bear orders from the captain, you ready quick and soon. For the pikes all together at the rising of the moon. At the rising of the moon, at the rising of the moon. And the bikes must be together at the rising of the moon. Well, has then gone O'Farrell, where the gathering's meant to be. I should be out by the river, well known to you and me. I want more for signal token, whistle up the marching crew. And tykes must know your shoulder at the rising of the moon. At the rising of the moon, at the rising of the moon. Put your pike upon your shoulder at the rising of the moon.
Hey, fuck Peter Wiley! Fuck Peter Wiley! Fuck Peter Wiley! No more bad optics! No more bad optics, no more bad angles. We only having good angles here on out. Good angles, good optics, good views. That's what we're doing. No more fucking bad energy from Peter Bitch Wiley, the fucking witch doctor of negativity. No more bad optics from the witch doctor of negativity, Peter Wiley. Peter Bitch Wiley. Ain't no more fucking bad optics from Peter fucking Wiley. No more. No more.
There beside the singing river, that dark mass of men was seen. Way above of the shining weapons on their own beloved green.
Does the new Channel 5 have TOS? Does it have TOS? Does it have TOS? We're gonna watch a Durham Operations banger first. Okay, we're gonna watch a Durham Operations banger first.
And her army boys for freedom.
Okay, question number 1 that I have. Okay, that's all TOS. Okay, base superstructure, thank you so much. I have no idea why Durham puts TOS shit in those fucking videos. But thank you so much for that. So guys, I have a question, right? I just got a simple question. It's not really that hard of a question. Just a simple, good old question. But okay. Chinese users overwhelmingly make comments in support of Kyle Rittenhouse. What do the Baizhuo have to say about that? What do the Baizhuo have to say about that? What do they got to say about that, huh? I wonder what they got to say. I mean, that didn't surprise me. I'm sure it surprises them. It don't surprise me. Not in the slightest. But, you know, I don't know. What do they have to say about this? XQC just watched it. Okay, we can watch it. We're going to watch the Durham Operations thing first. Oh, look at this. Vosh fails.
Vosh.
Let me actually react to this first. Vosh, Joe Rogan. Did you guys see the Joe Rogan meme? Because I wanted to talk about it. I wanted to talk about the Joe Rogan thing. Can someone please take Joe Rogan's phone away? Okay, let me show you. Why Vosh Why Vosh doesn't know anything. Vosh doesn't know anything about politics. I got banned in Destiny's chat. And what do you want me to do? You want me to fucking ask Destiny to unban you or something? Like, what do you actually want me to do? I don't know what to tell you, dude. Why were you even in his chat?
Anyway, you know, as much fun as it would be to talk about this for half an hour, I only have so much to say. I'm only really commenting on it because so
When
many
is the Substack coming out?
other people are
When I average 700 viewers again.
as well. But Joe Rogan posted a fascist meme on Instagram.
Oh no, a fascist meme.
Just earlier today, or possibly last night. Time doesn't really mean anything. It is how
Mafia Jinx ban anyone who watch you. Why? Why does Mafia Jinx have beef with me? Why is she beefing with me? What's the beef about? There's a Democrat infighting going on. Pac-Man called Vosh a plant. He is a plant. I just don't know he's a plant for specifically, right? That's the thing. He is a plant. It's just the question is, what is or who is he a plant for? She's a Hassan orbiter. So
however, like explicitly a fascist meme. I'll talk about that in a second. Here's Soaked on Left, a data mail in their natural environment, tweeting. But anyway, this is the meme, okay? So here we have the bastard union of two existing memes. The
Hassan's community hates you. I know that. You don't think I know that? I know that. I know they hate me. So
hard times leads to strong men, leads to good times, leads to weak men, leads to hard times cycle, which you've probably seen memes of with these words superimposed over images taken from paintings of the Roman Empire. Yeah. And then Joe Rogan in the comments below, we are in Kali Yuga.
all right, bro, you know, everyone on Twitter was freaking out over this. Joe Rogan's a fascist. He's not a fucking fascist, dude. You want to know why he's not a fascist? I'll tell you what. I'll tell you what my issue with Joe is, right? Now, I will admit, I'm going to just do this in the spirit of good faith, that I will admit, I don't know what G has in mind by the strong men. Like, historically, even, right? Like, in history, what does he have in mind for this? I don't know. Maybe he just meant, like, I don't know, the tough caveman who united. I don't know. Like, I don't know what he has in mind, right? But I don't really think he's thinking about it that much. So when you're like, I don't really think he's investing that much thought into this. Obviously, if you're terminally online, you're like, oh, these are where the Nazis are. Joe Rogan must be a Nazi. Yeah, I don't think that's what he meant. I think he just thought that it's kind of funny how this hard time, strong men, good. It kind of does apply to the compass well enough. I mean, these are clearly weak men. He's a libertarian, so these are clearly good times. And, but I'm more of a crisscross guy. So actually I think I would change it to be like, starts with hard times, create strong men, good times, create weak men, create hard times. So I would do a crisscross version, right? My version would be crisscross. So this is the strong men part. I agree this is good times. And this is the weak, this is the hard times part. I think is how I'd put it, right? Because remember, it's the crisscross theory of politics. These are allies, these are allies. But anyway, you know why I don't like Joe Rogan when he says this shit? We're in Kali Yoga. All of this is just part of an eternal cycle. I'm going to go and give some flack to Joe Rogan, and I'm going to actually express a negative criticism of Joe Rogan. Now, is my issue with him that this is like a fascist meme from Julius Evola? No, it's not, okay? I mean, yeah, you can read Julius Evola and be influenced by Julius Evola and not be a fascist, although I doubt Joe Rogan's influenced by Julius Evola at all. I think he's just influenced by New Age thinking, which was influenced by Theosophy, which is what influenced Julius Evola. So know the history. This is not necessarily Evolian traditionalism or whatever. This is just New Age shit, right? This is Theosophy, whatever. Which is where fucking he came from. Just don't overthink it so much. This is what leftists do. They just overthink shit and they reach. They just reach. Yeah, he's influenced by drugs. The quote is from a sci-fi book. There you go. There you go. I doubt Joe Rogan reads Julius Evola. I just fucking doubt it, right? If you think that, you're just terminally online. You have terminal online brain. And you think the whole world is just like you and it reflects fucking online bickering dumb bullshit. And it fucking doesn't, okay? It's the truth. But anyway, this is pre-Christian Eurasian tradition. No, it's not, dude. Shut the fuck up. This is just Indo-European tradition. It's the eternal Kali Yuga of the... No, that's just fucking Theosophy, which made up all that shit post hoc. It's fucking 19th century Theosophy, dude. I think you're dumb as hell. You think that this is the true Aryan, Indo-European swastika. No, dude, that was all created by fucking Theosophy, okay? No, it's not. Hinduism isn't... No, it's not. Hinduism is not like that. Hinduism is not even like that at all, dude. You don't even know anything about Hinduism if you think that. It's not. Okay? Does perennialism figure somewhere? I'm not going to get into it. It's not... You don't need to talk about perennialism when we're talking about fucking Joe Rogan. Can we at least, rein it in a little bit? We don't need to talk about fucking perennialism when we talk about this guy, okay? So, anyway, why I really dislike... I heard him say this when he was talking to Alex Jones, and I see this, and I really have an issue with it. And you want to know why I have an issue with it? Because he's just a lazy defeatist. Oh, Joe Rogan, we get it. You got a fucking Spotify deal, so now you sit on your ass and you're like, dude, this is all just part of a cycle, man. That's a defeatist mentality of someone who's given up because they already fucking are getting by fine and they're making it. You know what I mean? That's my issue with him, is defeatism. I don't like his defeatism, right? I don't like how he's like, oh, what? No, it's not a fucking eternal cycle, Joe Rogan. It's a fucking immediate thing that's going on now. You know what I mean? It's not some eternal thing that's just gonna blow over. There's a class struggle right now. There's a populist anti-establishment struggle now. It's not part of an eternal cycle. And you have a very pessimistic and defeatist view. And I don't agree with your pessimistic, fucking defeatist pothead view. You're just smoking pot all day and you're like, well, whatever. Cyclical time is one of the core foundations of Indo-Iranic, Indo-European traditions. Cyclical time is the core foundation of every tradition besides Abrahamic, what do you call it? Eschatological and messianic millenarian tradition. Okay? So the cyclical view of time is not unique. It's not like a profound ancient secret of the Indo-European tradition. It's part of every tradition, the Chinese one, whatever, African, Aztec, Mayan, whatever you want. They're all cyclical views of time. The non-cyclical view of time begins with monotheism, right? So that's not basically all non-Abrahamic traditions. Yeah, I agree. All non-Abrahamic traditions. All of them. But there's a reason for that, right? And Nietzsche tries to interpret that in a specific way or whatever, and all that whole tradition, right? But you got to take all that with a grain of salt. Monotheism is older than polytheism. Islamic metaphysics also has a cyclical view of time in a way too. It does. The notion of statehood by Islamic philosophers was cyclical. It was a cyclical view of statehood. So it just depends on what you mean. No tradition is truly a cyclical view of time. Every single tradition, alongside its cyclical view of time, does have a notion of a final end times and a final beginning. Even Hinduism. Hinduism is not eternally cyclical. Even Hinduism has a non-cyclical view of ultimately non-cyclical, right? So cycles are part of an ultimate thing, right? That's why Hinduism, for example, you guys have to understand that all of these pagan religions are originally monotheistic and at their core fundamentally monotheistic. They've deviated from their original monotheistic basis, but that's what's underpinning all of it, right? But anyway, Vaush, of course, has to read into this and be like, Joe Rogan's a fascist. This is fascism. Oh my God. No, it's not, dude. You're reading too much into it. Joe Rogan's a pothead. He is a pothead. But maybe it opens a broader discussion, which I'm open to, of the issue of New Age DMT paganism. Is that a dangerous thing? I don't like calling anything dangerous, but I think spiritually it's rotten and corrupt. But the reason I don't talk about it is because, bruh, some of the bitches I've been with, I haven't been with many, but like, bruh, let me tell you something. The girls that you know what I mean? They're into that shit. You get what I'm saying? And I'm not trying to scare the hoes away, or maybe I am, but bruh, I have good experiences with them. You know what I'm saying? I got good experiences all around. And I don't know if I want to go too hard on the new age shit. I mean, maybe I will, but you know, when I was with like a new age person, multiple by the way, actually, I zip my lips. I don't say shit. I say, oh, well, they're talking all this spirituality, pothead, dumb bullshit. And I'm like, oh, cool, whatever. I'm not even saying shit. I'm just ignoring it, you know? Because let me tell you what, you know what I mean? Like, damn, bro. I just had a dream last night. Reminds me of that. I had a crazy dream. But anyway, yeah, that's exactly the issue. Sheba, who got it correctly, exactly how it is. So many hot bitches love rocks. And that's just how it is. That's just how it is. You know what I mean? And I know it's satanic and there's a fundamental evil to it. But, you know what I mean? Like, I don't know, man. It's worth it. To me, it's kind of worth it. I don't know. But anyway, let's continue watching this.
The age of conflict. All the chaos we're seeing right now was predicted in Hinduism thousands of years ago. Civilizations move.
Okay, he said some dumb pothead shit. Who cares, fucking Vaush? If anything, you know what the left is doing? The left is a pipeline from normies to fascism. So if you're a dumb Joe Rogan fan and you saw this, you'd be like, cool, whatever. And you'd move on. But if you go on Twitter and you're like, Julius Evola, fascism and the Nazis, you're like, huh? Let me look into that. And then you're going to do your independent research in it. And you're going to be like hooked. You're going to be like, this is what they don't want us to know? Well, it's so dangerous they don't want us to know about this. It must be true. And then all of a sudden you're going to have a bunch of dipshits who, you know, are going to become fucking swastika neo-Nazis because fucking leftists made a big deal out of it on Twitter. You know what I mean? It's so fucking annoying, dude. Like, if people like Vaush would just shut the fuck up, someone would come across this and they'd be like, cool. And then nothing else, right? But because Twitter made a big deal out of it, you just converted 500, weird. And I don't really care either. Fine. I don't even care, dude. I don't care if people believe this. Why do I care? I don't care. I just think it's cringe. But is it threatening? Is it a menace? This is really dangerous. Okay, Vosh, explain why believing this is dangerous. Just why? Why? Rogan says we are here. He said we're in the weak men phase, which means he's not even advocating for like the strong men to rise. He's like, oh, we're fucked.
Move in predictable cycles, and we are in the lower left-hand square of the chart. So
this is the one thing that Joe is right about. Like, indisputably, he's fucking correct. I don't care who you are, what you are, where you are, what you're about, who you're about, why you're about, for you're about, where you're about, who you're about, what you're about, is you about, why you about, who you about, true you about, whatever you about. This is the truest shit, he said. We are in the lower left one right now. 1,000% we're in the weak men one. 1,000%.
he thinks we're in the weak men side.
He's referring to people like you, Vosh.
Right there. Do your best to elevate yourself and the world around you from the madness that is in the air, but understand that this insanity is part of an infinite process. So,
there is a kind of like, no, there is something I do kind of agree with Joe about. That's a bit like, it is a good mentality to have, is be like, don't take it personally. But the way I do it is I have a structural class analysis. Like, I'm like, the reason why we have this dumb bullshit around us is I do a class analysis because we have a rotten establishment, and I have a Lacanian psychoanalytic understanding of the recyclement of values and the foreclosure of the signifier and the whatever. You know what I mean? Like, I have this rise of incest, all this kind of shit. I have my own psychoanalytic view, so I don't take it personally. I'm not like, I don't, it ain't, like, when I see these lefty people, that are being fucking retweeted on Twitter. Retweeted on Twitter. It doesn't surprise me. You think it surprised me? It doesn't. I'm like, yeah, that's how they are, you know? Is incest going to be legal? Yes, it will.
I'm actually going to assume that the people who watch me regularly understand why there's an issue with this, and I'm...
Yeah, because they're all weak men. What are you going to do about it, dude? There's an issue with this. And? What do you mean there's an issue? You gonna MMA match with Rogan about it? Like, what are you gonna do? I don't get it. There's an issue, guys. There's an issue. There's an issue with this. What angle are you coming at this from? Guys, this is problematic. What does that mean? What does that mean? What does that mean in reality? What does that mean? It means I'm going to cross my arms and look at you like this. Get out of my Starbucks. Get out of my coffee shop. Get out of my coffee shop, Joe Rogan. You're not allowed. Get out of my Starbucks. Hold on, give me a sec. Here we go with the dumb dipshit Monka S's in the chat. Every single fucking time I just answer the door to get food. Got these dumb fucks. Oh my god. What happened to Hans? And you know, you count it and it's like 15 seconds. I'm like gone for 15 seconds. 500 viewers leave and the whole chat is freaking out. I'm scared to use the bathroom now, you know? I use the bathroom and people fucking go crazy. Bunch of fucking children. For real.
I'm going to direct the remainder of this brief commentary towards people who maybe like Joe Rogan and don't necessarily like me. So that's the framing we're going to go with this, okay? So
that's us. So let's see if Vaush can convince us.
There are a couple of issues here, okay? It should be noted that the hard times leads to strong men, leads to etc. stuff is generally attributed to, or at least associated with, Julius Evola.
What? No. Thank you, Jan Arm. Okay. He just botched that whole thing. Thank you, Jan Arm. If you're watching this, I want you to know Vaush is a dumb fuck. He literally just botched that whole thing. So the Kali Yuga thing is associated with Julius Evola in origin. But the hard times meme is not. That's just a meme on the internet that makes sense to people. You don't need to know who Julius Evola is for that to make sense to you. But because Vaush is an idealist, he thinks there's these fundamental concepts and ideas that underpin the way in reality is intuitively sensible to people. So he's going to attribute the just clarity with which that meme gives to people, and that's just it makes sense intuitively. He's going to be like, well, that's because you're under the spell of Julius Evola. Julius Evola, the magician, has... No, that's fundamental idealist stupidity, right? It makes sense first, and then you can maybe talk about this bullshit about like, oh, you're under a spell and all this dumb fucking stupid shit, you know?
Talked about this guy on stream before, but this is the guy who thought Nazi Germany didn't go far enough, who thought women were subhuman, and who limped away from, what was it, the wreckage of Berlin with shrapnel in his back, and it like blew out his...
Okay, but you're really just personalizing it, and he met Himmler once. You know, his relationship with Nazism is not that clear cut, I don't think, from what I know about him. But yeah, he was broadly aligned with them, I guess. Was he? I'm pretty sure he was against them. He rejected their racial theories. Didn't he? Pretty sure he did.
Based.
He was critical
Thanks
toward
to
them.
at Infrared Show for my sub gift.
Thank you, Raccoon. He was critical toward them. Yeah, he was. I don't really like Evola, but he was... Yeah, he wasn't liked by them, and he was critical toward them. Yeah. He didn't have a good relation to them. Yeah. So, Bausch, why are you... This is like the Dugan meme. Oh, there's just some magician behind... Oh, this is how fucking soy boys and weaklings wake up and this is how they deal with life. They're like, there's some dark magician behind it. They short of being able to just use their common sense about why that meme might be popular, they have to like attribute it to some like Rasputin that's responsible. You know?
His spine. He's like the mega super fascist, you know, like he's like so yeah, he thought Mussolini was too much of a liberal.
This is the dumbest shit I've ever heard in my life. No, Evola was a traditionalist. He was not a fascist himself. And he was a critic of modernity. So if he thought Mussolini was too liberal, it's because he thought Mussolini's fascism didn't break with modernity. But that doesn't mean he like wanted to take the crimes of fascism to 100, right? He did call himself a super fascist in his trial. Yeah, because he's a fucking provocative intellectual who does that to make like some like, you know, intellectual point. Like, oh, you know how fucking intellectuals do that shit, right?
He was, yeah, CEO of fascism. I could talk about all of his beliefs, but basically like everything people...
And I can call your bluff, Bosch. Talk about him.
think is bad, he believed in. It's pretty much it. He was, I'm going to simplify this a bit.
He was not the CEO of fascism whatsoever.
A deeply weak and paranoid man who, like many other men of his type, fantasized about building walls around himself, both in a personal and social sense.
So, are you gonna like fight him or something? Why are you like making all these personal attacks? Yeah, it all comes from this guy named Julius Evola, and he had like a super small penis, and he was just like such an asshole. Is that how you're gonna introduce? Like, what a fucking dumbass, dude. What's the point of this?
And I think it's that paranoia that leads people towards ideas like this, which I'll break apart in a few ways.
How could anyone look at Vaush and not see that we live in the weak, man? Like, Vaush, looking at you is enough. I don't have to be paranoid. Paranoia comes from this concern and worry that there's like this force that's not yet an imminent threat, but is like about to be. Well, you are here, Vaush. I don't have to be paranoid. I just have to be a realist. You're right here, dude. You do represent the decline of fucking civilization. And if you deny that, you're a fucking idiot.
First of all, the idea that hard times leads to strong men, etc., is completely stupid in a
Why?
historical. It doesn't actually mean anything. If you think about it for more than like 2 minutes, it really doesn't mean anything. Like, people are always... I understand that intuitively there's a kind of logic here, right? That people who are competent will produce good societies, but people become decadent in those good societies, and that decadence then leads to a weaker society. Like, I understand there's kind of intuitive logic here, but the issue is, if you take a look at history, this is just not true. For example, if hard times leads to strong men, what happened during the medieval period?
Strong men. What a stupid fuck, dude. Just look at any example in history. The Chinese warlord era, the fucking anything, dude. Of course, hard times lead to strong men, you dumbass. Unless you call it the Dark Ages because you're... You know what? He's literally doing the Jason Unruhe Dark Ages meme where there's no progress in the Dark Ages. Hey, dude, they only call it the Dark Ages because we don't know what happened there. It's not the Dark Ages because the time was so horrible and dark the whole time. It's because we don't actually have adequate knowledge over what happened during the medieval period because so much was lost, right? So much wasn't recorded. Believe it or not, there was periods of flourishment and good times during the period that's called the Middle Ages. There was that, dude. You're just a stupid fuck who's just historically illiterate and relying on tropes rather than a serious examination of history.
For well over 1,000 years across the breadth of Europe, you had dozens of generations of men and women who
Is this fucking idiot trying to say that the entire duration of the 1,000 years was hard times? Is that what he's trying to say? Because that's the most historically illiterate, dumb bullshit I've ever fucking heard. 1,000 years of weaklings, Vaush could crush them instantly. Oh my god. What Vaush is trying to say is that we had a bunch of brutes and barbarians rule, but then soy boys had the courage to rise up. And the Dark Ages were over when the light and shining light of science and nerds find it. Shut the fuck up, Vaush. That's not how it fucking happened. Because the modern world was also built by barbarians. By people like fucking Napoleon, you dumbass. Revolutions, French Revolution, U.S. War of Independence, 30 Years' War, all these things gave birth to modernity and the Enlightenment, not to mention the Mongol conquests.
plowed the fields, who lived rustic, difficult lives. Half of their children died at birth. Their women died in birth like 15% of the time. And what came of it?
What came of it? I don't know. The modern world? What do you mean what came of it? What do you mean what came of it, dude? Do I have to name all of the different periods of flourishing? And what about the Renaissance, dude? You ever heard of the European Renaissance? Are you stupid? What are you even talking about?
I mean, you did have occasional bursts of inspiration and technological advancement, but you know when and where those happened? They happened mostly in universities, and during the Enlightenment, they happened in the relatively erudite cities, largely by people who had never ever worked a farm.
Yeah, and their ability to do that was based on the strong men who fought the wars and conquered the territory, etc., in the first place, you dumbass. This guy apparently doesn't understand the thing that Joe Rogan posted, which I find stupid too for different reasons. But the meme isn't that strong men are the ones doing everything. It's strong men lead to good times lead to weak men. So the good times isn't just going to be strong men. It's going to be people taking advantage of that. The problem is that produces a lot of weak people in universities like you're talking about. And for as much as they have achievements in the good times, their rule leads to corruption and decadence, which leads to hard time. And that's the cycle, right? Get the fucking cycle right first before you start saying dumb shit like this.
People who would have been considered quite decadent. the other day. It was actually, if you take a look at the medieval period, and I'm simplifying massively because this is such a reductive way of analyzing history. Decadence and wealth is generally what leads to good times. The wealth of...
No, it's not! It is the good times, you fucking idiot! Decadence and wealth is what happens during good times. It's not what leads to good times. It's what happens during them. Otherwise, where did the decadence and wealth come from, Vaush? You think it was always there? It came from strong men. You can't even fucking debunk Joe Rogan's dumb picture correctly. What a fucking idiot, dude. He can't even debunk it correctly. What am I even looking at?
Europe was built upon the innovation, technology, and leadership which stemmed from the wealthiest points within those societies.
This is just the great man theory of history. The Marxist view, Vaush, is that innovation and creative ideas follow from material historical premises that were already established and laid before to begin with. Innovation, this is Vaush's Steve Jobs theory of history, that innovation just follows from giving soy boys the space to be themselves. No, innovation happens when soy boys, all in the universities, whatever, already have the opportunity to draw out the insights and techniques that were opened up and made possible by more fundamental historical revolutions, aka shit that was made by the strong men. He literally has an aristocratic view of history where the elites are responsible for all progress and the pits and peasants are just toiling in the fields doing nothing. He literally has a fucking aristocratic, reactionary, fascist view of how history works.
In truth, hard times produce not weak people, but people incapable of elevating themselves. That's
Yeah, like Genghis Khan.
the real truth. If people don't have tremendous, levels of education, if people are, dirt poor and they can't read, they're illiterate, it's very unlikely they're going to...
Vaush. You literally have neglected every fucking historical mythology of every single people, which is there's a time of troubles and turmoil, a hero arises amidst the rubble and unites the world. Alexander, Genghis Khan, Julius Caesar arose out of hard times too. All these fucking warriors and heroes of history that are part of the myth and legends of every people emerged from hard times. Lenin emerged from hard times. Fucking whoever you want, Mao, Che Guevara, every revolutionary, Napoleon, yeah, sure, every single one, hard times. Charlemagne's a perfect example. Genghis Khan, the Prophet Muhammad, right? Oh, you didn't think about that, did you? Every leader, what the fuck, the founder of the Ottomans, Uthman, his dad, Ertugrul, they had a fucking TV show about it. That was hard times, dude. Thank you, Brutal.
Peace be upon him.
Jesus Christ. These are all people who are a product of hard times.
to be able to build anything meaningful. Wealth is an abstract determinant in many cases of how much production is taking place in an area. They don't...
Yeah, what comes first, dumbass? Even Lincoln, Abraham Lincoln, said that labor precedes capital. You're basically saying capital precedes labor. You're saying that wealth comes first, when the premises of wealth are in fact created by strong men.
overlap perfectly, but generally wealthier areas, which will have your merchants and your decadent people and people, God forbid, tuivola, who have sex outside of marriage. This is where, civilization arises.
No, it's not. That's when it's already taken place. The decadence is when there's already wealth. The decadence leads to the end of wealth, aka hard times. Vosh, it's so simple. Literally just read the shit that Rogan posted. First, you have the strong men who created the good times, where all of your heroes that you're talking about are able to flourish and prance around. But then, with the decadence, you have hard times. Stalin, strong man, created good times. The post-war Soviet Union led to decadence, aka Mikhail Gorbachev, lead to hard times. It's very simple.
Now, that's not to say that if you're just a humble poor person, you're weak or whatever. It just means that it is good for all of us if we are prosperous.
This guy's spreading a Silicon Valley ideology of Elon Musk and Bill Gates and fucking Steve Jobs, or we're all benefiting from our new lords, and shut the fuck up, Vosh. Beverly Hills Socialist Theory of Historical Progress. Beverly Hills. That's where Vosh is made.
That's what creates strength. If you want to talk...
No, it's not, you dumbass. That's the fruit of other people's strength. It doesn't create any strength at all, you fucking idiot. It's a symptom of strength that already was there.
About ingenuity, intelligence, morality, it comes from wealth and education. Absolutely it does.
No, it doesn't, you fucking idiot. That's why the fucking Taliban can kick America's ass. That's why Hezbollah was able to beat Israel. That's why all the barbarians are always fucking beating back the more advanced fucking civilizations, because the advanced ones are more decadent. They're more complacent. How do you think Mao fought the Japanese, you fucking dumbass? Yes, simplicity always wins. The Viet Cong beat the fucking U.S. Army.
And this is the case almost ubiquitously, even though, again, we're speaking about, like...
And you want to know what, another thing? That's why Napoleon's armies ran through the fucking aristocratic professional armies of fucking Europe. You had, in Europe, in the time of Napoleon, you had these vouchers that were walking around. I'm the aristocrat. I have my army. I'm Vouch. And they had powdered wigs. I am so elegant. And I am educated. And I am so civilized and profound. And Napoleon, you all know what Napoleon was? I'll tell you what Napoleon was. Napoleon was famous because this dude, he didn't have no powdered wig, and he would just wear a jacket. He would wear a people's jacket, like these jackets that the French urban poor would wear. He would just wear a coat, right? To basically be flexing on these aristocrats and shit, saying, I'm a simple man, motherfucker. I'm a simple man. And Napoleon with his army of barbarian patriots, they ran through these fucking European aristocrats, these Vouches. They just ran through them motherfuckers. He conquered all of Europe. All of Europe. They all fell before him. All of Europe, they all fell before him. You understand? Don't get it twisted. Don't get it twisted in who makes what stronger, whatever. You understand? Don't get it twisted. Don't get it twisted. You're talking about in the U.S. War of Independence, what was the song? It's called the Yankee Doodle Dandy. Y'all know what the Yankee Doodle Dandy is? Listen to the lyrics. Yankee Doodle went to town, riding on a pony, stuffed a feather in his cap and called it macaroni. What does that mean? What's macaroni? Macaroni was the hairstyle of the fucking English aristocrats. And Yankee Doodle Dandy, they were basically talking about a regular dude, a funny regular old dude who just put a feather, he's a simple dude, put a feather in his cap, and he called it macaroni because he's emulating their style. He's basically just this, and the British would mock them and call him Yankee. They'd say you're a Yankee, right? Yankees, whatever. So they adopted the song to say, we are the simple, rugged, barbarian men, and y'all a bunch of little bitches with your macaroni hairstyle. We are the Yankee Doodle. You know what I'm saying? That's what the Yankee Doodle Dandy means. It's a song about the simple, common man. You understand? That's history. That's the way of history. During the Bolshevik Revolution, there was a song. There were so many songs about these peasants, right? Set to peasant tunes. Like, what's that song? It's like Yablika. It's like the apple tree song, whatever. My Little Apple. That song. They changed the lyrics, and it was about a peasant named Vanya. And Vanya was leaving to the front, and his mother was concerned for him. He's reassuring them. It's like, you just had this simplicity, just complete simplicity, right? Yeah, Yablichka. Yeah, that song. But it's a different song. It's called, something Vanya, the Vanya song. I don't know what it's called. But it's the same shit. It's the same. Yeah. Is Khalid ibn al-Walid, is that the guy who has the theory, the cyclical view of history? That's the one you're talking about, right? No, fuck, that's another guy. Sorry, I have that mistaken. But anyway, Ibn Khaldun. Yeah, that's him. Yeah. Anyway, you guys have to understand that simplicity always wins. The simple always prevails. Don't listen to this aristocratic Vaush fucking Beverly Hills socialist. I'm a Michigan barbarian, and inshallah one day, in a hypothetical video game future scenario of an American Civil War, the Michigan barbarians, rugged from the north, are going to occupy Beverly Hills and take over Beverly Hills. And we Michigan barbarians from the rugged north, we're going to go down to that south Beverly Hills aristocrat motherfuckers. We'll say, this is our shit now. You know what I mean? The CPUSA People's Army is going to have a bunch of rugged Michigan barbarians. Fuck Beverly Hills, those soft-ass Beverly Hills. And let me tell y'all what. I fucking went to Austin, Texas. And I felt soft in Austin, Texas. I came back to this Michigan, and I realized Michigan makes you tough. This is a cold, cruel, unforgiving fucking place. You understand? It's a cold, cruel, unforgiving place. I ain't got time for this fucking Beverly Hills, Austin, to wherever the fuck this shit is. You know what I'm saying? I'm a Michigan barbarian, and that's why when you take me and you send me to LA or you send me to Austin, Texas, I'm a fuck barbarian from the north, and no competition at all. No competition at all. You understand? Fuck this Beverly Hills bullshit. Because he's saying this because he lives in Beverly Hills. We in Beverly Hills. We are elevated. Motherfucker, you don't know what Michigan's made of. You don't know what Michigan's made of, Vaush. You don't know what Wisconsin's made of. You don't know what Ohio's made of. You don't know what fucking Illinois is made of. You don't know what Indiana's made of. You don't know. This is exactly class warfare between the Beverly Hills aristocratic elite and the Midwest barbarians. You understand?
history generally, and that's a really big thing to talk about and to reduce to these ideas, it's really important to understand that people aren't like hardened by difficult times. If that was the case,
Yes, they fucking are! On what fucking world do you live on? Holy shit, what do you mean they're not hard? The book, it's one of the classical works of socialist realism. It's called How the Steel is Tempered, and it's literally about how people became hardened in the time of the fucking Russian Civil War. Yes, it does fucking harden you, you dumbass. What a fucking idiot. Hard times don't make people hard. What? What am I fucking listening to?
how difficult has it been in the Middle East for the past forever?
And those motherfuckers are hard, Vaush. Those are hard motherfuckers. And I'm not taking sides. I'm not supporting or advocating for nobody. But just ask Israel in 2006 in Lebanon and see how Israel did in 2006, bro. You don't know what the fuck you talking about, Vaush. You don't know what the fuck you talking about, Vaush. By the way, Middle East ain't as hard as it's not all Afghanistan, so I don't know what the fuck you talking about. It's kind of a weird generalization. But let me tell you what. Hard places do produce hard-ass motherfucking people. And you wanna test it, Vaush? Why don't you go to a Middle Eastern country and try to be yourself in a Middle Eastern country and try to hold your own in a Middle Eastern. They would eat you alive, Vaush. They would eat me alive. Motherfucker, they eat me alive in Dearborn, Michigan. If I go to Dearborn, Michigan, they're gonna eat me alive. You think you're gonna, and that's me, by the way. You think you're gonna fare well in fucking the Middle East? They will eat you for breakfast, Vaush. Breakfast, lunch, and dinner with an appetizer, a dessert, and a fucking side of fries, too. Motherfucker. They will eat you up. Don't talk about they're not hard in the Middle East. What the fuck are you talking about?
What did all the hardship, and then what was the best time for Iran? It wasn't during or right after the hardship. It was during the brief period of relative liberalization and education. What?
What is he talking about? What is he talking about with Iran? What is he referring to? The best time for Iran? What? Even then, hard times produces strong men first, and that's what creates the good times, Vaush. Get the fucking cycle correct. Get it right. Hard times, strong men, good times. So you have to get to the part of the strong men making the good times, and some, not me, of course, I would never do such a thing, but some would argue that the strong men are the Iranian IRGC, etc., people like Soleimani who are resisting American, who was like Soleimani, I mean, rest in peace. I don't mean rest in peace, I'm neutral, I'm neutral, I can't say nothing, but was resisting U.S. imperialism, and that those were the strong men who are fighting to create the good times. You understand? Same might be said about, some may say that about the Hezbollah in Lebanon, right? They might say the same thing. Of course, I would never say that because I'm neutral and I'm just describing reality, but some may say that we are in the era of strong men right now in the Middle East who are fighting U.S. imperialism and fighting against Israeli aggression. Many say this. Some say this. I'm not saying it. I would never say that, but some do say that, Vaush. Some do say that.
This logic just does not work, okay? Now, the reason why this is often attributed to and associated with fascists is because, think about this, all right? In chat, how many times have you seen this meme? Some version of it, not this one specifically.
Look, I would kind of let it slide if he was just like, Joe, what do you mean the strong men are in the top right? Like, what are you referring to? Like, what historically, right? Because I kind of threw me off too, but it's not even a big deal. But the fact that he's attacking the cycle itself is just so stupid. Dude, this cycle is true. Hard times do create strong men. Lead to good times does create weak men. That's just true, bro. That's just true. I'm sorry, I don't know how to cut it for you. That's just true. But I don't agree with the political compass version because this is the strong men. This is the era of strong men. And also, this is not dialectical, right? Strong men preserve good times. That's China. Strong men, good times. Strong men, good times. It's they preserve, right? And then weak men, hard times. What the fuck, bro? I just unlocked the puzzle. Someone make this a meme. I swear to God, I'm gonna bring the mic closer to me because I just unlocked the puzzle. I just unlocked the puzzle. Let me tell y'all what. This is not a cycle, it's a feedback loop. Switch these. This is a feedback loop. This is the strong men and these are the hard times. So you have to keep that on. Hard times, strong men. So switch blue and red. Switch blue and red, right? These are crisscross feedback loops. Weak men contribute to hard times. Weak men, hard times, weak men, hard times, weak men, hard times. It's an eternal feedback loop. It's a curse. This is a curse. It's the curse of the crisscross curse, right? This is the key to success. Strong men, good times. Strong men, good times. This is China. This is the China crisscross, and this is America right now. China versus America. We have the rise of the far right plus the soy boys. China, the strong men plus a flourishing economy and wealth of the people. China versus America. Culture war bullshit. China building trains and infrastructure. America, dumb fucking civil war, whatever, fucking vaccine, dumb shit. China, they're fucking going to space and shit. You understand? This is the crisscross feedback loop theory of politics. Strong men plus good times united. There y'all go. And to think it was even controversial, to think there was even an air of controversy about, listen, I know how to break shit down and save time. Vaush is just wasting time. I simplify and make sense of it, motherfucker. I got my Napoleonic jacket. You understand? I'm like Napoleon out here with my fucking jacket. And I promise y'all I'm never gonna fucking change. I promise y'all if I ever become a political figure, I'm gonna have my tank top. I'm gonna wear this motherfucking jacket. I'm gonna be out here like that kind of shit. You know what I mean? Never gonna change. Never gonna switch up on nobody. You understand? Never gonna become motherfucking Vaush, BreadTube, Hassan, this dandy type of motherfucker who's just like trying to be so stylish and aristocratic and shit. I'm never gonna change. Always gonna be wearing the tank top. Always gonna have the simplistic jacket. Always gonna ride with simplicity. I'm always gonna have the same pair of shoes too. Let me tell you what. I don't care how many break. I don't care how many I lose. I don't care how many get lost. I'm gonna keep ordering and buying the same pair of shoes, black Air Force Ones. This is what I wear. This is what I'm always gonna fucking wear. I don't give a fuck. I don't need any other pair of shoes. There's no other pair of shoes that I need. I only have one pair of shoes, only one that I fucking need. If they ever break, I'm gonna buy another fucking pair. Never clean them, never worry about them. This is my daily drive. This is my daily fucking shoe grind. You know what I'm saying? I don't give a fuck, man. I don't give a fuck. Meanwhile, what's Vaush wearing? Vaush is wearing those fucking shoes that curl up, those fancy ass aristocratic little fucking. Shut the fuck up, Vaush. Shut the fuck up, man.
For the political compass, but generally, because I've seen it so many times, Now, I'm going to make a guess. Pretty sure this is true, okay? Have you noticed that when this meme is brought up, the person bringing it up is almost always saying that we're in the weak men or the hard times section?
Of course we are. Look at you. Of course we are. Look at you, Vaush. Look at you. We are in the fucking weak man times. Just look no further than you. Look no further than you.
Isn't that correct?
It's wintertime, bitch, and I'm brutal in the winter. It's wintertime, bitch. It ain't the summer no more where I'm chilling and I'm chilling and shit. Ain't no bitch shit in the fucking summer or spring. It's wintertime, Vaush. And I become more vicious and angry in the winter. God knows my Mongol video came out, and that was during the winter when they recorded that. So you gotta understand, Vaush. Winter's here. The barbarians are here, Vaush.
Like, every time, that's what they say. And people who believe in this kind of historical cycle always say that, too.
What, do you think we live in good times right now, Vaush? We don't live in good times right now. We live in the time of Vaush and Soy Boys fucking Marvel MCU fans. Fuck them all, Funko Pops. That's the time we live in. A time of Funko Pops. A time devoid of manhood. A time of the rule of Soy Boys. And we're not supposed to notice it. We're not supposed to notice it. And we're going to just accept that. We're just going to accept that. We're not supposed to connect the dots. We're not supposed to pierce into the fucking fabric of being and let there arise a new, mighty, ruthless, and unforgiving cold truth. You're supposed to just sit here and Marvel MCU. Shut the fuck up! You're not allowed to notice shit. You're not allowed to notice that there's Soy Boys. That is the fucking truth. That is, you're not allowed to notice that, Roush? We're not allowed to notice that there's Soy Boys as the prevailing thing. We're not even allowed to, like, acknowledge the plain-faced reality before us?
Reason why is because this is nothing.
We can all see it. We can all see it. We can all see it. When I talk to people, they feel it in their stomach. They feel it in their stomach, in their belly. They feel it when I tell them, but you lie to yourself and delude yourself. Are you that mentally enslaved and intellectually molested?
More than a rebranding of the fascist myth of liberal decadence. The idea that a society...
It's not a fascist myth, Vaush. It was the line that was held by every communist state in history. It's called bourgeois decadence. Bourgeois decadence. Bourgeois decadence. Bourgeois decadence. Capitalist decadence. Bourgeois capitalist decadence. Bourgeois capitalist decadence. Shut the fuck up and stop calling everything fascist. There's also communism, Vosh. Liberalism, fascism, also communism though. So not everything that's not liberal is fascist. We communists say the same shit too. Shut the fuck up and stop trying to call this a fascist myth. And let me tell y'all something. What the fuck am I listening to right now? We don't live in decadent times. We don't live in decadent times with young girls starting OnlyFans, and that's not decadent? That's not decadent? What's decadent times? Tell me what decadent times is. What is decadent times? What is decadent times, if not our times? A time of bestiality and furries. What is decadent times, if not our time? A time of the internet rotting people's brains and souls and minds and social media destroying the youth. What is not decadent times, if not the time in which we live right now? What are you talking about, Vaush? What is decadent times, if not the time in which we live right now? What is decadent times, if not the time right now we live in? The fuck are you talking about? We don't live in decadent time. Biggest bullshit I ever fucking heard. He's lying right to our fucking faces. He's lying to our face. He's lying to our face. We're not even allowed to acknowledge what we all know to be true in the depths of our soul.
Become greedy, corrupted.
Every righteous man feels a sickness and disgust in their stomach when they look upon the decadence of our society. But people like Vaush, they're jellyfish who get right along. Woo! Thank you, French Door. Only a sick fuck could reconcile themselves with the decadence and evil of our current rotting bourgeois capitalist society. You look at this society and they go, oh, I'm just getting along. Jellyfish time. Woo! Because you have a sickness and rottenness and filth in your own fucking head.
Fat, bureaucratic, and egalitarian. That it's on the cusp of falling as a product of the weakness inherent to it.
Yes, that's true. It is on the verge of falling because of an inherent weakness internal to it. Thank you, Reaper, the Creeper. Thank you, Reaper the Creeper. Appreciate you, Reaper. Appreciate you, Reaper. And we on the year 1778, not 2 years after we fought the British Vaush. You understand? Beverly Hills, agent of the British Empire. Michigan barbarians ain't got time for this bullshit. Listen to this motherfucking Beverly Hills socialist.
About the weakness of society is like fascism #1. They love doing stuff like that because they have to essentialize problems in a system. When fascists talk about what's wrong with America, they don't say, well, not enough money is diverted towards education and we spend too much on this and we don't need to improve that.
I'm gonna tell you something. You keep spending and throwing money out on these government. Hey, guess what? Our fucking institutions are broken and corrupt. And you know what? They do waste money. You throw money at them and nothing will fucking happen. Guess what? We need a structural reform. Overhaul the whole education system. Overhaul everything. Mow down the bureaucracy. Mow down the red tape. Mow down the professional managerials. Restructure it all. Wipe the slate clean. Don't just throw money at these people. Wipe the slate and build up.
But we do need to improve this over and over. It's always in these broad moralistic terms. Societies become weak. Societies become...
It has become weak.
Decadent. Moralization and essentialization here are essential because fascists are really bad at politics. So the more they can simplify things...
Look, what the fuck? They're really bad at politics. On Reddit, they're gonna get down-duted. They would get down-duted so hard on Reddit. They're really bad at politics. Because politics is like a video game. My life is like a video game. Trying hard to beat the stage. Although I am still collecting coins. Shut the fuck up, Vaush. They're really bad at StarCraft. I mean politics. This is the same thing pretty much. Shut the fuck up, Vaush. Shut the fuck up, Vaush. Shut the fuck up, Vaush. You don't know shit about shit. You don't know shit about shit, Vaush. You don't know shit about shit.
Things the better. Anything more than this and you're going to short circuit them. Now you have this incredibly simplistic, moralistic understanding of the world, right? Which is what Joe Rogan's positing here.
It's not moralistic, it's objective. Weak men are weak men, not just because they're immoral, because they're weak. Weakling men who do not draw the wealth and strength to persevere and have the courage to call a spade a fucking spade. You know what a man is, Vaush? A strong man stands their fucking ground. Even when all society is against them, they stand their fucking ground. That's what a strong man does. You believe in the God of society, Vaush. Oh, whatever corporate America's doing must be good. Must be good. Weakling!
Says we're in the weak men bit. Fascists love to say this because the natural follow-through from their logic is that the weakness of society we see today is a product of this decadent, corrupt, degenerate...
Yes, it is.
Liberalism.
Yes, it is.
But fascism will arise from it.
No, fascism is liberalism.
That's the narrative.
No, communism. Communism, Vaush. Communism with a capital C. R7 Semyorka. Communism with a capital C. Big phallic communism. Yes, communism, Vaush. Big capital C. Big cock communism. Yes, that will arise, Vaush. Verticality, not horizontality. Verticality. Verticality, not horizontality. R7 Semyorka, verticality, not horizontality.
Why is society weak now? Well,
Venezuela needs defensive nuclear weapons.
Well, it's because of degeneracy. And how do we improve from this point? Well, The meme that Joe Rogan put forward literally has strong men superimposed over the auth-right section of the political compass graph, which is where people put the Nazis in the memes. That's where...
Yeah, but that's not what Joe Rogan probably had in mind, Vouch. That's such a reach. That's such a reach. He probably wasn't even thinking about that. He's probably thinking of, like, fucking King Arthur or some shit.
They put the Nazi Wojak in the top right. Political compasses are bullshit anyway. Like, they're completely incoherent. They're really, really bad at delivering ideas.
Then why is your whole life the political compass? Oh, you're actually not a real leftist. You're the far right. You're a right wing. Your whole fucking brain works like a political compass, you dumbass.
Politics is just too complicated to be distilled down to a two-dimensional...
No, it's not. It's actually very simple. It's just that the essence of politics isn't fucking spectrums. Politics can be broken down like this: establishment versus anti-establishment. How about that? Begin from there. Establishment, anti-establishment. Pro-people, anti-people. Simple as. Simple as. Simple as. Simple as. Now, back in the day, a lot of y'all are not going to want to hear this, but it's the truth. Back in the day, right-winger used to mean you were pro-establishment. You sided with the aristocrats and those people who were doing incest and weird satanic rituals and shit during the French Revolution. And they lost their power. And y'all, let me tell y'all something. You guys gotta hear this shit. The first counter-revolutionaries in history. I'm gonna show you what they were. They were Vaush. They were Vaush. They were Vaush. They were Vaush. They were called the Muscadine. The Muscadine were the street fighters in the Thermidorian reaction in Paris. These were well-off, privileged, aristocratic dandies. They're dandy-ish, right? And after the coup against Robespierre, these sick, disgusting Clockwork Orange motherfuckers would go out on the streets and terrify the working people, the conservative, normal working people of Paris. They would terrorize them. And yeah, they were like fascist black shirts. And they were liberals. They were liberals. They were liberals who were against Robespierre and the sans-culottes. So there you go. They were fucking liberals. They were liberals. Like Vaush, they were bread tubers. They were literally ContraPoints viewing bread tubers. ContraPoints, Antifa viewing bread tubers. The black shirts in Italy were the same thing. The Nazis were the same shit. Always been the same type of shit. The simple-minded, the simple, good people of Paris, the working people, the sans-culottes, the hard men, they were the enemies of these people. You understand? They wore perfume. That's why they were called Muscadine. Because they were wearing a musk of perfume. They literally would wear perfume. This is the people Vaush support. These are the Vaush support. The Vaush supporters. And they were allied with the far left Herbertists. You know the Herbertists that Robespierre cracked down on because they were going too far? Well, they were allied with these people. There you go. Let me tell y'all something. I saw some shit on Twitter the other day that was talking shit upon Robespierre. Robespierre was one of the greatest men in the entire history of all Europe. One of the greatest men in all of Europe for all history. I'm talking including about the ancient Greeks, the Romans, all of those. Robespierre is up there at the very, very top. One of the greatest, most noble, most virtuous men in the history of humanity. Robespierre represents universal, human, incorruptible virtue.
like two axes. It doesn't work, But with regards to Joe Rogan here, it's interesting how he isn't he always supposed to come off libertarian? Why is he saying strong men are in the Nazi side of things?
He's not saying the Nazi side. You're such a bad faith distorting asshole.
The authoritarian right. Like, he's over here complaining about free speech. You think they cared about free speech? And then he thinks, and I'm sorry, I don't understand.
Hey, maybe he's just a pothead, Vaush. Maybe he just wasn't thinking about it, and he's a pothead, and he's not thinking that deeply. I don't know what he meant by alt-right. Maybe he just meant, like, fucking cavemen or some shit. I don't know. Maybe he just meant, like, barbarians in ancient times. Nobody knows what he means, but he doesn't have to give that much thought into it because he's just some random pothead who you're trying to fucking, like... You're trying to, like, fucking set up some court and put him on trial for committing a thought crime. Joe Rogan, what did you mean when you posted this, Joe Rogan? He was like, huh? Well, I don't know, dude. I'm just high as shit. Like, he's not even thinking, dude. And you're like reading into it so much. You're just reading into it so fucking much.
Does he think then that the authoritarian right then leads into the liberal right? The libertarian right? Like, you'll have the Nazis, but then...
He probably meant neocons. Thank you, online. Maybe. Who knows what fucking pothead Joe Rogan meant. And I'm not, I don't hate Joe Rogan. I got no issues with him. I kind of do because this is a defeatist mentality. And he is kind of annoying sometimes. But since when is it Joe Rogan's job? Since when is it his responsibility to be ideologically correct? He's literally just some former MMA guy who has a fucking podcast. God, you know what? I can't stand America right now because the idea that Joe Rogan is like the epitome of toxic masculinity and all these liberals are scared shitless of Joe Rogan, who's literally just a normal liberal guy, just proves how pussified this fucking country is. Wow, I am the fucking nightmare of these people. I am literally seeking a return of the fucking Dark Ages and the resurrection of the Mongol Empire. And you think Joe Rogan's bad?
And they'll be like, actually, we are okay with gay marriage. This is incoherent. It means literally nothing. If I spent a year talking about this, I probably wouldn't run out of ways in which this is stupid and meaningless, so I'm not even going to spend that much time on it. I just think it's really interesting how Joe Rogan acts like he's quite left-leaning, progressive, he likes freedom, but he seems to speak pretty ill of the lib-left corner and me.
Because they're fucking weak soy boys like you. They're fucking cancel culture Antifa scumbags like you.
Kind of implies the auth-right corner is the good one, I
think he's implying the bottom right is the good one, but nice reach.
Try it if you want, The Weimar Republic in Germany was considered one of the most progressive, and relative to the economic turmoil taking place beforehand, well-to-do places.
Weimar Germany was a shithole, and everyone knows it was a shithole. Shut the fuck up. It was such a shithole that the German communists in East Germany were going to adopt the imperial flag as their flag. The imperial flag. That's what a bad rap the fucking Weimar Republic had for the German people. But the East Germans decide to keep the flag, not for the shithole Weimar Republic, but because of it was the flag of the 1848 National German Democratic Movement of 1848. Yeah, they had child prostitutes in Berlin. That's what's progressive. What the fuck? The Weimar Republic was a shithole, Vaush. The Weimar Republic fucking sucked. It was Babylon. Everyone saw it as Babylon. Not just the Nazis. Everyone did. Everyone agreed it was corrupt and decadent and a shithole. Now, the Nazis were worse, obviously. But the Nazis came out of the fucking shithole Weimar Republic for a reason. Because the Weimar Republic was that bad. It was a creation by the West. They had child prostitutes. They had all this drugs and fucking garbage.
In Europe. Obviously, the Great Depression didn't help things along tremendously well, but Nazi Germany took how many years to take Germany from the third strongest country in Europe to the the fifth weakest country in Berlin? What's that mean again? The Nazis took very little time. They
The Weimar Republic was not an extraordinarily strong country, dumbass.
speed ran Germany into the ground. It turns out that in addition,
Yeah, so maybe the whole point is that the communists are the strong men because Stalin led the Russian people, who were a bunch of strong men and women. We're not gonna discount the women. They were brutal fighters. The Russian women, the snipers, brutal fighters. No, we're not neglecting that. But Russian men, right, led by Stalin, did what? Created the good times.
to all their
What about Stalin, Vaush? How about you just point out the truth? Joe Rogan just made the mistake because he got the top right and top left mixed up. The top right is hard times. The top left is strong men.
incompetence, declaring war on anyone and everything while purging your interior is actually really bad for good.
He's treating it like a video game. It's a historical, very serious event. Millions died, and he's making it seem like they just committed some video game mistake. Oh my god, you moved your StarCraft piece. Shut the fuck up, Vosh. You're just a fucking immature idiot.
Good times. I mean, you can find them if you want. Hey, person who was around in Berlin in 1946, did you feel the good times? Were the good times a-rolling? Probably not. So, I've said all that. I want to finish here, the Kali Yuga thing right down here. So, Socialism Done Left has thankfully included a little snippet here, which I'm just going to read. The alt-right is making the Kali Yuga its own.
Dude, shut the fuck up. This all came from fucking Evola and whatever. It's not its specifically alt-right meme, okay? A lot of people believe that shit.
Prominent alt-right websites feature essays citing South Asian religious texts and warning the Aryan prophets foretold the...
It's just fucking Julius Evola, those type of people. What's your fucking point? And I don't know where Rogan heard it, but he probably heard it from one of his pothead fucking DMT friends. So who cares? Why is there such this just fear that everyone's a Nazi? So weird, dude.
Sushi I had earlier, I'm sorry. It's too much raw meat in my body. Warning that Aryan prophets foretold the moral dysfunction and coming destruction of the modern world. On Twitter, Tumblr, and other social media outlets, semi-ironic memes calling on readers to, quote, surf the Kali Yuga, end quote, circulate, sometimes embedded with Nazi imagery. So, it's not exactly new for the far right to appropriate Asian imagery. That's what the swastika is, after all. That's kind of a big example right there. But we've seen this done several times.
Everyone's a Nazi except liberals.
Yeah, Evola did that as well. Evola, the man we were talking about before, has actually written on Buddhism.
Oh my god! You mean Julius Evola, who came from Theosophy, which literally was just about taking Buddhist and Hindu texts out of context? You're saying he had a... Oh my god! Oh, sure! He read the Wikipedia! He read the Wikipedia! What a fucking illiterate clown. I've literally read Evola and Guinan and other fucking traditionalists. I've read Blavatsky. I've read all those fucking people. Dude, if you don't... Do you not know where that shit... You don't even know what that shit is if you don't know it's connected to the Dharmaic religions. Vosh is like, I found a clue, guys. It turns out Evola wrote about Buddhism. What's next? You're going to tell me Rene Guinan wrote about Islam? Shut the fuck up, dude. What a fucking clown. You not know the connection here? It's through people like Nietzsche and Schopenhauer and the German pessimistic tradition in the late 19th century, reaction, counter enlightenment. You don't know about all that shit, dude? You're a fucking idiot.
This is not new at all. I've said before that fascism is ideologically incoherent. It's also
No, it's not incoherent. It's pretty consistent why they're interested in that stuff.
it's also very much iconography. You know, other people get to do multiple takes. It's also very much iconographically incoherent.
No, it's not, dude. There's a consistent reason. It's traced to Theosophy and the counter Enlightenment in reaction to the Enlightenment, following Nietzsche, Schopenhauer, through people like Wagner, so on and so on. There's a whole fucking thing there. You just don't know fucking history. You don't know history.
In the sense that fascists will...
It's the decline of liberalism and the psychosis of liberalism, which leads to a rejection of Christianity and an adoption of Asian religions, because Asian religions suited the nihilism of liberalism better than Christianity did, and fascist adjacent thinkers would adopt it unironically. They are all dealing with the nihilism of liberalism.
Appropriate imagery from anywhere they can.
Okay, Vaush. Riddle me this. Riddle me this. Just riddle me this. Give a moment to riddle me this, Vaush. Ready? Ready? Riddle me this. Why don't they appropriate imagery from Islam?
Have you ever wondered why, in spite of the fact that fascists constantly promote the need for strong men, they have so many femboy like trans Fuda memes? You know what I mean? Like, that's all over the place on 4chan.
That's not because they're appropriating imagery. It's because there's a reason why femboys are associated with Nazis online. I can't get into it, but add it up. Do the math.
From far-right people. Have you ever wondered why they appropriate so much imagery from Asia or from Africa in spite...
What African imagery do they appropriate? What is he even talking about? What African imagery? I know why they appropriate Asian imagery, because it's and it's not really Asian imagery, it's Indian and Tibetan imagery, whatever, from the Dharmaic, Indo-European, whatever, right? They don't do it from fucking African.
Of the fact that they're a little bit racist. they don't mind that much. They'll do what they need to get the point across. And in this case, it seems with Joe Rogan, there's been a very effective way of taking a essentially fascist idea about moral degeneracy and the fall of decadent societies and package it with this flair of Asian mysticism, which is good because Joe Rogan is a fucking moron, and this is right up his alley, you know? Like,
Wait, what's this racist thing? Asian mysticism makes you a fucking moron? Is that what Vaush is saying? Vaush, you couldn't hold a fucking candle to any school of Asian mysticism whatsoever.
Joe Rogan probably wouldn't post a meme that has a swastika in it, but a thinly veiled bit of far-right propaganda being framed through, just a little bit of mysticism, just a little sprinkle of it, that'll move him right along.
I'm pretty sure this is just standard new age pothead shit, but whatever, dude.
It's really,
And I can't go hard against the new age people. I told you why I can't go hard against new age, because I gotta admit something. Nothing beats new age pussy. I'm just sorry. Nothing beats it. That's the truth. Hey, hey. You don't believe me? You don't believe me? Then you haven't experienced it. But that's the truth. Bitches who love rocks got some shit going on. And I don't want to I don't want to close myself off from that forever,
really astonishing how soup brain he is. I have no idea what he must be like to talk to individually. There are plenty of people who are like this. Do you think Rogan realizes all of this, or is he just a dumb fuck? I submit to you what I would like to call the Rogan proposal. It really doesn't matter. He's enormously...
Yeah, it does matter, you fucking idiot, because most people are not going to fucking see that meme and become fucking Nazis just for looking at it. So yeah, it does fucking matter.
Influential. And frankly, the Nazis were really dumb too, Sometimes people distinguish, it's like, well, this person's maliciously posting far-right propaganda, and this person's just very dumb. Well, people who intentionally post far-right propaganda are usually pretty stupid too, That's...
Yeah, but the whole point is, what is the intention, Vaush? Ideas themselves do not fucking define reality. Material reality is what reality is. Ideas just reflect it. So the idea that he's sneaking fascist far-right ideas through a picture is just idealist stupidity. You're just a fucking idealist idiot.
It's not like they're all geniuses. We're not separating, the intellectually elite from the unaware. No, it's the level of awareness to me is it's indeterminable and only somewhat relevant. Joe Rogan has for a long time been selectively hostile to left-leaning ideas and selectively, amenable to right-leaning ideas. And it's super all over the place. He endorsed Bernie. He's listened to plenty of criticisms of Israel. He's ostensibly in favor of some social democrat stuff. But on the other hand, he laughed at the idea of paternal welfare. He will...
Maybe because Joe Rogan's just some guy, and he's not like he's not like this like political agent. He's just some random guy. You ever thought of that, Vaush? He's just some random pothead. You ever thought of that, Vaush? He's just some random guy, and he's not like this like political agent. He's just a guy who just speaks his mind.
Will not accept trans people. It's not a topic he can get over, it seems. He has
why does everyone always like try to suck Joe Rogan's cock? Or either way, they just like, they're like, oh, Joe Rogan agrees with me. No, Joe Rogan agrees with me. No, shut the fuck up, dude. Who cares? He's just some random guy. Everyone's always like trying to interpret Joe Rogan. Ooh, what did Joe mean by that? What is Joe trying to say? Is Joe far right? Is Joe Rogan far right? Oh my gosh, bro, you're reading too much into it. Holy fuck, you're reading too much into it. This is how weird people try to infiltrate normal people. There's just a war of weird. It's the war of weird people against normal people. And they hate the fact that some people are just normal. Some people are just normal. Not everybody has implanted their brain with internet abstractions that they're enslaved by, that they call ideologies. Not everyone's like that, dude.
Conservatives on all the time, and whether or not he agrees or disagrees
Hi.
with them really is kind of a coin
Hi. Thank you for the sub.
flip. Yeah, he's big into the
Lord Ventrose.
COVID denial, like downplaying kind of stuff. But behind all of that, if there's some kind
Maybe he's a guy who follows his gut about what he thinks is true. You ever heard of that, Vouch? I mean, you're not a guy who so much follows their gut as much feeds it excessively, I may add. But that's very different from a guy who just follows their gut, right?
of consistent, if there's some kind of like consistent pattern to draw out, I think I really do think it's the idea that there's something wrong with society and whatever he's doing is the solution to it. And that's really vague because you could say that about a lot.
That's not true at all. What the fuck? When did Rogan ever propose a solution to what's wrong with society? When did he ever say that he's the solution? When has he ever done that? I don't get it. When has he ever done that? All he's ever done is be like, yeah, this is crazy or weird. He never ever proposed a solution. He listens to people who have solutions and he hears them out, but he doesn't. Yeah, he says shrooms or some shit. I guess, yeah. I guess DMT and shrooms. But like, what is fucking Vouch talking about?
A lot of people. You could say that about me to a varying extent, but there's something about the way he carries himself that really gives me the impression that he feels that there's an almost spiritual need for his approach towards things. He talks.
No, I think Rogan is an individuals guy and he gives advice to individuals about what they could do to improve their life. But he doesn't do it on this, like, he doesn't do it at a social level where he's like, this is what society has to do legally and politically. He's like, if you're watching this, you can do this. That's a very, but Voss doesn't even know the difference between those two things because he is a methodological individualist. Even when Voss literally thinks politics and collectives are just the sum total of individual actors, which is not true.
The way he talks about DMT, the way he incorporates, iconography and talking points from all over the place in order to sort of synthesize them into a big, completely meaningless, incoherent jumble of political stupidity. Yeah, I don't know if there's any real cohesion to this. I do know, however, that this is unambiguously fascist propaganda.
No, it's not. It's not even ambiguously fascist propaganda. It's just a pothead posting a picture on his Instagram, which you're losing your fucking mind over, mind you. Which is just really bizarre. Like, you're losing your mind over this? Really?
From the Kali Yuga, the bullshit historical cycling, the the Evola tier, hard times, strongmen, etc., the putting the good side of
Dude, you're an idiot. You have it fucking wrong. The Kali Yuga shit is what comes from Evola. The hard time strong men shit is not from Evola, you fucking idiot. It's just any random guy could have came up with that meme and it would just make sense to people. You don't need fucking Julius Evola to come up with that idea. He didn't. He's not the one who came up with that idea.
Things in the auth right, all of these things play precisely into the political aims of the far right, which I think is a little cringe, in my personal opinion.
I just think we need to vote for Biden.
This is a bad take. Vashu saying strong people are not going to be necessary for the socialist revolution. What on earth are you talking about? I'll say this much. Joe Rogan probably thinks himself a strong man, but I think physically he's an extraordinarily strong man. But in a meaningful sense, I think he's actually quite
Let's see. Vaush is going to define what a strong man is. This, ladies and gentlemen, is going to be the judge of who is and isn't a strong man. Let's see.
Quite weak. As we've established before, he is soup-brained. You know, if you change lanes in traffic too quickly, he actually changes his opinions on some stuff as it sloshes around up there.
What does that have to do with strength? I just don't think he cares that much.
But he comes off to me as somebody who's
Insecure.
rather cowardly and unwilling to meaningfully take a stance on an issue.
But he doesn't care, so it doesn't mean he's weak.
Even when he disagrees with people, it's.
I want to hear him say insecure, because this is what soy boys do now. They look at a tough guy and they're like, "You're only tough because you're insecure. If you were secure with yourself, you'd be a little bitch cuck like me."
Overwhelmingly framed through some kind of innocent curiosity. You know, he pushes back by asking clarifying questions. He really pushes back. This could just be podcaster brain, but I think it speaks to a fundamental unwillingness to adopt any meaningful belief system, which is absolutely weakness.
Oh, fuck, he didn't say it. I wanted to see the insecure thing. You're just insecure. It's because the reason you're insecure is because if you were secure with yourself, you would let your girl get fucked by other men. And you would let her suck other men's, you know. You'd be secure enough to do that. And you'd be secure enough to let your mother get beaten in the street. Because you're secure with yourself. You're just insecure. Okay, you're just insecure. That's what fucking soy boys say now. That's what the soy says. They just call every tough man, every strong man, they just call them insecure. You're just insecure. You're just insecure. He deleted all the videos. Well, now I kind of feel bad. But my question is, why didn't he just take down that one video? Should have just taken it down and learned his lesson. Then I wouldn't have had to resort to this. I wouldn't have had to resort to this in the first place. It's because he was unwilling to remove the original one that started all this. This wouldn't have happened if he just removed it. If I delete a video, don't fucking go out of your way to post it. He crossed the line many times, I know. He did. He honestly did. He did, for real. Okay, guys, we're going to watch the Channel 5. We're going to watch Channel 5. Is the Channel 5 don't have TOS, right? XQC watched it all? Because we're going to watch this. XQC watched it all, right? We're going to watch the Durham one after this. A guy says he'll show his butthole. Does he? There's talk of buttholes. You can talk about it. Does they actually show them? He doesn't? Okay, we're good.
Butthole or something? What are we doing? Butthole! Butthole! Butthole!
I would like to view a human anus.
That guy's actually kind of good looking.
Respectfully towards women, though.
What?
Hey, Joe Biden. Hey, Kamala. Show me your asshole, baby.
Oh, what the fuck is that?
Trump would do it. Trump would show me his asshole. I trust him. Why is Joe Biden scared? He's a fucking loser. That's why. Talladega winner in the NASCAR. Oh my God.
As you can hear the chants from the crowd, let's go, Brandon. Brandon, you told me you were going to kind of
Fuck. Let's go, Brandon.
hang back those first two stages and just...
Joe Biden probably has a weird goggin butthole. Joe Biden has a weird butthole, bro. Joe Biden has a weird butthole, bro. He's got a drink out of his shoe. Let's fucking go, baby. We in Dega, bro. We in Dega, man. We turned up all crazy. That's shooting.
How does that make you feel?
It makes me feel disgusting because it tastes like feet. Where are you from, fucking Barstool?
No.
Have you ever fucking experienced Talladega like this before?
Yeah.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Well, you're a fucking pussy. Because this is fucking Talladega.
Bro, America's too wild. That's the problem with this country. It's too wild. But nothing we can do about it, you know? That's how it is. But like, for example, you imagine, would you ever be willing to send your sister here? You know what I mean? Like, this is too much. That's just too much. That's what I mean. That's what I mean. Like, or your daughter or something. Like, that's the standard the standard I hold a civilization to is, can I send my daughter here? Right? And this is clearly not the place for that. But that's just, the problem with America is our universal culture is like just partying, and that's it. We don't have like a universal culture of helping people or protecting or respecting. You get what I'm saying? Would you send a female family to the New Age movement? Hell no! You people usually say that when they're okay with their sons being a thought, as if being a guy makes it better. It does make it fucking better, you dumbass. A guy can protect themselves. A guy is usually safe. The fuck? A guy is usually safe.
Fuck Joe Biden.
Fuck Kyle Busch.
Her new nickname is Waterbed because last night she done pissed the tent.
She pissed the tent.
That's Waterbed.
Do you confirm or deny these allegations?
Denied.
I love freedom. I mean, I love the freedom to do it, but if I had a family, then I would not allow that freedom in my family to send my fucking kids here. Hell nah.
The guy that I had sex with was the one that pissed the tent. The one that was just down here with the hat on that said fuck Joe Biden. He was standing there and he unzipped his pants and
And I pissed in the fucking tent. It burned. It burned a lot. Are you concerned that his pee was burning?
that wasn't
No concern. No concern. What's up, dude?
What's up?
Hell nah, bro. What the hell's going on?
What's your name?
Jake.
Do you have any nicknames?
The faggot.
The faggot.
Oh my god.
That's why I wore this.
Alright, I don't think we can continue this video. Did XQC watch that? We probably can't continue that video. Did XQC watch that? He watched the whole thing? Are you sure? He watched that whole thing? Well, they don't get rid of expletives. But they don't even censor the expletives. Yeah, I don't trust the chat with that. We're not going to watch the rest of this. We're not watching the rest of this. Why the fuck wouldn't they censor the expletives? We're just going to do something else. Because, yeah, I wanted to watch the rest of this too, but... yeah. The rest is fine. I'm going to have mods. Mods, can you review the rest of it? We're going to watch the Durham video first. And let's see the timestamp. So 2:23 is I have to stop it. We're going to watch the Durham operations video first. And then we're going to finish it. But I need mods to screen that video because that video is clearly not safe. Right? Which is a shame. He watched the whole. He watched it whole. Okay, but we'll still follow the rules, you know, or we'll still play it safe. Yeah, I know. 2:23 is where I have to stop it. If by American patriotism one means solidarity with the working class Americans fighting against the exploitation of all kinds by the national bourgeoisie, then it's something we support. Anything else, we denounce. This was September 7th. Why are these the people plotting against us? It's these people who told the National Committee to say fuck Haas. You know what I think it is? I think it's because of Luna Oi. I think it's the Luna Oi thing. You know? I think that's why. Luna Oi is the reason we are completely have all of the MLs against us. It's Luna Oi. That's the reason.
Like water. Now you put water into a cup. It becomes the cup. You put water into a bottle. It becomes the bottle. You put it in a teapot. It becomes the teapot. The water can flow or it can crash. Be water, my friend.
We gotta
What?
keep, like a
Hold on. Isn't like half of infrared not white? I don't know what this is supposed to mean. Like half of infrared is not even white. Way more than 10%.
10%, 5 bucks membership. I'm acting like a slut. Looking like a bitch. I'm acting like a slut while looking like a man.
31 far left anti-fascist techno-anarchist shit posted to rural
Like water.
It is impossible to defend the fatherland otherwise than by using revolutionary means to combat the monarchy, the landowners, and the capitalists of one's own fatherland, the worst enemies of our country. So Lenin does believe in defending the fatherland. He just thinks the correct way to do it is to fight the monarchy, the landowners, and the capitalists. So it looks like Lenin was a patriot. It's because you told people to join, simple as. Guys, join the fucking CPUSA if you haven't already. Join it. That's our organization. That's our org. Join it. Don't worry. It's going to be cringe for now. We're going to change the culture of that party within the span of years.
It's not a beautiful butterfly world. Vosh lied.
I should ban people who do this, by the way.
Shut up!
When you contribute to a discussion and you have no fucking idea what you're talking about, and you're just desperate to contribute to the drama frogging, you are less.
Would you recommend military members join the party? Yeah, anyone. Everyone should join the party. Hassan and Jank debating about Marxism. Yeah, we'll watch it after this.
Scum.
I live in the UK. This is a monarchy. Book smarts should be called stupid as fuck.
Facts. That's actually facts. Okay, this is where the problematic stuff begins. Uh-oh. Alright, the TOS parts, do I have to mute the audio or just the video? Do I have to mute the audio too? Which one? Or both? She punches him? Okay, got you. Do both? Alright. This is... Don't mute the audio for this part? Okay. Okay, that part's over. Jesus. So the next one is 541. Got it.
What is it about the Negro?
Blacks should be grateful.
Is it just the fact that Negroes are black?
They should be grateful for that by way of slavery.
No, that's just what you're saying is just a bunch of nonsense.
White America must see that no other ethnic group has been a slave on American soil.
You're treating blacks like children.
The other thing is that the color became a stigma. American society made the Negro's color a stigma.
Is it just the fact that Negroes are black?
Black people fundamentally played an instrumental part in building this country. You're talking about they should be great. That's complete nonsense.
They should be grateful. Should they not be grateful to be here now?
You're speaking a bunch of nonsense right now. Saying this, actually by saying this, you're serving the current establishment because you're trying to sow unneeded and unnecessary racial division by saying
this is reality.
So anti-human and inhumane.
That racism is an excuse used for capitalism, and we know that racism is just a byproduct of capitalism. Everything would be all right if everything was put back in the hands of the people, and we're going to have to put it back in the hands of the people.
Is he reactionary? He's saying put it back in the hands of the people. That's reactionary fascist rhetoric. All right, it's coming up. All right. Yeah, he called himself a Fred Hampton leftist, I know. Oh, this is from a movie.
Which meant that there was a willingness to give the white peasants from Europe an economic base. And yet it refused to give its black peasants from Africa who came here involuntarily in chains.
Who's speaking right now? Is this MLK? Who's speaking? That's so true. That's exactly it.
And had worked free for 244 years.
Yeah, that's exactly it. Okay, next one is 758.
Any kind of economic base. And so emancipation for the Negro was really freedom to hunger. It was freedom to the winds and rains of heaven.
Dude, I didn't know Durham was so based. This is all so true, these quotes and everything.
It was freedom without food.
Wow.
To eat or land to cultivate, and therefore it was freedom and famine at the same time. And when white Americans tell the Negro to lift himself by his own bootstraps, they don't look over the legacy of slavery and segregation. I believe we ought to do.
Oh my God. Down into USA means the ruling class. It means politicians. We have nothing against the American nation. Wow.
All we can.
758. Yeah, that base, that's enough to... Yeah, that does need to be censored. 100%. Thanks for catching that one. That's 758, and yes, that must be censored.
And seek to lift ourselves by our own bootstraps, but it's a cruel jest to say to a bootless man that he ought to lift himself by his own bootstraps. And many Negroes, by the thousands and millions, have been left bootless as a result of all of these years of oppression and as a result of a society that deliberately
Under capitalism, the exploited masses do not, nor can they, participate in the governing the country, if for no other reason that, even under the most democratic regime, under conditions of capitalism, governments are not set up by the people, but by the Rothschilds and Stinneses and the Rockefellers and Morgans.
made his color
758 is the next one.
a stigma and something worthless.
Who taught you to hate the shape of your nose and the shape of your lips? Who taught you to hate yourself from the top of your head to the soles of your feet? Who taught you to hate your own kind? Who taught you to hate the race that you belong to? If he were made to realize how black people really feel and how fed up we are without that old compromising sweet talk. Stop sweet talking. Tell him how you feel.
This is what Malcolm X said. He said this.
Why did they want land?
Tell him what kind of hell you've been catching. And let him know that if he's not ready to clean his house up, he shouldn't have a house. Should catch on fire and burn down.
I'm not a Marxist.
Okay. The next one is 807 to 813. Okay.
I don't agree with Marxists.
We're watching the jank video after this.
Should catch on fire.
I might even fight Marxists.
And burn down.
But so let's fight. Let's fight.
Okay, that's after. Okay, that's enough of that.
I might even fight Marxists.
Confucius, Napoleon, Washington, Peter the Great, Major Restoration, the three distinguished Italian patriots, all of those heroes of capitalism. I'd also read the biography of Franklin. I can't read this. Annette made this shame. My answer is shame is the revolution in itself. It is the victory of the French Revolution. Shame is the kind of anger turned in on itself. Wow, this is so true. I've read this quote before. This is so true. Shame is the source of revolutions. It honestly is.
Jackson Hinkle is vindicated.
how is it that
this must be the longest Durham operations video ever, but it's actually like one of the best ones.
that the American Negro, who for so long has been a second-class citizen in the United States,
still is. I'm sorry.
Well, how is it that he's contributed so much to American culture?
The Africans and the American Negroes have turned out to be an extraordinarily gifted people. The great tragedy is that by not making us full-class citizens as yet in America, they may be losing, I don't know how much yet.
He just keeps rolling, he keeps on rolling along.
I am an American, born there. My father slaved there. Upon the backs of my people was developed the primary wealth of America. The primary wealth. You have to have accumulated wealth to start, to build.
Yeah.
You did it another way here in Australia. You had to build your accumulated wealth too. You just came and took it. You know what I mean? And that's what they did in most of the countries. That's what you Europeans did. You just took it. But just like a Scottish American is proud of being from Scotland, I'm proud for being African. Now, in our school books, they tried to tell me that all Africans were savages, till I got to London and found mostly Africans I knew were going to Oxford and Cambridge and doing very well, and learned their culture. And even once somebody had the temerity, after one had conquered the Chinese people and imposed upon them the opium trade and everything else, to suggest that they were a backward people, just the people who had been civilized so long over the rest of you folks didn't make any sense at all. So somewhere, it was wonderful to find about the colored peoples of the world that they were very advanced. So I would say today that I'm an American who is infinitely prouder to be of African descent, no question about it. No question about it. I'm an Afro-American, and I don't use the word American ever loosely again. Upon the backs of my people was developed the primary wealth of America.
Black people fundamentally played an instrumental part in
Thank you, TS. Appreciate you, man.
building this country.
I dreamed I saw Joey last night, alive as you and me. Says I, but Joe, you're 10 years dead. I never died, says he. I never died, says he.
This is Talman, Ernest Talman. As their revolutionary child, I became their revolutionary leader. Wow. The Real Patriots Pantheon: Tom Paine, Tubman, Frederick Douglass, Mark Twain, Susan B. Anthony, Mother Jones, Big Bill Haywood, John Reed, Eugene Debs. Wow. This is from Michael Parenti. You're either with Parenti or you're with Sakai in this country. Alright, we're gonna shift gears and we are gonna watch Hassan and Cenk attack Marxism. So let's watch this video. Hassan debating Cenk on Marxism.
By and large.
Okay, give me a second. I'm gonna wash my hands a little bit. I'll be right back. Hi. Gonna be a long winter. Gonna be a long, long winter.
There's some direct connection between the attempt to create a Marxist utopia and starvation, authoritarianism, and I think I know what this is in actual.
No, totally, dude. Yeah, they do it on purpose. They love doing it.
Yeah. So I'm not. I don't even.
Hold on. Haas is a virgin. TTV Bullet Cruncher. What if I told you who the fuck is saying true? First of all, what if I told you on this month? Alright, fine. You got me for No Nut November. What if I told you that starting in October, I get to pipe different women every month? Different, by the way. Not the same one, different. Not so bad.
I'm not a Marxist. I don't agree with Marxists. I might even fight Marxists. But so let's fight. Let's fight. But this guy,
What's up with you, dude? You trying to fucking fight people? Like, just fight
You're
Joe
the one
Manchin.
who wants the gauntlet.
Yeah, but fucking Joe Manchin, like people that are actually in the seat of power, not like fucking
This October. I didn't mean next October. I mean this one.
random dickhead Marxist Leninist on the internet.
But
or
these,
Joe Rogan.
But these right wingers, when they come out with like Marxists just want to starve you, why would they want that? Why would they want that? That's so dumb.
That already passed. And I already nutted. Do the math.
Well, he's gonna describe it to you and fucking wreck you in the marketplace of ideas. Are you ready for this?
Oh, yeah, I'm ready.
He's gonna destroy you.
Question of group selection, which is because these systems are game theoretically unstable.
Just throw shit up against the wall.
They're game theoretically unstable, and that's just the theory. A game theory. Like, shut the fuck up, dude. What is this?
Shit, man. Hashtag Dark Horse, man. This guy's...
And then these fucking idiots will like watch and go, that's actually great.
But Hassan, you're actually a dipshit yourself about everything relating to the topic of Marxism. So what are you fucking talking about?
Great, that's brilliant. Thank you.
They don't have any idea what he's saying. Neither does he.
Because they punish those who do more and reward those who do less in order to get people.
It's just like, first of all, this notion that the most productive citizen...
I think Hassan removed his flag. Didn't you remove the flag? Pretty sure he removed the Soviet flag. He removed it, didn't he? He did! What the fuck did he replace it with, is the question. Hold on, what? Is he just trying to troll me? No fucking way. Is this a troll to me? Hassan replaced the Soviet flag with a cardboard cutout of the fucking Queen. That means I was correct. Because this is what I said. I said he serves the British Empire, not the Soviet flag. You should get rid of that Soviet flag. What the fuck? I'm pretty sure I'm the one who did that. Dude, and he literally replaced... You know what Hassan is, guys? I'll tell you what Hassan is. Hassan's a guy that thought that all of his good looks and all of his blessings or whatever, he's like, I was just born this way. I don't have to maintain it. So I can just become soy and I'll still have everything. I can dress like shit, have a shitty mentality, change my mental state, and have Funko Pops in my background, and I'll be the same forever. Hassan, I don't know who needs to break this to you, but you believe in fake genetic science. I'm a Lysenkoist. And as a Lysenkoist, I am telling you, you are acquiring characteristics. You've been acquiring characteristics for like a year or two. You've been acquiring characteristics. And that's all I could say. You've been acquiring those characteristics, Hassan. I remember watching you in 2019. You look a lot different than you did back then, bro. I'm telling you right now. And it's not too late to stop, by the way. It's not too late to stop. But you've been acquiring them characteristics, Hassan. That's all I gotta say. Shit don't come naturally like how you think. Some of it's natural, maybe, but you can lose it too. He still look good. Yeah, he does, but does he look better or worse? And is it going to keep getting worse or is it going to keep getting better? Look at this background, dude. No man, there's no such thing as a man who can sustain being a blessed Chad with this shit in the background. It's not going to last, bro. Yeah, he's morphing into SDL. He's going to morph into SDL.
In society are those who actually own the capital rather than the ones that literally do the productive labor is psychotic and completely fucking diametrically opposed to the reality. Okay? Without them, shit doesn't...
I'll admit, I can acquire characteristics too. One of my acquired characteristics is my beautiful Egyptian dark eyes. I acquired that shit through intensive spiritual meditative practices and whatever. Not on purpose, it was just a side effect. But I did adopt that, acquired those characteristics.
Work. I know you're a capitalist, so you of course think like replaceable labor automatically...
I don't fucking wear How do I prove to you I don't wear mascara, dude? I don't fucking wear mascara, bro. I don't know what you're talking about. Bro, I had a good dream last night. Bro, this was such a good dream. The fuck? I want to go back to it.
Means it's not important or as important as like fucking
I don't say
the CEO or whatever the fuck.
No, it's 50-50. It's a nuanced, complicated thing that's not as simple as labor does all of the work. And
Tell us the dream. It's TOS. I can't.
Certainly not as simple as these baboons talking about. Oh, who gives a shit about labor? We don't.
Labor
need
literally.
that.
There's no value without labor.
But yeah, I agree.
Okay. Then
but there's also no value without capital and without management.
Wait,
so,
what? Yes. 100. What do you mean? There's no value.
Eventually, there has to be management.
You know what's fucking hilarious is that Jank is right on two accounts. Hassan, there is no value without capital because there's no value form. Now, there's obviously need management as a necessity to produce things, but as far as value is concerned, Jank got it right. And you got it wrong.
If you have labor, you have to have management.
Doesn't mean okay.
And you can't do anything without
having
capital.
a bottom-up approach and having like a labor-first approach does not mean that there's no like managerial.
Yeah.
Okay, top-down or bottom-up is not relevant to what.
We're saying
there is no management.
Psychoanalyze the dream of yours. Okay, I had a dream that I moved into a new apartment. It wasn't. I don't know if it was an apartment or it was a hotel, but it was some kind of apartment. And then I went upstairs on the apartment, and there was a window. There was a balcony. It was on like the top floor, and there was this balcony, and there was like another room, and there was like a missing window, and there was some girls on the other side, and I was like, "Yo, what? Is there a missing window here or something? Like, what's going on?" And they're like, "No, apparently not." And so like it was just part of one room. So it turns out I was sharing a room with these girls, whatever, right? And something happened where they called me over or some kind of thing. Let me try to remember what happened here. They tried to call me over, or one of them called me over. And this was someone I know, by the way, like from a long time ago. And they called me over to like, where was it? In the room. I walked past the couch into the opening. So apparently like it's all part of one room. And we were just sitting on the couch. Sitting on a couch. And yeah, whatever. I don't know. I don't remember.
And whatsoever.
I just
okay?
remember liking it.
Yeah, you need management. That's why I'm saying you need both.
You should. Jake is right. You should let him teach you economic theory. Thank you, XQC4.
Okay, let's hear this shit though.
But like, as far as the value of like, what I'm talking about is in our heavily financialized economy. What value does the capital owner shareholder, like a majority shareholder, add to the product itself when you especially compare them to the value that the laborer provides? Like John Deere, right? You got the John Deere striking workers that actually fucking absolutely...
Hassan makes Marxism insufferable.
Hamstered the management.
Poe's trying to box you in. No, the way you interpret that dream is like, it's the opposite. It's like there was a missing window, and the missing window was turned into an opportunity of, I don't know, it was so weird. All I know is I was able to,
recently, so shouts out to them. Like, you got those guys, okay? You got like 19-year welders and shit that are literally no longer working because they're striking, right? What?
You're lonely? Believe it or not, my problem's the opposite right now. I'm too crowded in life. I try very hard to maintain solitude. Very hard. Matter of fact, I'm kind of like having cold feet about LA a little bit. I'm still going no matter what, but I'm a little cold feet. Like, I don't know. Do I need longer?
The value that they create is tangible. It's obvious. What
You think Hassan is pro Great Reset? 1,000 fucking % he is.
values is the shareholder
I'm going late December.
who has never been inside of the fucking...
I'm going late December when everybody's at home for Christmas except the lonely hoes that have daddy issues. That's where I come in. You get what I'm saying? Y'all understand what's going on?
Factory even.
Come to LA. Yeah, I'm coming no matter what. I'm coming 100,000%. I'm just saying. Yeah.
Happy.
Yeah, that's easy. So you don't have to be inside the factory. Everybody's inputting.
Okay, but what value?
You know what, Bullet Cruncher? I didn't ban you because you said Virgin Haas. I'm banning you because of the resident sleeper shit, you little bitch.
Values does the shareholder have?
Capital. He's providing capital for the company to do the things that they need to do.
So they can be substituted, is what you're saying.
Oh,
by, like,
definitely.
Literally
When you going to LA? Late December.
100%.
By
That's the whole point of the stock
by
market.
like a worker fund.
Yeah, shareholders are enormously fungible. In the stock market, they're the most fungible part there is. There's no special thing about a shareholder. They're just a fungible thing but you need it, right? So
what's Haas doing in LA? I'm gonna be there with Zerka and a few others. And bruh, I mean, it's just gonna be fun.
Obviously you need all of the above, and then the question isn't whether you need any of those. The question is, how do you weigh them, right?
So how do they...
My beard is too pointy. You ever notice that? It's a little too pointy. Should I just shave this point off? This kind of looks better. Should I just shave the pointy off? What do y'all think? It's a little too pointy. Yeah, look how pointy that is, man. Y'all like it or no? I don't know if I like it. It's kind of silly. It's kind of silly, you know? Like, imagine if it wasn't there. Kind of looks better without it. You know? Maybe, I don't know. I have a month to deal with it.
Get the capital.
Uh-huh.
The shareholder, how did he get the capital?
Well, there's a tons of different ways to get capital. A lot of it was illicit back in the day, right? And so
we are going to always arrive at one guy's grandfather decided we're going to do enclosures, and he was first to do that, okay?
No, that's not how it started, Hassan. Shut the fuck up.
And that's it. Ultimately, there's no other fucking difference. If you go far back enough, there's going to be one guy who bopped the head of the other guy and said, enclosures. We're doing it. Seems great. We should build a system and design it around this idea of private property. Okay.
No, that's not what happened.
Okay. Ultimately, that's where it comes from.
No, it's not. Private property preceded that.
Yeah. So look, on the one hand, capital was derived in the past and in the present in awful ways. Extraction of oil, which destroys the planet, puts its externalities on the rest of us, etc. Right? And you go back to the kings. How did the kings get it? They murdered everybody in sight and then declared themselves the king. And then they got all the money and then they passed it down. I get it, right? But at the same time, that doesn't get rid of the need to actually have that money to start up something. And management is useful and has its own use, right?
Oil is infinite, and it's not even a joke. It literally is infinite.
Me, I'm both super biased, but I think at the same time it's true. There is a critical part of capitalism that actually does work and is important, which is founders. Okay, so I'm biased because I'm a founder, right? But founders are actually do something creative, create a company, produce. It's like being a producer. You produce a thing, right? In our case, it's shows, but it could be cars. It could be.
Jank is a fake populist. He's jumping on the populism bandwagon after being a fucking lib shit Democrat shill for years.
Also a key man.
So now he's trying to appeal to the Joe Rogan crowd. Nah, you had your chance, dude.
No. So that's your value doesn't.
He helped deplatform Alex Jones.
Come from you being a founder. Your value comes from the audience that you've cultivated through your own personal labor. Now that labor
what
is obviously that labor is
why are you calling it labor, dude? You're sitting on your fucking chair. As someone who actually finds streaming tiring, I'm not gonna fucking dignify sitting on my ass with the word labor. As someone who finds it tiring, even I am not going to insult actual people who work by calling it labor. It's not labor. It's just kind of annoying. It's not labor, though. I'm literally sitting on my ass on a computer watching YouTube videos. Is this labor? This isn't labor, dude. What the fuck are you talking about?
Also produced by others as well. There's other workers underneath you that are helping you create that and generate that and whatnot. But ultimately, you could do what I'm doing and still be able to reach a level of success because you yourself, by working, would be able to do that. So that's entirely different than like the guy who's just who takes all of his money and puts it into and parks into the stock market and is just sitting and.
But I don't value that guy. I don't say like that guy's better than anyone else.
No, that guy is not a productive person, is what I'm saying. They're not. They're not a productive laborer, and society could perfectly exist without that guy. But someone would still have to fucking clean the toilets, and someone would still have to fucking, guard.
Why? Why can't we just clean our own toilets? Can we not clean our own toilets? Can we not clean our own toilets, dude? Why does someone have to clean toilets?
The mansions, if that's what you guys want to fucking talk about. Someone would still have to fucking drive the cars, pick up the poop, pick up
all
the trash.
All that is true, but
also create commodities.
So Hassan is what you call a neo-feudalist. So Hassan has this idea of the great chain of being that some people are meant to be him and some people are meant to work in McDonald's and clean toilets, right? And he just says, oh, well, you should just unionize. And he just wants people to waste their life working useless service sector jobs that our society does not need. And he doesn't believe in general strikes. He wants everyone in their place. He's a feudalist. Silicon Valley feudalist.
But you also need the capital, so it's not like that guy is not necessary.
He doesn't believe in a general strike where we cripple the fucking economy acting as one and reset everything in a people's great reset. He believes in the top-down great reset, which is going to lock people in their place and force them to be corporate slaves forever. There's two great resets. There's the corporate great reset, which is going to enslave society, and there's the people's great reset, which is like the ending of Fight Club, where everyone's debt will be wiped away and everyone has a new chance to start.
He's fungible, but necessary. You see what I'm saying? So it doesn't mean that shareholder is worth more than the labor.
This is the thing. There's not only one Illuminati. There's two Illuminatis, and there is an infrared Illuminati, and we're fighting the Illuminati on top. We are our own secret society.
Absolutely not, right? But you do need both.
No, you only need both in a system where the majority of the wealth.
Think about it. They don't even know our internal plans. We literally, the infrared collective, they think that our internal channel is the only way we communicate. In reality, we developed an impenetrable system of cryptography. Is how we fucking communicate, and we are actually conspiring to overthrow and topple governments and replace them all over the world. Thank you.
8 ready.
Thank you, Polywoggle. Thank you, Polywoggle. We have an advanced, impenetrable system of cryptography. No agency, no intelligence agency in the world can crack it. And we are responsible for we are behind many governments. Many governments is because of infrared. And the CIA, the Illuminati, if you're watching this, you're not even close to where we are. You're not even close. You're not even close. You think you have power, you have nothing. You have nothing.
Wealth is in the hands of the few. You would not.
Infrared agents are in the CIA in a video game. Infrared agents are in the CIA, and we own the CIA.
Not need that in a system.
We own the Rockefellers. We're starting to own the Morgans. Every single Illuminati, Council on Foreign Relations, the Freemasons, 33rd Degrees. All of our people are there.
That where you could collectively fund these sorts of enterprises. You absolutely could do that. There are countries that do that as well. There's different kinds of funds that like the labor pool can join into.
You know, in a sense, capitalism is halfway getting us there. It's going to kill us before it gets us there. Okay, it's because the downsides of capitalism are now enormous and have totally run away, right? But how do you survive? How do we survive? In a lot of ways, we crowd.
Yeah, the Rothschilds bow to infrared. The Rockefellers bow to infrared. The Morgans bow before infrared. All these people we are the puppet master of all society. We're the conspiracy of the conspiracy. You understand? We are at the very top. They have no idea who we are. There's thousands of us coordinating with secret cryptographic information.
Crowd right? We crowdsourced our capital, right? And so is that system possible? Definitely.
Yeah.
Is it preferable? Probably, right? But we haven't fully built it yet. We don't have the infrastructure for it yet, but we're slowly building it. But that is also happens through markets.
We're not slowly building it. The reason why we're not slowly building it is the same reason why you look at like FDR as a hero, right? Because you refuse to recognize that external pressures is precisely the reason why FDR operated the way he did. Both domestically with the trade unionists, communists, like an actual fucking robust communist movement, but also internationally as well. Like seeing the rise of communism and wanting to at least enact some sort of welfare state policies and social safety nets to stop that revolutionary action dead in its tracks, to offer people some crumbs. And without that, which we don't have anymore, we have no counterbalance. Like we have no revolutionary force on this planet. Without any of that, we're not going to magically move towards offering more power and even a larger piece of the profits back to the workers. This is just not going to happen. Just like without unions and union power, we're not going to get there either. So it's just
yeah, but that part I don't necessarily disagree with. I don't think it's magic. I think it happens in the way that you're seeing it happen literally in our case, right? But at the same time, yeah, external pressure is enormously important. There's no way FDR would have done what he did without that pressure. There's no way LBJ would have done what he did on civil rights without external pressure. And so, if you're talking about the reality of like how that change got done, it's an ugly reality because they were worried about riots. They were worried about physical strikes that got pretty heated. Okay. In the case of FDR, and in the case of LBJ, it was the riots. And so, was there a role for Malcolm X? Yeah. Did it make a difference? Yes. So
what's your point, Jank?
Don't like to admit that it's true. And so I'm not.
You're just a fence sitter. What are you even saying? You're saying vote for Biden. That's all you're fucking saying, dude. Jimmy Dore has it 100,000% spot on.
Agreeing with you on that. And in a way, you could even argue, as I think you partly are, that FDR.
He sounds like Obama right now.
Was helping to save.
Sounds like a liberal college professor being like, okay, you're right.
The current system. Otherwise,
what's the point?
He was.
Yeah.
That's what like Marxist Leninists that believe in revolutionary action see the welfare state as counterproductive. They think that the welfare state is offering a level of comfort to the workers that sedates them and helps them think, like the SDP did in.
No, they don't. Where is this coming from? Which Marxist-Leninists are you talking about? Maybe like third worldist? Yeah, where'd you get this idea that Marxist-Leninists are opposed to the welfare state? Like, what the fuck are you talking about? Who is he referring to? Is he talking about Jason? I think he's just making it up. Pretty sure the Communist Party supported all progressive reforms and was actually behind them. Like, leading, like... I don't know what he's talking about. Man, this is like new left shit. Like, the workers are all Ernest Talman. What? What does that have to do with it? Do you think... Wait, are you talking about the third period against the SPD? You think that was because they didn't like reforms? No, it's because the fucking SPD was actually a counter-revolutionary force that was circumventing the bourgeois democratic freedoms to crack down on communists. It wasn't because Marxist-Leninists had an issue with the welfare state or the ideas of the Social Democrats. It was because what the Social Democrats were doing at the time, right? They were actually collaborating with the reactionary ruling class actively at the time. And it's not like they were knocking on an open door and were saying like, Bernie's a fascist, Bernie's... No, dude. You need to fucking read history. This is so stupid.
In Germany, in the pre-Nazi Germany, that they feel like they have a seat at the table, they have a crumb of power, and they're...
What? The SPD was barely in power. The SPD was barely in power. What are you fucking talking about?
Seeing like genuine...
Do you think it went from SPD to the Nazis? Because that's not what happened.
Material changes, no matter how fucking tiny it is. So they just no longer want to fight back in the ways that true...
Okay, the idea that reform should be opposed because they have a pacifying effect on the workers is just the most outlandish... That's coming from like the 60s, 70s New Left. That's not something Marxist-Leninists ever said. They never... That's just stupid. Marxist-Leninists don't care if... Oh, the reforms are pacifying people. Well, no, that wasn't the communist perspective. The communist perspective was that the Social Democrats would fail in being able to deliver these reforms. Now, after World War II, maybe there's a different story. Like, how should Marxist-Leninists deal with... But the strategy Marxist-Leninists took after World War II was to be a defensive popular front force. Like, we want to defend these gains of the working class. We want to be a that's the role the French Communist Party would take. Now the new left would come around and they would have your kind of criticism of what you're saying, like, oh, these reforms and the Communist Party's a sellout. These reforms are just pacifying the people. But that was like the May 68 new left. That was like third worldist and culminated in the left we see today. You know, you got to get your history right, Hassan. This is really stupid.
Truly, in the ways that where you can truly change the way that we organize our society.
That's a really legitimate and interesting critique. And, you know, and it depends on what you mean by welfare state. So if you're talking about food stamps, that's even more true. But then how brutal are you going to be in denying that to try to hope for a revolution, right?
Yeah, no, I am not an accelerationist anyway. I don't think that we will ever accelerate towards a fucking Marxist-Leninist revolution. The material.
Yeah. Why does Hassan love the word Marxist-Leninist? Can I teach you guys a little something about Marxism, Leninism? So it's a funny word. Isn't Marxism, Leninism a funny word? It's like Marxism and also Leninism. What's the point of this word? I'll tell you why. So before Lenin, you said something called Orthodox Marxism. So Marxism all across the world and Europe was the Second International, and it was called the Social Democrats before World War I. And they created something called Orthodox Marxism, a way of simplifying Marxism to make it accessible to stupid people. Right? Make it accessible to the masses. Orthodox Marxism. Simplify it, not only for the masses, but for the operational, like, how do you start a party? How do you get it's like an orthodoxy that's supposed to be practical, right? Now, Stalin made a point of saying that Lenin had a unique contribution and that Lenin wasn't just an Orthodox Marxist. Lenin wasn't just a Marxist. Lenin represented something new, right? And so he called it Leninism. And he tried to integrate Lenin's contribution with Marxism in the form of Marxism-Leninism. But you have to ask the question, the very fact that Marxism was not adequate enough and it needed Lenin and Lenin's contribution says something about Marxism in general. The point is not to turn Marxism-Leninism into a dogma. The whole point of Marxism-Leninism is that the original dogma doesn't work. It doesn't satisfy the development of reality. That's why Marxism-Leninism leads to Mao and Mao Zedong thought and all this other stuff. Marxism-Leninism is the launching pad. It's not the end point. It's the launching pad of true Marxism, right? You need to understand that. It's not a dogma. It's not a dogma. It's a way of cataloging real historical experiences. Okay? So I don't know what Hassan's saying. The Marxist-Leninist revolution. There's no such thing as a Marxist-Leninist revolution. There's revolutions, and they can be leaders of revolutions who have learned from the experience of Lenin and Marx, who have things to say about how revolutions work. But no revolution is premised on the basis of an ideology called Marxism-Leninism.
Conditions are not there.
That's not what Marxist-Leninists believe. They don't believe there's going to be a Marxist-Leninist revolution. They believe there's going to be a revolution and that Marxism-Leninism is the best guide to being able to navigate and lead this revolution, right?
That, like, it's an outdated way of thinking. We don't even have any sort of organizational power. And
Marxism-Leninism is outdated, and yet you believe in 17th century liberal metaphysics? Get the fuck out of here, son.
Commodity production and the way it's done now, especially in the Western world, when it's so far removed from the when the labor aristocracy is so far removed from the assembly line.
What?
That, like, it's just not going to happen. Our labor force has been pussified, if you will.
No, we have we have a tough labor force. We do have pussified Netflix employees who you call the vanguard of the working class, but I think this is just projection.
And no longer like is actually fucking working in the factory. So
this please explain the connection to Marxism, someone.
It makes it much more difficult to actually organize because you're working.
No, it's way easier to organize today. We have the fucking internet. Are you kidding? The fuck? It's way easier, dude. It's become more socialized than before. It's not less, it's more. Yeah, people aren't working on an assembly line, but they're getting all of their information and sense of social belonging
Porcelain donated $6.
in very centralized spaces.
I'm deeply saddened to be informed of my second permaban here. I have no idea why I got banned. I'm just trying to have a good time in your streams. My life is over. I'm so heartbroken. Sincerely, Stan. Seriously though?
Okay, well, you need to file an unban appeal because there must have been a good reason. Okay, nobody gets banned for no reason here. So you must have done something dumb yesterday or something to piss me off, and that's why. But nobody gets banned here for no reason at all. There's always a good reason, okay? There's always a reason.
White collar jobs for the most part.
Right. But there are things that could lead to structural and institutional change that are part of the quote unquote welfare state.
Also the other part is this is actually a brilliant take from Murat, and you'll enjoy this. Murat always talks about the bread price. He says, no matter where you go in America, the price of bread is stable and it's cheap. And he's 100% right. He's like, as long as that bread price is the same and people at the very the people that have the most revolutionary potential are still able to feed themselves, which Americans can, by the way, no matter how poor they are, and no matter how much medical bankruptcy exists. And
it's kind of weird that he says this in the midst of a supply chain crisis with a very high near future likelihood of food prices rapidly rising coupled with inflation. So, dude, Hassan, very bad timing to say this, to say the least.
And whatnot, and no matter how much cruelty and oppression we subject the working class here in America to, ultimately is...
Okay, I need to clarify this to people. Revolutions don't happen because of how brutal and cruel things are. They happen because there's a disconnect between expectations for what the future should be and the passage of time. Okay? When people have an expectation of where they should be at and they fall below that expectation, and where that is relative based on the country. Let's say everyone had a yacht in America. Even if everyone had a yacht, it doesn't matter. You have an expectation, and if you fall below the expectation of what you're entitled to, you feel you're entitled to, that's the source of revolutionary fervor. I need people to understand. And I hate to break this to all of you LARPers in the chat who think revolutions are when the oppressed rise up because they're being oppressed. But people have been always oppressed, dude. People that have shit kicked in their face and dirt kicked in their face for hundreds of years and nothing happens. Oppression is something that always happens. Revolutions don't happen when the oppressed rise up. Revolutions happen when the privileged rise up. The privileged get butthurt because they're entitled, and they're the ones who lead revolutions. What happens, though, is that this happens in the cities. Then people in the countryside go, hey, if they're entitled to that, I'm entitled too. And that's when the oppressed become mobilized. The oppressed never become mobilized based on slave morality. Like, I'm oppressed and you're an oppressor, I should rise up. No, the oppressed rise up when they suddenly feel entitled. Right? The French Revolution was led by the Third Estate. The Third Estate, at first, was the most entitled and privileged of the bourgeoisie, the bourgeois of the cities, who thought they were like these snarky people like, yeah, these nobles and aristocrats and this king is giving too much power to the peasants. I want to, you know what I mean? Like, it was almost like they were reactionaries. Thank you, Radical Leftist Agenda. So they rose up But then when that happened, the others followed, and the rest is history, right? But revolutions aren't started in a progressive way at all. They're started by the most privileged and entitled popular strata of society. Give me one exception to this. Every revolution in history is started by the privileged and the entitled. And there's nothing wrong with that, by the way. But that's how they start.
Porcelain donated $5. PSSSST at Jennifer_SN. Please unban me when Us is not.
Thank you, Porcelain. The Spartacist uprising was probably started by like the most well-off slaves. The Haitian Revolution, I don't have too much knowledge on it, so I couldn't tell you. But I would not be surprised if the Haitian Revolution began with the most privileged strata of slaves in some capacity, whether in the form of its leaders, original leaders, or whatever. Now, I'll admit later on it became different, but it would not surprise me if that's how it started.
As long as they can fucking buy bread and eat bread, and bread is an analogy here for food for the most part, they
Petite Blancs and the poor slaves
will never fucking rise up and
like, you guys know Tahrir Square in Egypt? That wasn't started by the poor. The poor voted for the Muslim Brotherhood. The Tahrir Square was started by a middle class that had expectations that were not realized. Okay?
and engage in labor militancy or have any sort of like violent, bloody revolution.
No, the more
Same's true for the Iranian Revolution. The Iranian Revolution was privileged students in the cities rose up against the Shah, and then the countryside rose up, and they're like, "Oh shit, we didn't mean it all like that," right? That's every revolution in history. First, these city dwellers caused commotion. We want revolution. We want revolution. And then people in the city be like, okay, we want revolution. People in the countryside go, we want revolution too. So they march the hordes of people from the countryside. And then the city dwellers like, oh shit, we didn't mean it like that. We didn't mean all that. Right? And then they become the counter-revolutionaries. That's always the law of revolution. It's always how it happens. Every single one in history. Every single one in history.
Theory on bread is excellent, and you'll see it play out in milk a lot. Where they'll actually have a lot of news stories about the price of milk. And it happened recently too. But, you know, like in a sense, Obama is the political version of that. You just do a little release valve. Right?
Right now in America, see, Occupy Wall Street was these privileged hipster fucks, but I supported Occupy Wall Street. Now in America, we are in the age of populism. So the countryside is rising up, and these urban fucks who used to be the first revolutionaries with Occupy Wall Street, whatever, they've become the counter-revolutionaries. So you see what's going on? They've become the counter-revolutionaries. And the countryside rose up. And they're like, oh, we didn't mean all that. Remember in Occupy Wall Street? Down with the 1%. Down with the 1%. Then, American people are now in New York. Black Lives Matter. All of them are uniting against the government, against the vaccine mandates, and they're like, "Oh, we didn't mean it like that. No, I mean, like, we were advocating for revolution. It's not. No, we didn't mean it like that." You know what I mean? They talk about we want to strike. Netflix on strike. Netflix on strike. Then there's talk of a general strike. No, we didn't mean it like that. We didn't mean it like that. No, that's not what we meant.
Just release the pressure a little bit so you can maintain the overall brutality of the system while pretending to do a tiny bit of change. So, yeah. And they've done a great job of keeping us at, like, barely sustaining wages and prices.
Yes, just well fed enough to not recognize that they're starving you, but still starved enough that you don't have the power to fight back.
Totally. In fact, I think that's why the right wing is going towards, they're losing their minds because they know they're getting fucked with, and they're not wrong about that. The system is fucking with them. It is rigged. It is corrupt, right? But their reaction has been, so it must be the lizard people, and let's go do weirdo random violence that doesn't have anything to do with anything, right? and then people come in and grifters take advantage of that, right? But what we need is a left-wing alternative that actually gives people a constructive way to change the system and rebuild it. But the right wing is not wrong that the system's fucked.
Yeah, that's why I think like the revolutionary potential only exists in the third world. If we're being real, if we're being really real, the only places where there's like actual revolutionary potential is the third world. It's the exploited people, because here in the United States,
this is the dumbest shit I ever heard. What is this? Yeah, stop talking about the third worldism and all this shit. The third world have their own thing going on. There's reformists in the third world. You don't know what you don't know what you're talking about. Shut up about that shit, dude. All the same social dynamics exist in the third world too. You have the PMCs there. The same shit goes on in third world. They're not different. It's just relative difference of wealth, yes. Different standard of living, yes. But it's not, you don't get a get out of jail pass free by just talking about the third world and you solve all the issues that you have here.
Whether we'd like to admit it to ourselves or not, we still benefit greatly from the extraction of natural resources from the third world, and we benefit greatly from the imperialist conquest of the United States. We reap the benefits of that. Some people...
Dude, this guy's so woke. Yeah, I know he's becoming more ultra. He's becoming more Fuck! Fuck my life, man. This is what all of these AOC's Bernie squad defenders who supported Biden are becoming so ultra-leftist now. And it reminds me of the Hillary supporters in 2016 who became super ultra-leftist after Trump won. Yeah, I know I called it months ago, but I didn't think it was actually going to happen this early. What's up with all of these, like, woke MLs? You guys ever notice that? The pipeline, AOC to ML pipeline. Okay, I need to commission a report. And I will literally pay you. If you, look, I need to be careful how I word this. Write up for me a report. The first person who does it is going to get paid. After that, you're not getting paid. And I'll tell you when someone gave it to me, because I can't have multiple people give me submissions. So the first person who gives me a report is going to get paid. I want you to study the origin of these new MLs on Twitter. Because a year ago, the issue was BreadTube, right? BreadTube is done. BreadTube's done. And now we're in this new woke ML phase. So someone needs to study, in-depth study of what the pipelines are to this new woke ML Baizwo shit. Where is it coming from? Like, how did this BreadTube to ML pipeline get started? What happened and where are they coming from? Because I've noticed the past 5 months, they've just blossomed, right? I remember it used to be BreadTube that used to be the issue. BreadTube's done. They're completely obsolete now. So where is the what's this new weird ML shit, right? The fake ML shit.
Openly recognize it. Some people don't.
Chapo and TrueAnon.
But it still lives in the back of our minds whenever we think, well, I'm happier living here in the United States than in fucking, Zimbabwe.
Gen Zedong, old Bay Area crowd. But I see DSA people who are into it now. There's all these DSA hipsters that are into it. You know what I mean? There's a lot of like these DSA people.
And that's what it is. That's the reality.
He's Maoist. He's not a fucking Maoist, dude. Shut the fuck up.
So
there's a lot of truth to that. The only thing I saw in the comment section is somebody said something along the lines of, "I'm a Muradist."
Yeah.
And I'm down for that. Okay, let's watch the end of this. I still haven't seen Jordan Peters.
people who are harmed by that. That is to say, those who tend to contribute more and are therefore.
Someone go get the clip of me predicting this so I can post it on Twitter. Could someone go get the clip of me predicting this would happen? Fuck me, man. I don't want this to happen, though. It's the thing. It's a distraction, man. You can't beat them, join them. That's what's going on. I fought these fuckers for a year. I waged war on them. So their new strategy is to pretend to be Marxist-Leninists now and be the true Marxist-Leninists. That's what fucking happened, guys. I came here as a Marxist-Leninist. I fought BreadTube and destroyed BreadTube. And now they're the new strategy of the leftoid degenerate scum is to start identifying as Marxist-Leninists. To gaslight me, yeah. Just like how it's fashionable to join the CPUSA now. Oh yeah. Guess who started that too? You think they're the ones who started the CPUSA trend? No, bitch, I started that. I started everything. I'm the one who fucking brought ML back to the fucking scene. But now they're trying to fight me by pretending and disguising themselves as being Marxist-Leninists, which is honestly way harder. It's way harder. You guys think it was hard for me to fight BreadTube? It was the easiest fucking thing in the world. Because here's all I had to do to fight BreadTube. Y'all are a bunch of Anglo-Saxon leftists who have an issue with China and Russia and these Eastern countries. West versus East. It was easy to fight BreadTube. It was fucking easy, right? But now they're all becoming Marxist-Leninists. And they're giving me a hard time because now they can frame me as the white supremacist because I don't call for the Sakaiist. Remove the settlers! I'm not, you know what I mean? Because I'm also a populist. I'm also an American populist, is the issue. So now the tables have turned, and I'm the Western chauvinist now, and they represent the POC oppressed, which is not true at all. I mean, it's obviously not true. But they're able to, make that a very, it's so easy for them to be like, okay, these are the patriotic American white people, and we are the POC. And if you understand dialectics, it's not the case. They're still the same Anglo BreadTube liberal fucks, but they've just upped their game in disguising themselves now. They're the same fucks I've been fighting for a year, but they've just changed their strategy. Fuck, man. This is a tough battle I'm fighting. These are the number one enemy. BreadTube's not even enemy number one no more. BreadTube's gone. BreadTube is dividing between Destiny and the Gen Zedong MLs. That's what's going on with BreadTube. And I talked to Caleb about it, and I think I want to schedule something with Caleb to talk about this because we do need to address this before it becomes even bigger than it is, I think. So I'm going to ask Caleb if we can have a stream together where we talk about it because we need to pin this down because look, this is going to be a thing, right? And fighting this is going to be way harder than fighting BreadTube. Fighting BreadTube was easy peasy piss easy shit, right? Fighting these new fake MLs, that's going to be tough. That's going to be very tough. You know? That's going to be very tough. Twitter's fake ML central. Okay? It's ML with pronouns in the bio.
By such a system to
and there's so many of them. You have no idea. These people are there's thousands and thousands. Is it all Chapo though? There's thousands, dude. Remember that tweet I said where I was like, the GDR, the German Democratic Republic, the DDR, was conservative. And thousands of people swarmed me, and they're like, what are you talking about? The DDR was the most progressive on trans rights. And I'm like, where the fuck did you come from, motherfucker? Who are you? Where did you even come from? Like, where the fuck did these people come from? I didn't even know this was a thing. But why are they Marxist-Leninists? It's so confusing. Remember a year ago when I was the Marxist-Leninist and I was fighting BreadTube? But now they're BreadTube and they call themselves Marxist-Leninists. What is going on, man? Synthetic left Marxist-Leninists, aka helis, helicopters, helis.
To it, you have to threaten them.
Right, they're unplayable games, and you have to enforce.
This is such an incredibly simple
Stalin was trans.
Point of view on like
Stalin was non-binary, and he used neo-pronouns. Ji, jue, joie. Where the fuck did this come from? Where did it come from? I don't know where it come from. I don't know where this came from. It's so weird. It's so odd to me. I don't know where that came from. I really don't. I'm commissioning an investigation. Someone show me where this came from. So remember, I'm commissioning someone to investigate the origins of the helis. Tell me where they're coming from, what their pipelines are, and like how recent this phenomena is. Because I need to get to the bottom of this. We need an investigation.
Organizing under like a more centralized system.
Thank you, Patriot.
Or socialism. Or
I think they think Marxism-Leninism is like the authoritarianism of woke political correctness. So they're basically like, what if my power to cancel people on Twitter extended into being able to execute people for misgendering my neo-pronouns? It's this like really weird fascist psycho shit where they're like basically adopting the right-wing fascist mischaracterization of Stalinism and Marxism-Leninism and like unironically adopting it as true.
Communism, or even a social democracy, if you will. It's silly. It's like a childish way to look at this.
Yeah, they think MLism is the final stage of wokeness. How? Where? What? How?
Them by force because people discover they're unplayable.
Right.
Yeah. Game theorists are interested in the repeatability of interactions, and some forms of interactions degenerate with time. Those aren't sustainable. They're not good games. As you play them, you get bored by them or hurt by them. You don't want to keep playing. Some games maintain themselves, and we have an ethic.
Could you imagine Stalin imagine Stalin getting a newspaper or something and reading these tweets and looking at these people with like purple hair and pronouns and it just, what do you think he would think of it? What do you think he would think? Just imagine. Do these people think he would be on their side or something? That's what I don't get. Do they think he would be on their side? Like, imagine Stalin, he's looking at what's going on in the West and he's seeing someone say, I don't know. What do you think he would say? Because a lot of these people actually think Stalin would be with them. And they think Mao would be with them. And they're like, who's that one person? They're like, yeah, I am a Maoist. I am a Stalinist. So what? It's like, but what do you think they would think of you though? Because you know? Oh, that idiot. I forgot to mention that fucking idiot, dipshit, dumbass Danky Kang. Danky Kang is going on Twitter calling me an incel, which is funny because I have more access to pussy than Danky Kang will ever have in his whole fucking life. Like, I get nudes like this, right? And I just have way more opportunities and more access right now than he ever will have in his whole fucking life. So I don't know who Danky Kang is calling me that. But I don't know, what does he need, a sex tape or something? But anyway, from me, I mean, like, what's it gonna take for him to realize you're wrong? You sound stupid when you say this, right? Which I probably could do. I'd never do that. I'd shame my fucking family, my parents, whatever. But imagine if I got so mad at people on Twitter calling me an incel that I just made a sex tape with like 3 freaky whatever. You know what I mean? Probably wouldn't be that hard, honestly. Imagine if I did that. But I always thought, like, how would they respond? What would they say? How would they respond? You would get clout. I couldn't do that, dude. I couldn't do that. I'd never do that. But sometimes I just want to feel like, what would you say, though? What would they say? They would talk about your dick. My dick is nothing to be ashamed of. Believe it or not. It's nothing to be ashamed of. It's not that long, but it's thick. I have a thick, girthy cock. You understand? And especially when it's at full power, because I usually don't get to full power. I think I need to be in love to get into full power, honestly. When I get to full power, it literally is actually fucking out of this world. Full power level, like fully erect. Fully erect. When I have an angry dick. You literally need to be like there has to be a spiritual side to get to that point. Otherwise, you're going to get like, usually like 75%, right? Which is still not bad.
That teaches us when we're playing a sustainable game. I think that
they just say you were insecure with your masculinity or compensating. Yeah, I'm not going to do it because, like, you don't ever get, this is what I learned on being on the internet. You don't ever get rewarded for being right. You don't, like, I'll never get rewarded for piping bitches or anything like that. I'll only get penalized for answering the wrong thing about how many holes, right? But I'll never get rewarded for being right. I'll only get penalized. That's how the internet works. I'll never get rewarded for actually getting some. I'll only, so I may as well not even care to talk about it because I'll never get credit for it,
That's the voice of conscience.
I didn't get credit when I went to Austin.
As it's instantiated is actually an unplayable game, and you gave a reason. You can't set up a system that punishes people that are productive and rewards people who aren't.
Rewards people who aren't productive. What does that even mean? So they're just calling everyone who works unproductive.
Yeah, no, the entirety of the working class are unproductive.
I'm not gonna fucking roll up my fucking sleeve, motherfucker. I'm not gonna roll up shit.
Which is ironic because it's the exact inverse of that is true. If we are comparing someone who is a capital holder, a capital owner, in comparison.
I'm not rolling up shit, bitch. You waste your points, waste your points.
If we're comparing them to a fucking worker, that person is actually a productive, part of the productive labor force. No commodities will ever be.
Why does Twitter keep removing my likes from your posts? Because Twitter's a fucking federal government trying to fuck with me, man. The problem with that federal government is that you only know how to do cybernetics, and that's how you control people. You don't know how to control a spiritually motivated man, CIA. You don't have the brain, you don't have the technology to do that. You only have the technology to fuck with people's feedback loops and treat people like a cybernetic organism. Yeah, you know how to do that, but you don't know how to do anything else. And cybernetics is not the final threshold of being. So therefore, in this astral war, I'm winning, dude.
Be produced without the worker. No value will ever be.
I'm winning the astral psychological war.
Created with
just because they don't understand dialectics. Imagine that.
Without the worker. That worker might be replaceable, okay? But the entire point of solidarity and the entire point of fucking labor union organizing and the entire point of socialism is to demonstrate that, like, we have more to fucking win if we unite side by side and show that, like, yeah, we might have a easier barrier of a lower barrier of entry into becoming laborers, but ultimately, if we fucking unite, without us, you have nothing, you have no value, and you have no fucking productive forces.
So
it's ridiculous to say the opposite is true, though, but they say it regularly because they suckle on the capitalist teat. That's how they make money. They make money by saying,
oh my god, Hassan, you make me fucking never want to associate with anything related to fucking Marxism or communism ever again. You make it so miserable and fucking painstakingly insufferable. That I never ever want to fucking go near it.
the system that we are existing under is the best possible organization of the economy. The system that we're existing under is good. And, you know, one day you too can also be rich. You just have to have the alpha brain, rich guy mindset. They're no different than the fucking Deepak Chopra for white dudes, or Deepak Chopra is also, hitting the, he also targets white dudes as well. But they're no different than, you know, doing goop for white kids, okay?
So the great irony here is that almost all of these guys are funded by right-wing billionaires, right? So they don't actually have to fend for themselves. I think Crowder is an exception. I think he's actually popular, etc. Rogan is certainly an exception. But most of the Dave Rubins, I don't know Jordan Peterson's story.
Guys, I saw a post of the Christmas decorations of Biden versus Melania. Wasn't Melania's the most, like, best first lady of ever America had? Melania came from a fucking communist Yugoslav family. She came from a Yugoslav communist family. And she was kicking it back in the fucking White House, bro. Melania, I don't know, dude. She was an alpha female. Melania was an alpha female, bro. She came from a communist Yugoslav family. And she was just kicking it back in the motherfucking White House. And the libs were so mad. Oh, man, bro. Melania made them so mad. You know why Melania made them so mad? Because she had a Slavic accent and she didn't give no fucks. She was just like, I'm in your White House. Oh, man. Oh, bro, that's hilarious. Oh, wow.
In specific, but the Ben Shapiro's, etc., they literally get funded by really wealthy capitalists to do propaganda for them, which then ironically makes them labor. And so they're arguing against themselves because they're fungible. Who cares
if you want proof that Americans aren't necessarily chauvinist, just use Melania and Trump as an example. The entire media said Trump was a Russian puppet. His fucking wife came from a communist family and was a foreigner. And the American people who supported Trump, the populist movement or whatever, they didn't give no fucks. They was like, whatever. Yeehaw. I don't give a fuck if there's Russians, communists. Let them all go. As long as we owning the libs, it's okay with me. Hell yeah.
Rubin or Jordan Peterson or whoever else, you could, according to their own argument, you can just flip them out. They're irrelevant. They're puppets, right? So they're making a hilarious...
Because she's white? No, it's not white, dude. Shut the fuck up.
Hilariously ironic argument.
She's from a Nazi collaborationist family. She's from a communist family. What are you talking about?
Okay, but the thing is, guys, obviously...
She's like the daughter of a communist fucking politician.
Enough material wealth to be able to fucking become capital owners as well.
If
and that's
you
why
suck on that teat long enough.
John J. Jen, John J. Jen, John J. Jen.
Thank you, DJK.
Like he could just very easily fucking shut this operation down and, you know, get addicted to benzos and go live in Russia for a couple of years as his fucking daughter, the true dragon of chaos, almost fucking murders him by trying experimental benzo addiction therapy in Russia because it's not allowed in America because it can fucking kill you if you quit benzos cold turkey. Or even after that, when you're not fucking murdered by the fact that you did this experimental therapy in Russia, then maybe your Dragon of Chaos daughter will give you COVID.
Well, how do people watch Hassan? Every time I hear him talk, I'm like, dude, shut the fuck up. Is that how you guys feel when I talk?
Because she's at a Serbian nightclub with her boyfriend, who she got a fucking entire tattoo of, by the way. Sorry, all of those things that I mentioned is real, by the way.
I missed whose daughter this is.
Mikhail Peterson.
You know what's a really big black pill? You know what's a big black pill, guys? I don't know if this is because the internet's mostly kids, but the more cartoon-like and fake you are, just obviously fake, the more you'll get thousands. You know why a lot of people don't get my humor? They just take me literally everything I say. That's how stupid people are. If I just sat here and I was like, "Hi guys, how are you doing? I love you guys. Let's look at some of the memes." And I just like was super like direct and super just fake and cartoon like, I would have 50,000 viewers, because literal dumbasses are like, they just take everything at face value. They have like no critical capacity of thought at all. And it's the same reason why I go viral so much, just from people just taking random shit that I say that's a joke as super serious. Like when I was like, remember I was like, yeah, dude, I hate women, whatever. And everyone took that out of context like it was a super serious thing. Haas hates women. They just like there's no capacity to understand. There's a layer behind things, right? Everything's on the surface. Everything's just direct. Oh, guys, I'm Hassan, and you are experiencing the Hassan Show. All right, guys. It's just like there's no dialectics. It's just all one-sided. I don't get it. I can't do it. I'm sorry, I can't do it. Is that what it's gonna have to take to break the glass ceiling of 1K average viewers? Because I really don't want to, guys. Truth is, most people are dumb fucks who are living in the first dimension.
And Jordan Peterson's sexy ass daughter, who's like married to.
Say dumb shit and wonder why people react. Hold on, no. I want to actually. We have one in the wild. We have one of these people in the wild, and I want to actually like. This is a real person in the wild who like thinks this way. So say dumb shit and wonder why people react. Maybe you have a mental problem, and that's fine. There's nothing wrong with that. But just be open about that fact. Because are you a normal person? Are you normal? Are you like, do you have any like issues? Or thank you, Khalil. Because you say dumb shit, but sometimes dumb shit is the joke. Sometimes the joke is that it's dumb, right? The fact that I have to explain this to you is an abomination to all humanity. You're a literal fucking idiot. The fact I have to explain it to you, it's like, what planet do I live on? Literal dumb fuck. You said dumb shit, but that's the fucking point. You fucking idiot. And you take it seriously. You take it seriously. What is wrong with your brain? What is literally wrong with your head? I want to know. I want to know what is wrong with your fucking head. Like, where does it fucking come from? Where the fuck does that come from? You literally take everything literal. There's no ability to understand tone, context, anything. There's no emotional cues, nothing. You just take it all at face value. Like I'm writing a sentence, typing it, and I'm enshrining it as a fucking, like, tablet statement. You're a fucking idiot. What the fuck is wrong with you?
Some fucking, like, psych.
You guys are way smarter than you think. I swear to God. And that's saying something because 99% of you are dumb fucks, right? But compared to most of the internet, you guys are actually smart. Like, to be able to sit in this chat and keck W and laugh actually makes you like superhuman intelligence, apparently, because people are so fucking stupid. They literally don't understand when when things are serious, when they're not serious. Like, you guys are big brain people, apparently, you know? I don't know. Like, you think in Hassan's chat, they take everything literally. There's no... You think Hassan can act like me? Hassan's chat will take it literally. They'll be like, what do you mean by that, Hassan? What do you mean? You know what I mean? Like, and they'll post it on Twitter and they won't understand. I don't know how you guys get it. I don't know how there's 600 people in here who understand. But apparently you guys are like the smartest. You guys you know what? We're going to start calling our chat Mensa. We're the Mensa of Twitch. Mensa of Twitch. We are the Mensa of Twitch. And that's saying something for a bunch of dumb fucks like you. But apparently we are the Mensa of Twitch. We are the Mensa of Twitch. Remember that. And I'm getting a Mensa emote. I am getting a Mensa emote. I'm getting a Mensa emote. This is the Mensa of Twitch. Literally the smartest Twitch chat in all of Twitch. The smartest chat in all of Twitch. No, think about it. Even Destiny and Vosh's subreddit, when they clip me and shit, it's like you guys are the only ones. You guys remember the two-hole shit? When I'm singing like there are only two holes? And you guys are doubling down on the meme and shit? You guys know you're the only ones who get it. It's just an inside joke, and literally we're the only ones. Everyone's literally stupid, dude. They all take it seriously. What the fuck, bruh? This is literally the Mensa of Twitch. I'm not even fucking kidding. This is literally the Mensa of Twitch. Bruh, the way I see you guys act on Twitter and how you troll on Twitter and everyone takes it serious. Bruh, remember the Netflix march? Remember the Netflix Solidarity March? They literally don't get it, dude. To this day, they didn't think it was a joke. To this day, they thought it was serious. I can't believe I have a community that is so big brain relative to the stupid fuck internet that you can just keep the joke going and no one question it. Not one person questioned it. Not one person broke ranks. Not one person was like, guys, are we serious or not? It's like, you know what I mean? This is the Mensa of Twitch. I swear to God, this is the Mensa of Twitch. Swear to God, this is the Mensa of Twitch. And again, that's saying something for a chat of literal dumb fucks. And you guys are a bunch of dumb fucks. But I hate to admit it, compared to the rest of the fucking internet, you guys are the Mensa of the internet. And that's the truth. For a bunch of dumb fucks like you guys, you're still the Mensa of the online left. And that's just astounding to me. That's just astounding to me.
Psychotic Serbian dude almost murdered her, Jordan Peterson, like twice.
All right, but one more thing.
Sexy as fuck.
They make this insane argument that labor is fungible. Yes, well, there's some relative truth to that.
I make more money than you. Let that sink in. Then prove it. Prove it, Forky. Prove it. Prove how much money you make by donating $500. And if you don't donate $500 right now, you a broke bitch.
On the other hand, there's literally nothing more fungible than capital. It's the most replaceable thing in the world. It's just money. So you don't need any one particular person with money. You just need yes, you need capital to start something and to maintain something, but it doesn't have to be from any one person. So their argument against labor can be used against them 1,000-fold.
Yeah, the argument can't be used against labor as long as there's solidarity. They're just benefiting from the fact that there is no solidarity and no class consciousness because of centuries of Red Scare propaganda and the complete destruction of any sort of fucking communist project or socialist project that has ever happened.
If he donates, he's wealthy, but oh god,
around the planet. So,
bro, I'm not gonna ban you, Forky. I'm just gonna call you a broke bitch, which you are. You're literally broke as fuck.
Shouts out to the American State Department for that.
You're gonna flex about your money. You better fucking show it in this chat. You're gonna flex about being rich. You better fucking back it up with receipts, or else you're gonna be known as the broke bitch of the village.
That too, to some degree, you know, it just like didn't work out.
So let me see the rest of this game theory. We're
Even if
almost
some of the people are only miming productivity and they're actually power-hungry tyrants, you can't clump them in with the competent people and punish all of them.
Yep.
Now,
And if you try, in order to stabilize it, in order to get those who are being punished for contributing not to defect,
I swear I'm getting a Mensa emote. I'm getting a Mensa emote.
to threaten them so that authoritarianism follows quickly on the heels, as does in many cases the failure of the system to deliver even basic well-being, hence starvation.
Well, and Piaget pointed out quite explicitly.
Yeah, dude, shortages were never like... There's two things here. One, like famine, right? When we talk about...
Explode the Penguins
Thank you,
donated $5.
Penguin. Thank you,
Any
Penguin,
other signals donating?
Thank you, Penguin, for the 5, but you don't have to donate. You only have to donate if you flex your money. If you flex your money, you have to donate or you're a broke bitch. Simple as that.
About socialism, immediately it's like famine, man-made famine, whether it's because of like centralized mismanagement, whether it's because of like idiotic fucking scientists who are the only Stalinist scientists remaining that haven't been fucking gulagged, giving horrifically wrong and idiotic ideas on how to do it, whether it's there's a multitude of different reasons, or whether it's like stalking for a...
What are you talking about?
Potential winter. There are a multitude of different reasons and mismanagement that causes situations like that, except we currently also have artificial...
Wait, did he talk shit about Lysenko? Let me roll that back.
Whether it's because of like centralized mismanagement, whether it's because of like idiotic fucking scientists who are the only Stalinist scientists remaining that haven't been fucking gulagged, giving horrifically wrong and idiotic ideas on how to do it.
What? This fucking idiot believes in genetics. What a dumbass. He literally believes in genetics, and yet he's a living example of the truth of Lysenkoist science, because he is acquiring soy characteristics as a result of his soy Bernie ideology. You are literally a fucking living example of fucking Lysenkoism, Hassan. Shut the fuck up.
Whether it's there's a multitude of different reasons, or whether it's like stalking.
He actually believes in genes.
For a potential winter. There are a multitude of different reasons and mismanagement that causes situations like that, except we currently also have artificial shortages. Like 14 million people every fucking year die worldwide from famine and famine-related diseases. That happens in an economic organization that is so incredible at commodity production that we have a surplus of food. Like, at least the socialist countries there was fucking famine, like they didn't literally, they couldn't figure it out. Okay, they mismanaged it, not deliberately starved the populace in an effort to make sure that like their bottom line was not, their bottom line was not being attacked.
Right. I have my own issues with Marxism, as we've talked about, but in terms of their critique, it depends on your cohort, doesn't it? So, like, if you're talking about America, as the Moratists will point out accurately, yes, the price of bread is relatively stable, so people aren't going to starve, and that's part of the system that allows the capital to subjugate the laborers at a barely survivable wage. But if you're talking about the whole world, which is in effect under capitalism, well, to your point earlier, Haas, they're taking from the...
Oz? What did he say? He said my name. Why did he say my name? He just said my name. This motherfucker, Jank. I don't know how to say his last name, but he said my last name. The hell? The hell is he talking about?
Southern Hemisphere, and often leaving them to starve for the Northern Hemisphere's benefit. So, did capitalism really do a better job at ending starvation? No, by definition, it didn't. These guys are just saying,
no, you don't understand.
I don't mind if they starve in Africa
No,
as long as
understand.
I'm
You don't
okay.
understand. When people die of famine under a socialist organization of the economy, then that's the fault of the system. When people die of famine under a capitalist organization of the economy, that's the fault of their bootstraps. They could not find their bootstraps, and they could not pull themselves up by their bootstraps. Or if they found their bootstraps and pulled it, they didn't pull hard enough. Let alone man-made famines like in Bengal, or currently ongoing fucking famines like in Yemen, caused with American weapons by Saudi Arabia. It's just like, it's always we always relegate back to the individual and its individual responsibility. So under a capitalist organization economy, it's foolproof. You can never lose that argument then.
100%, billion% agree. The biggest famine in the world right now, as far as I know, is Yemen. And Yemen is caused by capitalism because
I just call him spineless jank because he has no spine or argument in this fucking debate.
Defense contractors needed more money, so they needed a war. Saudi Arabia wanted power, but they couldn't do it without the American defense contractors. So in order for the defense contractors to make an extra couple of $1 billion, they starved the people of Yemen. Yay, capitalism. So both systems have massive issues, and there needs to be some sort of balance, which does not exist. But these guys are jokers. They're not having a real conversation. This is just propaganda that they are ironically laborers for.
Yeah, they're engaging in pro-capitalist propaganda, but that's the best thing about being like an easy. That's the best thing about being someone like a reactionary talking head, is that like you don't really have to do too much. You could just say like the system is actually great. You can pull the
Who's more fake, Hassan or Jank? Jank, easily.
Pinker and be like, everyone can go to McDonald's, so obviously things are really good right now. And
I don't do it.
Everyone has an iPhone, so things are actually better than they've ever been before. It's like, yeah, there's exponential growth of technology no matter which fucking system you exist under. You can say that the USSR had no technological achievements, going from an agrarian potato farming fucking economy.
Think he's red pill behind closed doors? Did you see the shit he used to say, dude? He used to say crazy shit. He used to say crazy shit, dude. This dude used to say, like, wow, wild ass shit, man.
I mean, to like one that defeated the United States in the space race, just avoid all of that, all you want, but it's still the truth, right? And that could exist under socialism, that could exist under capitalism, that will always exist. The reality is making it more of an egalitarian society, or one that doesn't fucking completely rip through the third world. The USSR made a better rifle than the AR-15 back in 1947. That's also true.
He was very interested in games as the basis of morality. That a game that you have to punish people to adhere to is going to be outcompeted by a game that people will play by themselves.
That's a really interesting take. Is there any form of fucking is there any form of capitalism that is truly not compulsory, but truly for people doing it at the behest of their own, like they just want to do it? Is there any form of remuneration under a capitalist organization of the economy that doesn't happen at the threat of the structural violence of poverty? There is no voluntary.
Ah, shut the fuck up, bro. Like, let me tell you why there's a limit to this way of thinking. This is really crude, but think about it. Let's say you're in the fucking wilderness and you don't work. And they go, wait, there's a threat of violence. Yeah, because guess what? That's what life's about. There's no one's, you know what I mean? You can't blame, this is why, look, I'm going to be sexist right now, but I think men and women think in different ways. Women think in more social ways. Men, this is my personal belief from experience. I'm not superimposing or imposing anything. It's my belief, right? I feel like for some reason, like, I could be completely wrong, by the way. I could be completely wrong. This is my intuition. But I feel like, you know what I mean? Like, I feel like it's very feminine to always assume it's someone else's fault. Thank you, Flamenco. Appreciate you. Thank you so much, Flamenco. But you caught me at a bad time because we're almost wrapping up. But, you know, it's very, like, feminine to assume that there's always a social reason that's at fault. Like, at what point is it you're sitting in the middle of a fucking forest, if you don't get your ass up and hunt the fucking, you know, if you don't hunt the, what do people eat in the fucking forest? I don't know. If you don't hunt a pig or something, that's haram. I don't know what people eat in the forest otherwise, though. If you don't do that, if you don't go hunt a deer or something, get some venison, something an elk or something in the forest, you're going to starve. And that's not because you're under the structural threat of violence That's just the reality. You get what I'm saying? I feel like that's a very masculine way of thinking. What do you guys think? I could be wrong, but that's just my experience, you know? My experience is that it's very feminine to always think it's like, oh no, it's someone's fault. It's not always someone's fault. Sometimes it's just how it is. Sometimes that's just the reality. And there's no one behind it. There's nothing behind it. That's just the reality, right? Sometimes it's just the reality, Hassan. You know what I mean? I think a lot of dudes think that way too. I don't know, man. Like, I don't know. You know, the reason I'm saying this shit is because I'm always a victim of women who read into shit. They're always like, what are you thinking, Haas? What are you thinking? Or what have you been doing? Are you cheating? Like, they're always reading into it. And it's like, it ain't that deep. It just is what it is. There's no, like, reason. You know what I'm saying? I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong.
Voluntary fucking working under capitalism. Maybe there are in like Jordan Peterson's situation.
So it's a great point, Haas. And I want.
Do you guys want to fucking work at the restaurant? Do you want to fucking clean people's toilets? No. Well, guess what? You're gonna fucking die then, because you're not gonna be able to put food on your table. You're not gonna be able to put a fucking roof over your heads, and you're gonna fucking die. And while you're dying, we're gonna subject you to the most dehumanizing conditions in the process of your death while you're living in the fucking street and eating trash. Okay.
But here's the thing. In a way, women are correct, but they're also wrong, and men are correct, they're also wrong. It's not like men are right and women are wrong. It's just two different ways of looking at it. Because in a way, women are correct. Like, there is a reason for this because it's like the cosmic purpose or what, I don't fucking know. You know, like there's just like a way of looking at it where it's like, well, in a way, no one's ever just isolated in a vacuum. Where they're in the forest, there is always like you always do come from a society of some kind, and there is always a reason, but at the same time, it's not always the same case. And at the same, you know, it's like they're right and wrong, and men are also right and wrong, right? So I don't know, but I'm a man, so I obviously think I'm right, but who knows? Only God knows what's right, you know?
You further and further fall into the cycle of despair, and you fucking use drugs to self-medicate and try to like avoid the reality that you're existing in and how hellish it is, even though you're literally living in a zip code where some of the biggest fucking mansions exist and some of the wealthiest people exist.
But I'm saying he's acquiring many feminine characteristics in his manner of thinking and speech.
That's what you get if you don't fucking work.
And nothing wrong with that, of course, we're on Twitch, but I'm just saying it's proof of Lysenkoism.
Capitalist organization of the economy.
In fact, that is almost exactly the point the Squid Games made.
Yeah.
Right? So is it really voluntary? Did they actually play Squid Games voluntarily? No, because the system itself was already so brutal that they thought Squid Games was a better option than the capitalism they were living with in that case in South Korea. Although Tim Pool would tell you it was a Marxist critique or critique of Marxism.
Yeah, he even said the writer doesn't know that he's critiquing communism. Like, that's Tim Pool is so fucking stupid. He was like, yeah, I didn't understand the main point of Squid Games. As a matter of fact, actually, even the writer didn't understand. The real point of Squid Games is what I think it is, not what the writer intended it to be.
No, but look, Tim.
The Squid Games has nothing to do with fucking capitalism, dude. Squid Games is the South Korean theological Christian drama about the evil of man. It's you don't understand that fucking movie if you think it's about that, dude.
Pool is a joke, right? He just like he's a true like grifter 101, right? So like I remember when he was pretending to be left wing. I remember when he was pretending X, Y, and Z. And
labor relations are the coercive threat as opposed to the impulse to work for survival. Yeah. But it's not really true. In the age of welfare states where you don't work or starve, you don't work or starve in our society. You don't, okay? You don't. Almost every modern society, I'm saying modern, industrialized society, you can have the bare minimum for free. And I'm saying the bare minimum, like a very shitty, miserable life, but you can still survive for free. Like, you know what I mean? If you don't work. Especially now, right? That's the truth.
Like there's no.
We're not at a point where people are like forced to work or you die. No, that's not true. You have to work to have a good life or a minimally good life. But to survive, no, you can survive, just not well.
Having an intellectual debate or argument with Tim Pool, his whole thing is get on camera and go, poor white people. It's minorities' fault for everything, right? Wow, that's tough to do. And of course, that'll get you, a decent sized audience.
Yeah, people want to be victimized. People want to feel like they're being made a victim. And there is a very real way that they are being victimized, but it's not the way that fucking all these reactionaries tell you you're being victimized. You're not being victimized because you're white. You're being victimized because you're a worker, okay?
Is that Pokemon?
Oh my god, please, yes.
Oh my god, it's Pokemon.
What's this guy do, Mac?
That's Bernie Sanders, dude. He invented socialism.
Yeah.
What's he?
An icon, truly.
I don't want to ask what that is because I feel like I'm gonna spark it.
What that is?
What he invented is.
No. It's just that. I was just kidding. I was just kidding when I was
That's so privileged of you.
I forget that like
Good
you're
for you,
okay.
honestly. It's good that you don't know it's social.
Okay.
Honestly, Pokemon's my favorite streamer on Twitch. It's not even close. It's not even close. It's not even close, man. It ain't even close. It don't even come close, man. It don't even come close. It don't even come close. Who should I raid? Should I raid Frogan? You know what? I'm not raiding Frogan. She didn't come on the fucking showdown. Should I raid? I'm gonna raid Adriana for the first time in history. Minnie? It's too late. Fuck, I should have raided Minnie. We'll tell her to raid Minnie when she's done. How about that? Call it fair. Alright guys, don't be annoying. I'm just gonna go. I'm gonna go to the gym and finish my Substack. Bye! Goodbye, everybody. Bye.